Welcome back. Welcome. We are here for the EGC Masters Fall. I am Soccerton, and with me today, I get a cast with Whammon. So, welcome, Whammon. How you doing?
Twice in a row, Soccerton. I think that Twitch chat is going to be all excited about this one. So, Soccerton, I gave them a little bit of value yesterday, and honestly, it breathed some life into me. And that's the accent. So every single time we get a good civilization that I feel comfortable in the accent with, it's gonna be great. But in this case, we have two players in front of us today in Twitch chat. You might not realize this, but this is one of the few games they get to play without being on high ping. So both of them from the Asiatic region. So finally, they do not have to play on that 100 plus ping from each side. So no, doing good. I'm excited to see what our Asian Chads can do today. But this first match in front of us, we had Frisian Marshes a lot yesterday. It seems to be a comfort pick for a lot of people. And JD versus Ottomans, I feel like we've seen both of these civilizations quite a lot on this map.
I agree. Both do pretty well with just the abundance of food on this map. I think really lends to their playstyles really well, especially for JD. I feel like that just fits really well, because I feel like one thing that kind of can hinder JD and why we see pro scouts so often from French and JD is that the food, you need to have that to sustain the night push, and I think a map like Frisian Marshes kind of solves that issue for you.
And with the whole early game, I think a lot of that dynamic is, what am I supposed to do to stop my opponent from just getting access to all the food? So guys, let's hop on in and see what the first game holds, as we are just jumping right in. Here we see the boys not chopping any wood, not going to get some early docking. Honestly, makes sense. You're up against Ottomans. You don't want to get barracks. There's Ottomans that can punish you for being that little bit of greedy in the early game as well. And he does open with the barracks as expected. So already getting his spearman out this early on from Jamaica, he expects CSO to be a little bit greedy.
I think this is a good call, actually, by Mio Micah. I like going for the spear. I think disrupting the gold from CSO is good. The tricky thing is Jeanne d'Arc is difficult to work around. I feel like she could get the gold if he wants. Right now, she's got him on the food. So she's on food right now, but if he can disrupt that gold and come slow it down, you're probably not going to slow the age up down. What you're trying to do is slow down that first night.
And getting that first night or stopped is just going to ensure that he doesn't get to be the greedy goose JD he wants to be. Now, we see this with French as well. They usually go for that first night, trying to just force you to go back to your base. But with 3 spearmen, you already have an answer to being aggressive and being raided afterwards as well. But with those 3 spears, you can also burn down a dock, which is something he luckily doesn't need to be focused on today. And one thing you definitely can do with 3 spearmen is stop gold completely. This is something where you actually have to force a pretty big reaction here. The first spearman and the second one also making their way here now. It does look like the villagers will be pulled back pretty quickly, getting every little bit of mine that they have. And let's see what the gold return is going to be like. If we click on that mine, see if he has gotten enough. But it should be enough. And
Barely
CSO is
enough.
going to be, going to be a happy-ish camper after that.
Gosh, imagine if you'd only gotten 198 right there. Thankfully, though, CSO has enough to age up, so he'll be okay. But those spears, like you said, do shut down the idea of a dock, which is obviously why CSO didn't even go for it in the first place. And they do shut down that gold, so that first night will be delayed. It is going to be, of course, School of Cavalry coming up.
Now, did you watch any of the games yesterday, Soccerton? And Twitch chat, you guys as well.
I was not able to watch the games yesterday. My little kid had a birthday party, so...
Priorities. Honestly,
Yeah,
you did
yeah.
miss out on the biggest gold denial of 2025. It was a poor little villager that went down carrying his little basket of gold that was needed to age up. So it was already a pretty tough position to be in. But this from Mio Micah definitely pays off already, because now with all those spears, you've got the presence on the map, and we'll see what this looks like afterwards. But those 3 spears is just going to stop any wild ideas and force an archery range out of CSO. And of course, as French, you're obviously going to go into archers eventually, but getting it this early is probably not something CSO wanted. Now, the spearmen already rotating to that second goal to ensure that we do not get any sneaky plays, but also going to the wood line to see if they can snack and stack a spear into a villager's face.
Tiny trade network behind this for Mio Micah, looking for some safe gold of his own. Yeah, those spears very aggressive. I like that he lapped around for the second gold, you know, making sure that this delay is going to be a heavy delay. And that does put CSO in kind of a, I won't say like the back foot necessarily, but he puts you in a very uncomfortable spot. As we see, he's trying to drop down the outpost, trying to secure that gold. He knows he needs the resources for it.
Now, dropping down this outpost might mean that he doesn't need to respond with that archery range, as I mentioned earlier. But already it's 150 wood that is now invested into getting that gold back up and running. 100 for the tower and 50 for another mining camp, which could have been avoided with one spearman just staying out there. Miomaika, maybe a little bit of a miscalculation here, as he just wanted to ensure that CSO is not being a greedy goose getting the gold at the top. Now those spearmen will be retreating back to safety, as the tower will be quite fiery towards them. And CSO now just going to get the gold that he needs to get that first knight out and force those spears to go back where they belong.
Getting that tower up, that was kind of a sneaky, quick little put up. He needed that. He needed this gold, and now we see he's gathering as we speak. Because he had the, you know, he's got the wood and he's got food for the bit, so it's not like you need to have a panic attack when you see this come up. You just need to kind of take your breath, take care of it. Having those three all, like you said, commit to the north side instead of leaving one spear back really did kind of give CSO the opening to get back onto the gold vein.
Now, the question is what Miomaika is going to start doing, because when you get to 161 gold, you want to ask yourself, how am I spending that? And Miomaika, he's just holding on to it for now. Is this something that we've seen out of Ottomans? And I guess my question is towards you, Socrates, and to Twitch chat. What could be cooking here?
I'm thinking, well, first we got to see what JD's going to do. I think that's the big thing. We do see a barracks being dropped. That is an interesting play. I mean, I keep going for some spears of his own. Maybe he's thinking there's going to be Sipahi coming up, but I don't see any inclination of that just yet. This could be the melee woman at arms, and there's the first knight coming out as well. So CSO looking to get aggressive with this. That barracks has me questioning myself a little bit, going, why spears? What's... And sure enough, there's the first one. So he must be really expecting Sipahi, but knights beat that out.
They do beat it out, but the problem is archers are just so susceptible to Sipahis. And we've seen a lot of armies just fall to sheer numbers of Sipahis, and getting your knights caught out in an awkward position for even half a second. And getting those spears out kind of forces Miomaika to not be able to go into the instant Sipahi play. This might tell him, like, hey, you're maybe going to be needing some archers instead, especially considering that melee JD is pretty good at dealing with most things coming your way, and we already see CSO following that up with his own archery range, just getting that spearman presence on the field to ensure that when the Sipahis come, he's got an answer, and he doesn't need to use those valuable knights he wants to be disrupting this economy with. The CSO now just keeping this presence here at the goal and ensuring Miomaika doesn't have access to it for this long. Now the question is just if CSO knows that this is a Sultani trade network age up, because even on this map we've been seeing a lot of people just go for the normal or berries. So with him having this access to gold, Miomaika is probably not too worried about this. And if he didn't know, he knows now. The scout just spotted it.
There's enough food on this map, and he has the option of going Anatolian Hills later if he needs to as well. So it's not like he's in a dire spot. That's, I think, why he went for the Sultani Trade Network, knowing that eventually CSO could get pretty aggressive, as it is going to be a 1-1-1 comp for CSO. He's got the first archer on the field with one in the queue. Got two knights, couple spears, building up his forces as he's going, already onto the berries as well. I imagine he'll be reaching out for more and more food and kind of spreading off on the north part of that map as he continues to take map control here. As JD kind of walking around, those spears, prime targets for that melee attack of hers.
Now, JD, she loves a good old fight, especially at this stage of the game. The knights perfectly charging in on that spear, not taking any hits from him, but rather just getting that spear nice and low. But now, CSO behind this, getting all his upgrades he can. He's just doing the thing we usually see from JD, staying in feudal, making units. Miomaika, though, this is Ottomans. Ottomans also doesn't mind staying here. But both of these players, we see that they are respecting the fact that their opponent can be aggressive and punish any greed. So neither of these players going out on the water, as we usually see a little dock or two drop down from this side. But these two know, if I make a mistake here, it's just going to snowball from here on out. And I see some people have been asking, why is Miomaika ahead in villages? Well, those are traders that are actually inside his Sultani trade network, generating gold as time goes on. And he's not going to be popping those out because there's a bunch of knights on the field. You don't want to be taking those risks. The scout getting dangerously low, though.
He goes down. Scout. I don't think it's going to get away. Sipahi should be outspeeding. One hit away, and there it goes. But losing Sipahi to do that, and that's some free XP you don't want to give away to CSO for Jeanne d'Arc. I want to point a couple things out, too. First, Maiko early from CSO on that spear when he damaged it was really, really good. Unfortunately for him, Mio Maika has the two Imams that just immediately healed it back. And secondly, with the traders in the Sultani trade networks, Mio Maika doesn't have just the base 3. I think he's added a couple extra as we've gone on as well. Which you don't always see.
Exactly.
Yeah, you don't always see that, and he's added in 3 more on top of the base 3 that you start with. That's kind of an interesting play because it's going to generate some more passive gold as you go, but you could spend those in other places as well. So you don't always see players go for this, but it is fun to see him. He's now, we're seeing Vodka pointing out 144 right there.
You can see that in the income per minute. He's happy with this gold income, not putting any other villages on gold right now. But that's exactly what he did with that early gold. He spent it on getting those extra traders and ensuring now that he can transition into upgrades. The blacksmith upgrades, some of them already coming through. Not one that he's going to be wasting in this case, as he's only using those Sipahis. He doesn't want to get poked by any range damage, and he wants to make sure they hit real hard. But these Sipahis need to be careful. If they are not fast on their feet, those spears are going to give them some good damage. But like you said, he's got the Imams, he can take a little bit of damage. The problem is just with these numbers, you don't just risk taking damage, you risk losing quite a bit. And the knight numbers, even though they're still lower than the Sipahi ones, you know, it's a knight. This armored horse is not going to be taking any bad trades. Now, it does look like CSO finally feels confident enough to move out onto the dock, and now his second dock coming up there in the north as well. He is looking for food.
Yeah, moving out. This is a good time to do it too, because he's got the Sipahi of Mio Maika in check right now. Those knights are scary enough in their numbers that Mio Maika really can't head out too far without those guys coming right in. As we see an engagement right here, knights taking a charge. Of course, you see they're charging after him, trying to get the chip damage. One of them is pretty weak. They can maybe get a couple more hits. That's a good pull right there, just to have another dodge, just to kind of take some damage, but keep the one alive. At this point for ECSO, keeping the knights alive is paramount. Because you can get the heals up with the with JD. He can heal them up, just cannot lose one. As he gets the reinforcements, and the spears will finally back off the remaining Sipahi away.
Now, the spear numbers are not that great here for CSO to handle all of this, especially with those ranged horse archers, the Akinji coming on out too, but JD is loving this fight. We see she is focused down pretty quickly. I think he underestimated this just a little bit. CSO taking some very heavy trades here, and JD, she did not get the experience she needed from that fight.
Man, those are a lot of weak knights. Those cannot take any engagements. He didn't get the heal off, so he's got a bunch of 1 HP knights. They are going to go down. The Sipahi outspeed, taking some serious damage here, and Mio Maika with an excellent choice to stand and fight.
Now, this is perfectly reading his advantage here. We'll see if those Imams, yes, they are.
Right
They're
there.
just arriving to ensure that that army gets healed up, not to full, but just enough for them to go and take yet another fight. Beautiful trade here by CSO. And the focus fire on that JD was sublime. I think in that point, CSO definitely did not expect him to be able to do that much at this point of the game. He's getting more spears. He sees the numbers of Sipahis increasing. So 4 more in queue. CSO knows he needs to respect this. Now, what I absolutely love to see is he's still going for docks, as Mio Maika has not been able to scout this just yet. And this is most likely the thing that's going to help him to stay afloat. But we can see that military value difference is already massive. And yes, there are knights, but 17 Sipahis, they tell a very different tale.
Well, and those Imams did heal the entire army. I mean, that wasn't just some chip healing. They are back to full strength. That is so much value that Mio Maika just got back. As the Sipahi look for another dive. Spears going for the brace. Kind of a back and forth cat and mouse kind of game here as they back and forth. Spears finally getting on top. Does CSO have enough to hold this, though? The Imams up in the front lines trying to heal as they go. Villagers wrapping around. This is going to be close. A lot of knights going down.
It does look like a few villagers did pay the price, but at the same time, Mio Maika's army is just outperforming. You can see diving under the TC now. Those Sipahis do not mind a little bit of TC fire. JD is back, though, and she is ready to take this on. Very surprising here from CSO not to see that he bought JD back, and she was not able to capitalize on this fight that went quite deep. And it feels like Mio Maika decided, hey, this is the moment where I actually need to do some damage while JD is down. Now that she's back up, he backs off, heals these bad boys up, and you can see he's going out for the food. He knows how important it is to keep this momentum going. The gold now, though, it's already looking at 600 here, so you do want to ask yourself, is it time for me to just commit to this a little bit harder or go castle and get ahead? But now he spots the dock, and this is going to go down.
Spotted.
Problem is, he sees this one, he knows what's next.
Yeah, when you see one, you just know there's going to be more after this.
And there's a bunch of villagers moving up top. Do you see those? They are just trying to sneak out, get towards the food, and this might be a risky move here, Chief.
Well, the tricky thing is eventually, Zapai are going to come up on them anyways, because they're going to run to the north to see what else is there. Even though there's now a ship in the water to defend it, there's all these other pawns that are equally as undefended now. Those villagers might be caught out.
If he finds them, but they're already putting themselves in a very vulnerable position here. The knights now pushing the Sipahi in a different direction, but those are purely Sipahi. There's no scout there with them to be able to spot that far, so they might not spot these out. But JD is here, and she doesn't mind getting a little bit of experience. 16 as the Sipahi goes down, and they're going to be rotating back towards the base as the Imperial Palace is coming on out here. And honestly, that was not on my bingo card.
I agree. I was just thinking, man, when's the last time I've seen an Istanbul Imperial Palace? Isn't the go-to the MIA? Like this is fun to see. He is ahead. I'm not surprised by the castle age itself, though. Mio Maika very well ahead in both terms of economy and military strength. Definitely feels comfortable doing this. The choice of landmark has me scratching my head, though. I guess there's no real reason to go siege, though, at this point. You know, it's been kind of a fast-paced game. What does siege really get him?
Yeah, the value of the siege for a lot of people just outweighs a lot of the time, especially when you get to the later points of the game. But at the same time, you don't want to be playing Imperial against JD when they do have the ability of just looking at that guild hall and getting Imperial, you know, pretty quickly. So this is not something you want to be fighting out, especially with the knights being so tough to handle. So Mio Maika, I feel like he is going to be ready to do some damage and do it now. Both of these players already farm transitioning as the food is running a little bit low. Still just 6 traders on there in the poor little trading landmark. What is that thing called again, Sokoton?
The Sultani Trade Network. Yep.
See, we never see it. It just
you see it more than you used to, but it definitely isn't an everyday kind of thing. Guildhall coming up for CSO. He definitely needs to have the bank to be able to maybe jump into Imperial Age. The problem is, do you really want to go Imperial Age against Ottomans? I mean, you're going to need to keep this anyways. I don't think you have enough knights to make use of the other landmarks, so Guildhall is the right choice in my opinion. But, man, I just think long-term, you don't really want to get caught with a great bombard fight with Ottomans.
Of course not. But with 5 knights, it's also a pretty tough question to ask if you're like, hey, do I go for the Royal Institute? These knights are going to be chonky. The problem is, the Sipahis running around the map, they are even more chonky at this point, just because of the sheer numbers, and they are looking for some damage. Now keep in mind, those guys should be able to see that the deer are dead in the fog of war if you decided to go on there, but it looks like the docks are going to be the choice here, and the villagers are running for their lives, hoping they don't get spotted, and because, again, there's no scout, they don't get spotted at all.
Man, that's cheeky, just running around the edge of the map, getting away. And for all CSO, for all Mio Maika might know, is this might just be it, you know, just take down the docks. Ooh, Demo Ship gets off, though. That was a cheeky play. He manages to get some good damage on the Sipahi. Knights in pursuit. I think the numbers, though, still favor Mio Maika. Knights can't do too much here.
That's the problem right now. And also, these are fully upgraded Sipahis. Now, with relics joining them as well, so they're not going to have any chance for healing up just yet. But that will be an option pretty soon. Now, men-at-arms getting added into this composition. And honestly, that's quite interesting to me here. You haven't seen a large commitment into ranged units from CSO, but also it's something that JD is not uncomfortable doing. Just being able to do that ARP transition, especially when you get with a juicy little front line there, those spears being able to stop the Sipahi from getting onto the back line. Although, with those numbers, Mio Maika might just be feeling quite confident. Now getting his own knights to join this party as well. And honestly, I would not have expected Ottoman knights against the French ones, but these are just normal French knights. So the trades will not be as crazy as we usually see with that Royal Institute ones, but CSO is looking for his own bit of damage now, and he will definitely find a lot of stray villagers. Let's see if any of them will go down, though.
Well, they're not. Ooh. Military coming in defense from Micah. I don't think he lost a single one. No, he lost one. Okay. He lost a villager there. That could have been a lot more devastating if the military hadn't been in the vicinity to come and defend. Thankfully, Sapai here pretty quick, so he's able to chase the knights out of his base. I'm still thinking back to Micah's choice of landmark, and I guess he must have burned at a vizier point to go for the Akinji. So maybe he's thinking, I can, you know, if we take a look here, we can see, yeah, I got the Imams, got the Janissaries. Maybe he's just thinking, because of that, he gets more value out of this, getting more vizier points than he would have out of just some siege, where he's not going to be needing a lot of siege.
Honestly, with the Janissaries that he chose, I'm pretty surprised because I think he only had one military school. But popping up those Janissaries did not feel as powerful as you would have expected.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, not a single military school there at all. What? This is the craziest thing I've seen out of Ottoman so far. This is usually what we struggle, and now he's going for the semi-great bombard as the next vizier point, and this is a pretty spicy play here from Micah. He's not really playing the way that Ottomans is played by all the other pro players. He doesn't have any military schools here, which is something, you know,
feels
you
wrong,
see every
doesn't it?
single game.
It feels like wrong to look at. Like, not a single military school, 20 minutes in the game for Ottomans. And in fairness, he's done pretty well up to this point. It's a pretty dead even game at this point here, 20 minutes in. Will that great bombard or lesser great bombard do enough? I mean, that's a full vizier point. He is getting a lot more vizier points a lot faster. He is now getting a couple of the relics stashed away, 2 of the relics in the house right there. I'm wondering how much of a difference this bombard can make in Castle Age.
The problem is just if that bombard does get caught out. But with the units that we see here from CSO, he's going to need to be careful. He's got 36 spears, though. As I say this, I realize, no, with that amount of spearmen, you don't really mind taking a fight against the Zapahi. And the Zapahi might be scary, but they're not that scary with the huge amount of spearmen that are going to be protecting him as well. Especially when you don't want to be taking a direct engagement as Micah like this. Not into a group of spears, at least. And CSO, he's pretty comfortable where he is right now. We can see the army value is on the side of Micah, but honestly, CSOs might just be a little bit too much to take on if he decides to go for that back line.
Yeah, those spears, 40 spears with 11 more coming in the way. Even with one bombard doing some pretty good splash damage, I just don't know that he wants to take this fight. I don't think he's got the archer mass to really deal with it. He's going to take a look and see pretty soon what the composition is going to be for CSO. I'm just starting to think, you know, normally we think of Ottomans as these late game powerhouses in Imperial Age. I'm starting to get a little worried that CSO might actually have the better civ going into Imperial Age. He's going to have the bank. If he can get access to the gold and maintain that, he's going to be in a good spot. But Bombard rearing its ugly head and taking the first shot, that tower immediately lights on fire as Micah kind of poking and prodding the base, looking for an avenue to come in.
Now, it doesn't look like CSO wants to take this fight just yet. He wants to see exactly what this army consists of, and honestly, when he does see that there's mostly horses, he should be feeling pretty good about this. And at the same time, CSO is in the base of Micah, and he's trying to do some damage himself. Already getting some victims as we see the bodies hit the floor there in the base. So is the army going to be next? Because this is just a tiny set of knights that are trying to do the work they can. But honestly, they are doing really well.
Yeah, there's nobody home. Just a couple of guys with guns, but not enough to be super scary yet, and they've been kind of just kiting them through the base. Good couple pickups there for CSO, and this is exactly what he needs to do, is just keep doing that chip damage to the eco, getting ahead, because behind this, Guildhall is just getting immense value. Whenever he decides to click up, he's going to be cruising. He's got about 1,000 gold in the bank right now. His military is, I still think, better. Whether or not he feels that is to be seen. The Bombard's doing some pretty good work. Right now, 1,200 food. He is getting very close to being able to click up.
And this bombard moving this far forward, it is going to do some damage, but it's in so much danger just being this far out. He knows that he cannot protect it as much as he needs to. Now, 19 Janissaries, though. The numbers are starting to get a little scary, but CSO's army is not consisting of a bunch of horses that are so susceptible to those Jannies. They are actually going to be in a lot of danger when that army does come.
That was a good shot from the bombard, and that's that. I was wondering how well that'll go into the spears. The problem is, I think you're right. Like, there's not enough cavalry for Micah to use those Janissaries to full effect. I mean, normally that'd go really well into a French play, but French has been making spears for like 7 minutes. Big fight up north here. Oh man, close to being a pincer maneuver. Bombard left open, looking for a shot. The heel goes off from JD, and the fight is on. Spears getting on top of the Sipahi. Bombard taking its shots where it can. Wrap around of spears, though. This could be really bad for Micah. Can the spears hold? Bombard goes pop. JD goes down. This is going to get really close.
The problem is now Micah is not the Ottomans we're used to seeing, not the Ottomans with all those military schools at the back. It is just a plain old Ottomans that is a normal civilization. Military schools cut off. Vizier Point has just ticked, as I heard. But the problem is that army was idle there at the start. We cannot actually count that fight as, you know, the ultimate fight we wanted to see from Micah. It looked like the Janissaries were just watching the fight for the first few seconds. The Bombard also not sure what he was doing at that point. He was just watching and hoping things were about to get better. We also see Farms all the way out here from CSO. He is feeling confident now, and he's going to bring that confidence into Imperial Age. We've seen these red palaces come up in the middle of the map, and it is always a destruction. These farms are getting further and further away from the TCs, and when you're up against CSO, who loves raiding, you know that those farms are going to be even more susceptible to any type of night play from him. Guildhall has been cashed out, though. The red palace is placed down pretty close to the sacred site here. Well, decent spot.
He's got the military for it. He just needs to push forward. He can take this easily. Yeah, that was a decisive blow militarily from CSO. An excellent play. The Bombard did a lot of damage. You can see a lot of weak units there. The Bombard was doing some work, but it just didn't do enough. You can't bank on one siege unit to do all your fighting for you. And here we see the Red Palace, and this is where the wheels fall off for Ottomans. They don't have military schools. That is essentially where they get their economic bonuses from. So without that, they've got the Sultani Trade Network getting some passive gold. He's got the edge on the relics, but at the end of the day, CSO is just ahead because he's getting the consecration from JD, so he's getting his economic bonuses in military production, and now with the Red Palace going up and the farm transition with the guild hall, and you just kind of start listing out all these things. I feel like CSO is in a very strong spot moving into Imperial Age.
Now, Micah needs to ask himself, how do I actually take this on when it gets to that point? Because CSO, he has a lot of John's champions there. It doesn't feel like Micah is going to be ready to face all of that, especially considering his army doesn't have the perfect answer to this. And it feels like CSO has played this matchup before. He knows exactly what to expect here out of Ottomans. But honestly, okay, Micah, he might not be giving him the standard Ottomans experience, though. The Spahis, though, they're trying to find an opening, but the walls have come up. The map has been split, and those Spahis are going to work really hard to run by these walls.
Yeah, everything's walled up, so he's going to have enough of a buffer to catch up. And, you know, Micah's got some Janissaries. Those should go okay into the champions. The problem is they're not a hard counter. They're more like a soft counter, and you got to kite the entire way. And eventually CSO is just going to end up in his base. So there's not, like, that's a lot of Janissaries. That's like the one thing he's got going for him. But you're down in age. You got the upgrades coming. Elite army tactics right now in the works for CSO. That's going to make these guys just so beefy and dangerous. Now he's got both sacred sites as well. So you got the timer ticking down, which isn't a huge deal right this second, but it will be in a couple minutes when those just kind of blink by. And Micah, it feels like this was a build that was meant to deal out one decisive blow, and instead it feels like his sword just shattered when he finally swung.
Well, keeping in mind that CSO and Louis play together well, we know that Louis knows how to defend. CSO is not far behind. This is never going to be an easy game for Micah to actually break through. But honestly, that one fight where the units were not standing at the ready, this was probably just the decider in this case. Because yes, like this build is saying, we need to get a very, very heavy blow. You see, still no military schools out here. And this looks to be a push here from CSO. He's got that elite army tactics, and this is going to be a tough one. Janissaries are trying their best. JD screaming at the skies to heal what she can. Jean's champions, the front line, doing a lot of work here, but the archers are target firing these Janissaries. It's going pretty okay for Miyamaika as far as these things are concerned at the start. But then, as the Janissaries are getting less and less, this doesn't feel too good, because we know behind this, CSO is able to rebuild this. And Miyamaika, he was stuck in castle indefinitely.
Yeah, that would have been a decent trade, but inevitably he's winning. It's a good, like, kind of a wash in the battle. You take a draw on the battlefield, but in the end you're losing the war. As Miyamaika just has no way to replenish this, and you can see the graphs kind of show it there. Villager count, that's about even, but I think in the end it's just the fact that the military numbers just down in age. You're just gonna have a hard time competing as things go on. You can't afford to reinvest everything you have, especially when you don't have any military schools. You don't have any free units coming in. You're putting all of your hard-earned cash back into units, but you need to be aging up. In the end, he just got too far behind CSO with a really good hold. That one fight, like you said, maybe some Janissaries not doing what they should have been doing. And one click sometimes can decide these games, as we see here. CSO takes game number 1.
And CSO is definitely not someone who is going to be too upset at this performance. He was able to ensure that he adjusts his playstyle to something he's probably never seen in his life. But it also spells exactly what he should be expecting this game. Miyamaika doing some spicy things, because this could have been devastating if CSO was not able to adjust. Now, very quickly, he went away from the Knights because he knows what this looks like. And I think a lot of us that may be watching here learn something from that, because usually when you pick a Knight civilization into Ottomans, you already feel that pit of despair and the voice screaming at you like, oh no, there's Janissaries, I am cooked. But CSO was not cooked. CSO had a plan, and that plan was Jean's champions.
Yeah, those worked really, really well. Even the Janissaries, like again, Janissaries do an okay job of countering those. Maybe not as well as crossbows or actual hand cannoneers do, but they do okay. But with the archers behind, I mean, that was what made the difference. I think having the archers behind that, and I think Miyamaika just kind of saw the writing on the wall, kind of understood that, hey, I'm not really winning this to fight decisively. There's no way back up, and then just GG next. You know, there's more games to be played. Can maybe still take one here. And that bombard, it's one of those cases of like what could have been, right? Like if this had been microed to perfection on Miyamaika's part, could he have won this fight that we're looking at right here on the replay? I'm not convinced he could have, but then again, maybe. You know, it's hard to say. As we see the full wraparound happen, CSO wrapping all the way around. It was really just almost a full clear of units. Good game though, a fun game, number 1.
And we do see the next match is going to be nice and spicy because it's on Excavation. Now, what I really love about this is the fact that we get Mongols on this map again. The only games I've watched on this map have been dominated by Mongols because they just have units that deal pretty well with how the resources spawn, and they can respond to most things. Well, HRE, they do pretty well as well, but again, Mongols are spicy, and what we saw from Miyamaika now was a little bit of spice. So he's probably going to keep that spice running and ensure that HRE has a pretty hard time through this. Now, Excavation, tell me about this. What has your tournament experience been on this map, Sokotin, from what you've seen?
It's been interesting. This is one of those maps it plays out so interesting in my mind that it feels kind of like a dry Arabia, but you just got these pockets of just so much in little spots here and there. I feel like more often than not, I've just seen pro scouts a lot on this map, but these two civs, neither of these really play to that. So as far as this goes, I'm actually curious to see what HRE wants to do here. I think kind of expect Mongols to do Mongol things, but I'm really curious how HRE responds on this map. There's just so many things. As far as the Excavation goes, it just feels like almost a janky map, in my opinion.
He's already giving you an answer, though. Getting all that wood here tells us that CSO is going to be ready for anything that Miyamaika tries to pull.
Immediate barracks.
Coming in. And this is so smart and responsible at the same time. He knows what could be happening here. Villager instantly getting that ooh down. Miyamaika start ticking on that stone. And now CSO, is he going to be the one with the spears and try and shut down something like the ooh pretty early on? Because now he's scouting and he's about to see Hello. The ooh is quite far. I could potentially do a little bit of damage here. Usually, with the TC being close to the ooh, it makes it very hard to hit this thing properly. But now, with that information, I would not be surprised if CSO just completely goes for it.
I'm thinking about the choice for HRE on this map with all those excavation spots. Like, you like the idea of getting your relics, but I just don't know that Mongols is going to let you really do that too effectively. It's one of those things. This is one of those POIs that, like, there's some POIs in this game that have been added that I really, really enjoy. And for me, the jury's still kind of out on the excavation ones. I don't quite know what my opinion is, if I like it or don't like it. I like the flair it adds to the game. I'm not sure how I feel about it in a tournament sense. I'm still kind of on the fence. Curious what you think.
Yeah, usually when we talk to the players, they like straightforward maps and to see exactly like, okay, I know how this thing is about to be played out. The person with the most skill wins this. And Excavation is one of those maps that you need to add that little spice. And yes, guys, I know I'm using my quota for my spiciness, but you need to add a little bit of flavor to this. And right now, the ooh is under duress if those spearmen keep coming out.
Kind of fun to see CSO taking the advanced option of going aggressive in Dark Age here with the spearmen. Kind of flipping what you normally see on Mongols on its head. I like the choice. I mean, there was no doubt too that this is what he wanted to do. He knew from the get-go that he wanted to get some spears out. He wanted to slow down what Mongols wants to do, which is, again, it feels kind of funny to see because so often Mongols is the one being aggressive in Dark Age. Looking at the Gur, looking to get some chip damage on that. 4 spears is formidable though at this early point in the game.
Yeah, it's especially forcing your opponent to keep making his own. Now, with no gold in the bank that Miyamika needs to age up, he's actually going to stay committed to this. But at the same time, so is CSO. He says, I'll just keep making them. Don't you worry, young lad. But at the same time, I'm thinking about feudal myself. So those spears that Miyamika needs to make, I feel like they are a little bit more expensive in the grand scheme of things. Now, especially because when you think about the amount of spears that can do the damage to Mr. HRE over there, they're not going to be allowed to move out whatsoever. The Khan, he sees the boys. He's going to need to be careful here with the spear numbers. They are pretty chunky, but CSO, he has more on the way. And 0 gold has been mined here.
This is kind of the dangerous part about trying to out Dark Age Mongols is it reaches a point where they're kind of like, yeah, okay, I'll do the same thing. And then you're just as far behind as they are. So it'll be seen whether or not there's a whole lot of value that CSO got on this. He did slow down Miyamika's gold gathering. He does have 100 in the bank, and now CSO has matched that and is gathering some as well. I'm curious to see who ends up ahead. Ooh, almost lost the con, though. Got a good jab there. Almost mismicroed.
Now,
Miyamika pulls away just in time.
Yes, and that's exactly what I mean with the Khan just having to be careful, because you lose focus for half a second, and the Khan's gone. That bad boy is not coming back anytime soon. He needs his time. He's not JD. You can't just buy him back. But Miyamika now finally going up to feudal himself. And the timing, pretty good. I can see with CSO here, he's already got the gold in the bank, but he has spent a significant amount more on those spears, considering that Miyamika got a few of those double produced from the stone. So he had to use a lot less food than CSO had to himself. But the Uwu is definitely gonna feel those numbers pretty soon.
Spears, meanwhile, finding the deer on the other side. They're gonna maybe get some kills here. The signal arrow is shot off, so they are moving it as fast as they can. Villager awfully low. That's gonna be at least 1 down. Oh, the body block. Excellent. Excellent micro from CSO. Saving a villager. It just gets into safety of the town center in time. However, there is 1 vill that does go down at the price of a spear. It could have been more. Could have been a lot more. That body block was pretty good. In the end, still loses us a villager. The Ovo, however, torched down. It is now nothing but a pile of ash, and the villagers have to leave the excavation site.
That stone has done its job, at least for a little while, but those spears did the same. Definitely paying off here, but Miyamika, he knew he wouldn't be able to rival those numbers, so just going across the map and trying to make this work. Pretty impressive move here. The question is now, when CSO moves back with those spears that are just a little bit faster than those of the Mongols, is he going to be able to do some damage to them? And actually get a little bit of a redemption for that poor villager that just went down.
Deerstones is down for Miyamika. He is up to age 2, and Aachen Chapel is on the way as well.
And that is a
Oh
very
man, that's a
fast
lot.
arcade. Yeah.
That is a 18, 19, 20. That is a very fast Aachen Chapel. They are building that in a hurry.
Those guys, they know that there's a goal out here, and it's to stay alive. And the only way he stays alive is by ensuring that his spears can be upgraded when they go into a fight like this, because there is still a heavy amount of them. Now he's targeting the house as well, and he should be able to get this thing to burn. But the spears have arrived, they have surrounded, and it starts burning. They try to pull back, but some of them will pay the price.
Do you spend 2 spears for 25 gold? Is that worth it?
I'm
trying to do some math in my head, and I'm not sure. And I guess there's also the chip damage of having to repair the house a little bit.
Yeah, especially with that idle time on the gold, it doesn't feel like it has been worth it, but when you get to that point, you feel like, okay, I've committed these spears to the cause. I might as well just continue it. I'm going to lose some anyway. Now we see that movement speed from the HRE actually paying off as they're catching up to the spears of Mythology. Mythology instantly going here for archers. He knows he needs to find a way to deal with those. But CSO himself is going to be able to change his style a little bit. We see a lot of villagers there on wood. He's going to get ready with his own archers pretty soon.
And it really feels like Mythology kind of left those spears of his to the dust as his con ran away, as the faster running CSO HRE spears caught up and kind of just killed a couple more of them. This is all that's left. Not a lot. Probably could have saved a couple more with a well-timed signal arrow, but unfortunately for Mythology is down a couple units there. The interesting thing about this map, though, is that the stone for Mongols, with the excavation sites, you're getting a lot more than you would normally from just the OVO. So his ability to double produce archers is really enhanced on this map, which is, I think, why we see Mongols picked so frequently on this one. With the extra excavation, the extra stone you get, there's no reason not to, because the OVO is just getting so much more value than it would otherwise.
Now with this heavy, I guess we could just call it a commitment into archers. Apparently all my words left me the moment I try to say that sentence. Archers are going to do great, but now with men-at-arms in the mix, this starts to get a little bit more difficult to actually take them down. Because the problem is when you're playing against an HRE with archers, they do a really good job at chasing you down and actually target firing you. And those men-at-arms that are going to be on the front line are just going to ensure that your trades are not going to be working as efficiently. Micah, I feel like he's going to need a lot more mobility here if he wants to ensure that he does damage here to CSO. Because yes, he is in a position where he got a villager kill at least, but this might not be enough to face someone like CSO on the HRE, especially when the game gets longer and longer.
Kind of a tough spot to be in, right? Because the mobility would be certainly nice, but with how many spears CSO has, you don't really want to go too quickly and too abruptly into like Keshiks or something. There's not a whole lot. I guess maybe some Mangadai could do some decent value at this point, but it's just a lot of investment, you know? Right now we do have, it looks like a Cons Hunter and in the queue, or at least on the field now. That is a Cons Hunter right there with the Con.
Now,
a little bit of chip damage, a little bit of kiting.
Yes, it definitely gives you that a little bit of an edge when it comes to that mobility. But again, they're usually not that great at actually doing any damage. So especially when they don't have their units to accompany them. Now that men-at-arm count increasing as well. But surprisingly enough, CSO not getting that +1 ranged armor first. He instead tries to go for his own attack here. Micah has a lot of more archers though, so this is going to be a tough one. CSO needs to hold back before he tries to take this. The archers though, they're going to be looking at this wood line, and this wood line, it is going to be a little susceptible as we are chopping on through. And remember guys, we've all seen Mongols over wood lines. When that Khan puts his bird in the sky, that is when villagers start to die.
You know, it's the best aerial unit in the game. There it goes. Shooting over the wood line. Signal arrow goes off again. Not much that CSO can do other than just take the hit. Maybe take down one archer. Not a lot going there. Looks like CSO's in a bit of a precarious spot right here. He definitely could outscale. He's getting a lot of eco upgrades right now. But yeah, this wood line, this is where he wants his villagers to be with the Aachen Chapel. But with that bird, pesky bird, relaying all the information back to the Khan and Mythology, it puts him in a kind of a tough bind. And there's not really a good secondary wood either.
CSO just losing his scout as well. He's going to not be able to chase down this army as before, knowing exactly where they will be striking. But CSO needs to find a way, those villagers, to actually be able to stay alive when that Khan shoots his arrow. And now it looks like they're getting into position for yet another one. The army from CSO, though, it's starting to become pretty robust as well. The problem is just when you're up against 36 archers, this gets harder and harder, and another villager is going to be under siege, another one going down. And these trades are fantastic for Mythology. He just keeps winning.
Yeah, this little chip damage. I mean, five worker kills now for him. Now with the Aachen Chapel doing just a general buff to those units, it's hard to know exactly who's ahead on that. But you get more than 5 villager kills here, and it's gonna start feeling pretty good for Mythology. Now there are a lot of men-at-arms. Taking a look at the deer stones, trying to torch that down. Again, though, like you said, 41 archers. Even the men-at-arms are susceptible to some pretty quick shots to death. I mean, it only takes. When we got 41, you could basically 2-shot each one of them. And there's only 8 of them on the field. So I feel like Mythology is in a really strong spot, adding the towers up, getting that YAM network moving.
Now, with the wood in the bank of CSO, he's going to need to do something to actually be able to secure that wood line here. This is the question I usually ask myself. Is this where I put a tower on my wood line and try to at least pick off an archer or two? But with the numbers being this large, it just doesn't feel like that would even be enough. He has migrated over to the other side, hoping that this wood line will be a little bit safer as he's trying to get those archer numbers higher and higher. 2 more now queued up. And we do see survival techniques coming on in as he's out there on the deer. So this is the interesting part about Mongols as well. When you start to slow down a little bit and not actually keep rotating around, this is when you give your opponent that little bit of breathing room. So now he's staying on this wood line, but the villagers have all migrated elsewhere.
One good thing about this, though, is that by pushing them off the Aachen Chapel, they are not gathering as efficiently as they were before. So that is still a win for Mythology, as he looks to maybe shoo off units away from the deer stones, which is down to half its health right now.
The question is just, is Mythology going to need to commit to this, or does he just go for a slow but steady push, and then a slow but steady castle, as we see out of Mongols quite often, with especially that huge amount of archers? If you want to give a good answer to those men-at-arms, we've seen how they do that. But now only 10 men-at-arms against 55 archers. Production has stopped there for a second, and we'll see if he decides to go elsewhere. Horticulture now being chosen for him. So this is going to mean that he knows the food is going to be limited. I would not be surprised to see here from the back finally him getting some other sources as well. We do see the deer slowly getting depleted. And again, the army is rotating. More archers now queued up as he's not ready to stop this just yet. TC firing back. And it does tickle those archers, but just a little bit.
And this is such a tough spot for CSO. You're just back into a corner. You see the walls planned out. He wants to be able to hold. Ideally, he wants to be able to go to Castle Age. If he can get his units into Castle Age veterancy and then push out, he'd be in a great spot. The problem is, it feels like the moment he commits to a Castle Age is when Mythology is going to finally dive. And you feel like you're in this stalemate then of like, I can't really move out. I can't age up. All I can do is keep making some units and slowly stockpile for Castle and hope that I have enough units that when I do click up, I can withstand the wave of blue that's going to try and come into my base.
And you can see with the amount of gold he has, this is not something that he'll be able to easily get. Because with this gold that he has right now, he's not going to afford any upgrades. And at the same time, with Mythology going for those Keshiks, Mythology is making this a very, very risky move. Because Keshiks, they don't mind a good old TC dive, especially when you go for castle yourself, but the Burgrave Palace is chosen. Now, the fact that it's being built with 21, it means he wants this and he wants it now. Oh, and I love this. The archers firing at that wood wall, trying to get it down. But the Geshiks have arrived and ready to help. But 21 villagers, quickly going back to that. That Burgrave is coming up at the speed of light. The problem is, the Burgrave needs a lot of gold for the upgrades. And again, he just doesn't have that.
He could try and sneak out to the north side of the map if he wanted. There's lots of open up there. Mythology hasn't been over that way some time. He could easily sneak out. Problem is, like, he needs the gold now. He needs it like a minute ago. And now that the Burgrave's up, it's great. You can get the upgrade really, really quickly. So that's actually huge. He's got 14 men-at-arms. He needs the upgrade, but there's still 69 archers on the field coming into his base. What can he do about this? Deerstone's moving in. This might just be it. Can CSO hold? If he can hold, he might be in a good spot, but I don't know. With 71 archers moving in, The Burgrave now getting spawn camped, as you can see right there. One men-at-arm takes a couple of volleys and he's down. Does CSO have enough is the big question.
The problem is now those archers of CSO, they are not looking too healthy when it comes to the fact that they are still feudal H1s. The men-at-arms, they're going to do their best at this, but oof, those Keshiks, the charges are deadly on those men-at-arms. But is this going to be enough? It looks like 16 is a pretty healthy amount. The archers are trying to kick off all the other ones, ignoring the Keshiks, because they know they just need to take care of the damage dealers at the back there. 50 archers now, and slowly it looks like CSO's army is standing, not strong, a little bit bruised, but alive and pushing back.
He's gonna win. He's gonna get through.
Yes,
He's gonna get through because the archer mass behind. The archer mass was untouched behind this entire time. All the archers of Miomaika were focused on the men-at-arms. They only took down like 5 or 6 of them. Oh, behind that, the Burgrave just popping them out. The archer mass, though, of CSO carries him through. That was the DPS that saved him.
And that feels pretty good as CSO right now. Even with those feudal age archers, he was able to pick off everything as Miomaika had to be focused on these men-at-arms just tanking the front lines. I'm actually surprised at how well they dealt with that army mass, especially considering they only had their veterancy. They didn't actually have +2. But the archer numbers, apparently, you just need a lot more men-at-arms before they don't die to archers. And he did a pretty good job at that. But behind this, what does Miomaika now do? He's lost a significant chunk of his army. And when CSO decides he's going to be the one to attack, he is going to be in a lot of trouble.
+1 now is definitely in for CSO. So now those archers are no longer the play. Keshiks have nowhere to go. They're getting hunted down by the main force of CSO's army. What a hold that was. It really just came down to the fact that men-at-arms are tanky, and the DPS behind this. Ooh, cheeky find right here. Villager on villager action. CSO trying to get cheeky for some food, but Miomaika is going to get this around and get a lot of value for this.
That
That's going to
tower
sting a
is
little
not
bit.
Yeah, and it's not going to get repaired at any point here. Those things cannot repair at the speed of light. The villagers don't even care about fighting this anymore. The army has arrived, and CSO, he's losing a few of these vills. He's feeling a little bit confident here. He does still need to be careful. He lost a lot of villagers in all of that, but even with that discrepancy, Miomaika, he's on a timer here too. Because if those men-at-arms arrive, he's got nothing to handle them.
Well, and he's got the gold to age up, but he does not have the food. So he's hard stuck in feudal age for the next little bit. He needs to be producing units. He's got a huge problem with that. CSO's army is going to come for him in any second here. Miomaika is now the one stuck in a rock and a hard place, as he just has no real avenue. He's wanted to drop down the Kurlatai, but this feels like it might be a bit brash. I think he has to try and get the castle age. Problem is, I don't know if he's gonna have the production to be able to match what's coming for his base.
There's no Burgrave he gets to fall back on to ensure he gets the upgrade in seconds. He actually needs to wait for these. The problem is as well, you need food for those upgrades. And right now, he is a little stepsister stuck right here. 24 now, finishing the Kurultai. And yes, they will be healing up those units. We see those villagers. They know they're going to be sitting ducks if they still stay out here. So they're moving out back to the base as the army is rotating around now. Miomaika instantly prioritizing that archer upgrade, as he knows this is the main composition he has. He needs to ensure that those archers are actually ready to do some damage. The problem is, he hasn't been microing them perfectly, especially against this mass where you can't just A-move.
CSO giving a little bit of time for Miomaika. Miomaika just needs another 30 seconds or so to get that veterancy up. He does have 34 archers. That's formidable. 34 to 35. If he can get that up into veterancy, he'll feel a lot more comfortable taking a fight, especially under the Kurlatai. CSO, I think, is respecting that Kurlatai and kind of wrapping around, looking for some more villagers, trying to see what's on the map. He's going to let Miomaika survive for now, but man, the fact that CSO is even still in this game is, I think, incredible.
CSO is ready to do that counterattack now as +2 has come on in. And we can see now with the +2 attack, he is going to feel pretty feisty when he collapses. But Miomaika knows the dangers of this, and that is why he's going for that counterattack with the mobility, because he knows where the army is. This is the one time he has the shot of doing the damage as well. Now, looking for a few villager kills, but the villagers are running at the speed of a wheelbarrow and getting to that TC. Just don't know if there's going to be enough space for all of them. Just enough.
But unfortunately, there's still more villagers around.
Well, doesn't have
kills,
the
but the
reinforcements.
And there comes Men-at-Arms now from the rest of the force coming in. So maybe a little bit of value there, but not able to stick around. Those Keshiks have to leave.
They did their damage. They were able to get a little bit of idle time. They got a villager kill too. These guys probably okay with what they are dealt with. CSO needs to use this time to actually find a way to get into Miomaika's base. Because Miomaika, we can see that food has recovered. It does probably come from the boar that he has decided to go onto. And as we can see, he doesn't have any resources to build proper units with. Right now, just building Keshiks every single time he can. Crossbows next. And now finally, the gold is also looking pretty decent. We see from CSO only on 117 gold per minute. Now 0. This means that CSO is not... He's in a good position right now, but for how long? Especially considering that Miomaika is the one being the aggressor. He is causing that idle time, although he might pay a pretty steep price for it.
I want to point out, as we're watching these Keshiks slowly get rounded up by the Men-at-Arms, if I'm looking at the mini-map, and walled in on CSO's base is one of those POIs, the excavation site. Is that actively being gathered by Miomaika still in the base? Down in the east corner? Maybe not. Still owned by him, however, though. It's just kind of funny. It's a little blip of blue inside that base.
Well,
at least Keshiks, I don't have...
They make it out barely alive for now, but it does look like Men-at-Arms were there to intercept them. And CSO does have his little villager all the way out here on berries, which is actually quite surprising to see this far out, considering there's a pretty massive army making its way out here too. Now, the market here at the back, it does mean this man has been selling, I would say food most likely, as we did see that food income just outscaling every other income he had. You have to take a look at where those resources are, because CSO now will be the one who moves out. With that army that he has, he can make anything happen. We do see that he's floating a little bit of resources here, not really committing to something specific, and I'm very scared to say that, because it feels like he might be committing to another age.
Yeah, it feels like he's kind of caught in between right now. He definitely could be saving up. I think the tricky thing is the Kurultai. I think that's what's making him kind of take a pause and think, is does he want to take a full engagement under that Kurultai? That's kind of the difference maker right now. If that didn't exist, I think CSO just herb stomps that army of Miomaika's. With that Kurultai there, you just, how many times have we all played a game where we think we've got the numbers, and without the Kurultai we would have had the numbers, but the Kurultai gives just enough of an edge that you end up stalling out and dying. And I think that's the one thing that CSO's thinking of, is like, well, if I dive, can I actually end it, or is it safer to take up the next age and then really end it in Imperial Age, where I feel like HRE is a very, very good powerhouse.
And with the fact that he can go Imperial here, it means he can catch up in that villager count, because he's very aware of how much he has lost. And with the Burgrave itself, it's not the same HRE as we're used to, right? And also not going for any of the relics. I mean, they do need to be excavated, so it's not something we are that used to playing. I say this and I see the resources just increasing. I was about to say, oh, this is going to be great. He's going to catch up in villagers. But as the food is increasing, this starts to feel a little bit Elsbachy. Oh, never mind. Besides Palace of Swabia, it is.
Master's Curse there for you.
Yeah. He was thinking about it, though. I could feel it. This man was like, do I secure the whole map and make sure the man does not move out yet again? And this is going to feel pretty tough here for Miomaika, because usually when your opponent ages up like this, you can hit them and you can hurt them. But 13 crossbows are not going to be enough to deal with 34 men-at-arms.
Especially HRE men-at-arms. No, exactly. And Miomaika's moving out, knows he needs to make something happen. It's been a little too slow for too long. This Palace of Swabia, the tricky thing with this is that CSO actually has a ton of gold banked up behind it as well. So he's going to immediately be able to hit up some of those elite upgrades. And there it is, right in time to welcome the Keshiks coming in.
Doesn't look like those Keshiks going to make it far, though, but the men-at-arms, with that Burgrave, their upgrade is coming in at the speed of light. Now going to be 39 men-at-arms, and they are going to be chunky. With +3 range defense also coming in, those guys are not going to be taking any damage from this massive group of archers on the side of Miomaika. Miomaika, though, he's still committing to all of these Keshiks. He still feels like this is the way he's going to be able to do the damage. And right now, he's just staring straight at the building, not really sure what he's doing with it.
And it was really fun to watch the elite army, not the elite upgrade, the men-at-arms come in through the Birdgrave. It just takes like 2 seconds essentially. So immediately has the Imperial Age men-at-arms. And the fight is on. Keshik's trying to take a dive. Archers and crossbows trying to get on the back line, but man, do the numbers seem to favor CSO right here. Losing a lot up front though, down to 27 men-at-arms, 39 archers. But can Miomaika sustain this under the Kurlatai? This is not the best kind of fight you want to take as CSO. Wrapping around, trying to deal some damage. The Keshiks really pulling through here.
They have been doing an amazing job at providing that little bit of a front line. But the +3 ranged armor is in now, and those 10 crossbows are going to need to do a lot of work. Now, this wasn't a great fight for CSO. Yes, Miomaika, he looks like he's doing pretty well here. He might actually be doing pretty well here. The problem is just, is he going to be able to end him here? Because we know, we've seen exactly what happens with the Swabia. The Keshiks, they seem to be the answer. They're just diving and diving. The archers are struggling here. But villager count did not get disrupted whatsoever.
The healing is just insane for Keshiks under a Kurlatai. They're just duking it into these heavy, tanky men-at-arms, getting healed by the Kurlatai, and then getting healed by their own vampiric fighting as well. Insanely tough and tanky front line with the archers and crossbows behind, doing just enough work to really clear CSO of his heavy front line. He is down militarily now. That was an incredibly good fight for Miomaika.
You can see the army value does not lie, as it is so different between these two players. And the villagers out here from the Palace of Swabia just really struggling to stay alive. So the problem is, when we get into this point of the game, you feel as HRE, I just need to hold on for a little while. But at the same time, he doesn't have the units left to just hold on. He's getting more and more men-at-arms, but the crossbow numbers are increasing as well.
Yeah, it feels like the combination of men-at-arms isn't quite working as well anymore. At what point do you maybe pivot? I mean, we see he's doubling down, looks like, on elite army tactics. So he definitely wants to stay with the men-at-arm play if he can, trying to get those archers out there. The healing is just giving so much value to Miomaika right now.
And Miomaika has been tapping out these little mines all around the map. Now, another gold mine going out. He needs to keep moving those villages. But with all of these units at the front, the pressure is still there. The question is just, what is his food like behind all of this? Is this something he can keep sustaining? Because we can see he's still making Keshiks. He's spending most of his stone so they can keep this going. But look at all those pastures. They are producing sheep at the speed of light. These villages, they're snacking. You can even see this with CSO. His eco has been idled out quite a bit here at the front, and those farms have been burned just a little bit to ensure that Miomaika gets all the bounty he needs. Those Keshiks, they get a little bit of damage, they run back in, move out. These guys are just going exactly where they need to be. But the problem is, CSO's villager count is slowly growing, and it's growing much higher than Miomaika can keep up with.
I like that he's got a culverin in the queue. That could be the difference here. If he can find a way to snipe that Kurlatai out, because I think the Kurlatai is really what lost him that fight. If he can get that off of his front porch, he'll be feeling a lot more comfortable about taking fights in the future. He's got to keep it alive, however. Over and taking a pot shot at one of the Keshiks. Needs to get onto the Kurlatai, and there's the first shot again at one of the archers instead of it. There we go. Now it's hitting the Kurlatai. And now I feel like CSO can kind of sit back and wait, because the Kurlatai cannot advance really any further into the base. In fact, it's going to have to back off a little bit here. This is where CSO can start the creep. With the long-range siege, he can kind of just force Miomaika back further and further, because he can't push that Kurlatai into the base. He can't go in and charge it. However, we do see a raid maybe coming up here on the north side. Sorry, south side there.
It looks like Miomaika realized, hey, I'm probably not going to be able to do the damage I need by just attacking into this defensive position. I need to go where the villagers are. And with him going over here, he gets that information. He sees what's going on. But the problem is, what does this give him? Now the Khaganate Palace coming on up, and we've seen what the Khaganate Palace can do. I just don't think it is the same amount of power when your opponent is already Imperial, getting close to 200 supply himself. Now, his first set of units, let's see what the Khaganate Palace is going to be providing. Oh, it's traveling. I was wondering, is this a bug? Okay, never mind. It's safe, guys. Just give us a second. Nice.
Palace
Palace
guards.
guards. Yeah, here's something nice. His opponent doesn't have anything wild against it, except for those chunky HRE men-at-arms with
Oh man, if he can
very
torch,
spicy weapons.
if he can go torch that real quick, he's got an opening. He needs to just get some value. If he can just keep that thing under duress, over and kind of moving up, if he needs to get rid of that Kurlitai, man, I'm just thinking how bad that fight was in front of his base with the Kurlitai sitting right there. Cannot afford to give that much value, as we have 22 idle. They've mined up the gold. That's gonna be a problem late game here, as the gold is kind of in front of those walls. DSO needs to make sure he can grab those and secure those.
Now, this is a Kurlitai in your own base, which is not something a lot of us would have expected. But Miyamaika, he's still going for those Kashyyyks. He wants these Kashyyyks to work. He knows where he needs to attack. Let's see if he's actually going to do it. Yes, they're going straight for that wall yet again. And they are now of the elite variety. So they're going to be able to take a few extra hits. Villagers already pulling back. But see, so this again, he's not playing the usual HRE. There are no relics in the base of his. So the gold that he's on, that is the gold he needs to get. The Kashyyyks constantly just burning.
I'm curious at what point in this game, if it keeps going on and the gold starts drying up, that CSO pivots into spears. Not going to go well into the Kashyyyk. There are a lot of range in it still for Miyamaika as well, but 40 Kashyyks though. Man, at what point do you start thinking it might be worth it to switch?
Well, that point has not yet been reached, Mr. Sockton. This man, he wants to keep going. The Kashyyks are going to charge in, not really landing the charge. Men-at-arms taking a few of their buddies down there, and you can see the horses just falling. Kashyyyks now are going to be in a little bit of a tight spot here, because if they keep doing this, their trades are going to be very unfavorable. Miyamaika now, he wants to do some damage, attacking on a few different fronts. The Wolverine just providing that extra layer of back off right now. And the keep as well. He put down that keep to ensure that he doesn't die to these continuous raids. The problem is, these raids are quite chunky.
Now, the one good thing is that these raids in the base, there's no Kurlitai to take care of it. However, here's the Kurlitai right there, and this looks like a repeat of the first fight. Culverin's out. It might get sniped. Can he take care of it? Just in time does he get the wraparound to save it. That was spooky. Culverin needs to take out that Kurlitai. Right now, fighting right under top of it. This could be bad. And the surround coming from behind. Kashyyyks getting on top of the Culverin. It goes down. A pincer maneuver. He knew they were back there and gets caught. And this might just be GG, as there is no escape for this army.
Feels like replenishing this army is quite impossible, but CSO, he's got 12 more men-at-arms in queue. He wants to take this. Apparently, when you have Kashyyyks, they can deal with men-at-arms if there's enough of them, and they are showing exactly that. Even the HRE variety melts when they're from all these directions, but the archer combination, they just weren't going to be able to do anything about this mass as well.
Man, bringing the Kashyyk from behind. And the sad thing is that CSO knew that they existed. He had seen them in the back of the base. He must have just forgotten about them a little bit. Didn't think they would come back. Right behind, hits the Culverin. Probably was losing that fight anyways, to be honest. But then just the death blow right behind when you're getting surrounded like that, and just perfect pincer maneuver. What a surround. What a way to win. Miyamaika ties the series 1-1. We've got ourselves a competitive series, Whammon.
And I don't think anyone expected this, because CSO, he's been putting his head up there with the top 8. And Miyamaika, he's basically the new kid on the block, especially in these STR tournaments. So people want to see Miyamaika doing well. And his playstyle being so unorthodox, I think a lot of people are just ready to enjoy that level of gameplay from here. We've seen he knew exactly how to deal with these woodlines and Mongols just being so strong in this position. So definitely feeling pretty good here for Miyamaika. And guys, we see the next matchup, French versus Delhi. I remember back in the day, people were like, oh, Delhi beats French because armored knights. But this is a pretty tough matchup either way. I think this is not about which counters which. I think this is more a question of who is going to do the most damage to the other player. Are they going to allow the other player to get ahead and destroy the villages? Because from what we've seen here, depending on who has the civilization here, because I know that sometimes these are switched around, French can snowball so fast, but again, so can Delhi.
And it really comes down to just how they play the feudal age, right? And who can get more value in that feudal age. Oh man, I'm still just reeling from that last fight. What a game. We got having a tied series is quite exciting here. We got 2.5 minutes before we dive into Dry Arabia. Boy, you know, I'm just looking back to that last game. There was a point where it felt like CSO had such an edge and then didn't dive. Right as Mio Micah was upgrading his archers into Castle Age. It was kind of a point where he could have dived in under the curl time. Maybe he could have won that fight. Decided to respect it. Maybe he respected it a little too much later, because then it came to bite him in the butt when it was sitting in front of his base later. Man, there's always so many interesting what ifs in a game like that, and I'm just impressed with both players so far. It's been a fun one.
Especially the fact that we're not getting a 3-0, because I know yesterday was full of 3-0s all around the groups. And to be fair, there were a few upsets, even though the winnings were pretty predictable, but the outcomes, like 3-2s here and there, definitely looking pretty nice between these players. And I'm just happy to see that's going to be the case here as well. We are going to see our favorite map all time, most likely. Twitch chat, I know you guys have been waiting for this. I saw your pleats yesterday. Everyone was like, oh, I love all time, my favorite map. Guys, we saved it for you for today as well. And I hope you're happy, because if we look at the rest of the draft, Coastal Cliffs is also there. And it's a map where the fights are usually a little bit more intense early on. Mio Micah still has some pretty great civilizations for this. We still have Japan up his sleeve. We have Zushi, which is pretty crazy. But on the same side, CSO has Malians and Rus. So both of these players leaving pretty strong picks for if the series does go a little bit longer. Mio Micah's, I mean, with Japan, you already have a pretty spicy pick right there.
I'm looking at Altai. Altai is the map you love to hate, right? CSO has also got Chinese in the back. I could see a Zushi's China matchup on Altai potentially, and we could just have a boom fest. We can just sit, eat some popcorn, and chill for an hour, you know, depending on how that might go. Of course, it could also be Coastal Cliffs coming up, but Dry Arabia, Ramen, if you had to pick right now, which Civ would you rather have in this matchup?
I think French. Purely because I know how crazy the player controlling this one can be. I feel like with French, it's so easy to force a mistake out of your opponent, and that's what CSO is good with. So if I was a betting woman, I would like to be French so that I can ensure that the Delhi man is going to suffer. So guys, we are in here for game 3. Mio Micah on the Delhi, just living his best life up against CSO. The man, the legend, on French. Very nice. We're going to see some knights, boys. I hope you're ready.
Early wheelbarrow coming in for CSO right off the bat here, 45 seconds into the game. Got a couple of villagers on the berries as well, so that was something he prioritized in his build. Just something to note. It's not uncommon for French, of course.
Now, getting that wheelbarrow is definitely something that helps when you're playing against a civilization that has early cavalry itself. So with Mio Micah here, you already have to consider that he's got the Ghazis. The Ghazis are going to be annoying, and you probably need to move your units around a little bit more. But at the same time, it also allows you to get a lot less idle time, which, you know, with Delhi, it's never a problem because they also do get wheelbarrow. But with French, you need this if you just are planning to be able to use that map. And looking at the spawns, I would like to just touch on that for a quick second here. We see that there's a deer pack there to the front side of the base of CSO. Pretty close, but again, it's to the front. It's going to be easily interruptible here by Ghazis if he decides to be a little bit more greedy and try to go on out there. But on the other hand, Mio Micah, he's got both his deer packs on the other side. Like you can see all of them standing there together here. So if he loses control, it's not something he's easily going to be able to pro scout, because we have been seeing Delhi going for that delay pro scout, mostly because upgrades are very slow, get free, but it does provide that little bit of a food source. On the other side, though, he's got berries to the back. Both the players actually getting a nice little spot there to the back with a berry and a gold, if ever needed. But again, cavalry, cavalry, cavalry. It's not that simple.
Come of the Faith, to the surprise of absolutely nobody, as that has been the meta for quite some time now, being built up with 6. I'm curious, like, does CSO go for pro scouts here? There's an argument to be had that both those deer packs are forward for Mio Micah, and you know that Delhi relies so heavily on food. And on Dry Arabia, there's a good amount of food, but not an abundance like other maps might have. The only tricky thing is if you do that, you're slowing down your pressure in contesting the sacred sites. And so I'm wondering where the trade-off is at, and I'm curious what CSO wants to do here.
This is one of those where I would say you have to be quite reactionary to what your opponent does. And with CSO experiencing what he has experienced the last 2 games, he probably can't take any crazy risks. This is not something where you are going to try and be too greedy with it not paying off. I say this, but those villagers are dangerously close to the gold as well. He can instantly decide to say, hey, maybe we do pro scout. So this, I would not say that this is the crazy game we'll be seeing from CSO. This feels like something that he might need to be a little bit more standard on. Dome of the Faith now quickly coming in, and that is a pretty fast age up for Delhi in general.
I say the villagers on wood makes me feel like he might want to go pro scouts.
Is a lot of villagers though.
That's the kind of what I'm thinking. Like that feels like a pro scouts kind of play, maybe with 4 on wood. I'm curious, and I think there would be some value into it. As for those 4 deer packs from Yomaika, taking those away from him would be quite the blow. The only thing is you are kind of giving up a little bit of timing on those sacred sites potentially. That might be a trade-off you're okay with. I think the long-term, the food issues, and it will be. I'm gonna get it on the head. Professional scouts coming in for CSO. He must be thinking what I'm thinking. If you can take the food away from Delhi, that could be a huge struggle for them later in the game.
The problem with going for pro scouts is you're going to need to be so careful in this early game. And honestly, I am so surprised at what he's doing, but at the same time, Mythology hasn't even thought about a stable. He's just living his best life, making scholars right now. So Blacksmith being the first building he's going for, this is CSO saying, hey, I know this man might not be going for the usual Ghazis. He doesn't do anything standard. I'm just going to keep an eye, make sure that I don't get surprised by any of this. And honestly, I think the Blacksmith first is quite surprising, especially when you consider that your opponent is on a civ that capitalizes on you being greedy.
Oh, I mean, I'd be dropping down a barracks almost immediately if I were Mythology, or at least going for the Ghazis. It is very off-putting a little bit to not see that come right out. For CSO, though, I like this play for Pro Scouts, and I'll tell you why. To me, this is him playing to win. He's not, I mean, there's an argument to being careful, but sometimes I've noticed that pro players, and as someone who isn't a pro player and who would probably fall into the same traps, I have noticed as a caster that sometimes players play too conservatively. They play not to lose. CSO here, I like the greed, actually, and he's going straight for his opponent's tier packs. This is playing to win, and I like the aggression.
And here I was saying this man might not be greedy, but no, he's the greediest goose of them all. Going for, like you said, going all the way out there to try and get a little bit of understanding what's happening over there to see if he can potentially put a scout there in the base and snatch a deer or 2. That scout, though, he's learned his lesson already. Now, 2 Ghazi Raiders on the field, 3rd one on their way, as he will find out, hey, this man, he is the greedy goose in the land, trying to get the deer back to his base. So now the knight, though, just providing that very heavy level of pressure that we talked about. It just means he's not going to be able to move out with these Ghazis without being really, really careful. Spearman now in queue, and this is going to mean he's going to need to leave those bad boys at home to actually handle if there's a night raid coming on out. Or just build more.
Ozzy's trying to catch up here. That sheep is in a little bit of danger. I wonder if he takes his stab on it or if he goes to the actual unit instead. Looks like he's chasing down the scout. Second knight ready to go, though.
Honestly, getting a scout is actually pretty big. Because if you do manage to do so, you're just ensuring that the food is not going to be pouring at the same pace back towards the base of your opponent. You did see that the pro scouting is underway here, as those deer are slowly disappearing from the map, but the Ghazis, they need to go and find a target. CSO, though, with all those deer going to the base, he is just going to be able to make more and more units.
And the tricky thing with Pro Scouts is, like, he can continue to do this throughout the game. He doesn't need to take all the deer right now, as long as he gets them eventually, and he can take them away from Mythology eventually. We do see some spears guarding those deer, however, and Mythology does not want what is rightfully his to go away. But now the knights just dive the base once they move out. As we see here, looking for the berries, only 1 spear, not enough to really deal with these knights, but CSO will be careful and walk around instead.
Mythology not being greedy here, sending the spears out, trying to deny this pro scouting. He's actually keeping them in the base because he knows what the danger is of French. Miomaika, though, his army is starting to look quite scary. And considering those Gazis are just a little bit faster, they can do a little bit of damage, I say, as the knights break that poor horse in half, just charging him to death, poor guy. He had a very short life.
All that training, years of academy training in stable schools just to fall off your horse and die.
No, we do see with the amount of archers here from CSO, he is looking at responding to those spears. But right now, Miomaika destroying all the deer in the land, ensuring that this is not going to be a right-click situation for CSO. He's going to need to work if he wants to get the food out there. Because when you're playing against French, the big question is, how long can I keep going before his food runs out? And he's going to slow down with those knights. But the problem is just, he's getting chivalry, so those knights are not going to slow down, even if they take a little beating. Sure, Miomaika has the healing boys on his side, but when the knights do it themselves, who needs a scholar?
You know, it's kind of interesting that both these civs really do rely on a consistent stream of food to keep doing what they want to do. Delhi, of course, you cut off their food, they just kind of crumple because they get so much free gold and other things. And of course, French, to be able to produce these heavy premium units, needs a supply and a surplus, really, of food coming in for a long time. So they both rely on food as we get a great raid right here. 2 villagers going down in a blink of an eye. Nice little pickup by CSO.
And quickly, just proving that, hey, you look away for a second and it's going to start snowballing. The thing that we have to consider here is CSO, he's French. Those villagers are coming out just a little bit faster. So the villager lead here for CSO is already starting to show its head. More deer being delivered, but we do see those villagers are strapped a little thin, with some of them just standing around thinking about, how am I going to get to that carcass and harvest the meat? Miomaika now moving out to the deer himself, and honestly, this is probably the best way of denying it. The problem is just, you are playing against a player who has a lot of knights, and with big knights comes big responsibilities. And those responsibilities are going to include towers. The problem is, even with the responsibilities in order, you are still going to be very susceptible to those knights just burning down the towers and actually killing your villagers because they are so chunky. No blacksmith yet from CSO. He's spending every single bit of gold he has. Oh, he does. Never mind. Guys, I'm blind. Whoopsie.
At that free bloomery upgrade. Man, those knights, I'm counting 2 scholars that they took down on their way to sacred sites. Some really good value with these knights. CSO may not have gotten the full value from the pro scouts just yet, but he is still making full use of his heavy units to deal some serious damage. Another one caught out. This one could be going down as well. It's a lot of knights. You almost just take this, I think. Takes the spears down. I'd send some knights after that. You got to get that scholar down. And here he goes, chasing after him. That's going to be number 3 that I've seen on the screen if he can get him. Getting distracted by the Ghazi, though.
This has been an amazing
man, they get
pickup.
distracted.
Yeah,
They get distracted.
One small mistake like that costing you a ton of resources. And very quickly, Miomaika's chances of taking a pretty decent fight here, it's just getting slimmer and slimmer. Those knights are so scary, and they will just keep charging in, pulling out, healing up. This is just going to be a constant dance, and it feels like there's not an answer here for Miomaika to actually kill them. Because we see now, every single time CSO has the chance, he charges in, gets the damage done, takes down what he needs, and gets out with all his units alive.
He's doing so good at managing these knights. This is something that high-level players should be able to do, and we're seeing it done almost to perfection. Just moving those knights around the field, being an absolute nuisance. He's picked off 2 of those scholars. He's gotten a lot of value. He's even picked off some spears, and every little bit that's going to keep helping. And we do see Miomaika is on top of the deer, forcing him out early on those deer, trying to get what he can before they get snatched away from him. As the knights now healing with chivalry, trying to chase down their next targets. The Ghazis, however, outspeed. But I think he likes this fight. He's going to be able to decap the sacred site easily. And archers now coming on the field. This is the second piece. Having something to actually deal with the spears long term. If the knights can get a good fight here, this is going to be a little tenuous as Ghazi and spears walking around trying to decap the site. It's down to halfway. There's just enough archers to be wary, but there's a lot of Ghazis as well. So this becomes a kind of a difficult positioning game now for both players.
Now, the Ghazi Raiders are not doing what we usually see from a bunch of Ghazi Raiders. Being behind your opponent's base and doing some actual raiding. Miomaika is feeling the pressure here from CSO, and that's the great thing about CSO as a player. He forces you to play the style you are not comfortable doing. And that's exactly what's happening here now. He's the one putting up the pressure. You do not get to dictate the pace of the game, even with the amount of horses you've got on your side. Now, losing yet another scholar. We see that destroyed value now at 2,400 compared to the measly little 50.
Wow. Wow, that says that's the game right there so far. I mean, that's an incredible difference. 2,000, only 50. That's essentially, you've lost a villager. Like that's about it. I mean, that's okay. We lose an archer there. Man, CSO having just so few casualties is incredible as he gets a great hit on these Gazis. Needs to get out in time. Archer's in a precarious spot with the Gazis looping around. Keeps him alive though. Again, the positioning battle going CSO's way.
And a scout paying the price as well as a villager being a little bit far out. Accidentally, he bound with an army, I assume. Happens to the best of us, Miomaika. No shame in that. But the Knights now, those boys are looking chunky and they are looking for more and more charges. And this is what I absolutely love to see from CSO. We saw him get +1 melee attack. He knew how important this was going to be with the French Knights. Go in, get the damage done, and get out. Not going to be worried about anything else. And CSO now is looking at going castle himself. And honestly, Sockington, I think it's time for us to see a Royal Institute. Or is CSO just going to play it safe and go for the guild hall? But it would be a crime.
I think when you got 23 knights in the field and you're doing such good work with them, I think you have to go for the Institute. I mean, you could go guild hall, but it's like, why? Like, I think you could maybe win this in castle. You're doing so good. You know your opponent's going to run out of food. And behind this, CSO's doing a good job of getting a farm transition going. Oh man, that one knight is going to pay for the price, but then allow his fellow brethren to go and charge the 2 scholars down. Some incredible value there with the sacrifice. Oh, but the spears come in to save them just at the right time. CSO not willing to sacrifice too many knights to this.
And losing 2 knights might not seem that big, but the fact that you're losing 2 who would be Royal Institute knights, that is what makes a little bit of a difference here. Now, the problem is these knights are still just running around free, and with Miomaika not having a single scout, he doesn't know where these boys are going to be going. Now Guildhall coming in. CSO is playing it safe. I'm so surprised.
He was playing to win earlier, and now he's playing not to lose. It probably is the right call. Oh, this is a huge find. This is so many vills out in the open. Nowhere to run. The war crimes ensue as he gets a wraparound running straight through them. Multiple villagers going down. This is the game right here. This is so important. So many dead villagers. The casualties are enormous. The knights not letting up. And this is what French does best.
And the villagers just moving out into a position where they were not going to be protected by any spear. At the same time, though, Miomaika is looking for similar damage. He is under that TCs, under this guild hall, and yes, it goes up. But now the villagers are going to be dying on this side as well. The problem is just he's going to need to kill a lot more. And right now, we can see it's on the side of CSO when it comes to how many villagers have paid the price. These Ghazi Raiders, they're going to pick off a handful more, but the wall is there to protect. We say build the wall, protect those poor villagers, but they do make it through and live to tell the tale another day. Going straight onto the gold, all those juicy little upgrades.
Man, what a base trade that turned into be. Goodness, CSO is probably just kicking himself right now that he did such a great job there, but ends up taking a big blow right back. This is like 2 heavyweights just duking it out in the ring, just exchanging heavy punches. But now the tricky thing is there's still just enough spears and a lot of Gazis. You don't have a great military strength in numbers. If you're CSO, your knights are it. And this is where it gets dangerous, where Miomaika's in the base, has the ability to torch down your buildings, has that healing capability there as well. How do you deal with that? How do you deal with that? And he needs archers. He's got none on the field right now. This could be dangerous for CSO just because Miomaika has the numbers.
Miomaika is looking for the rest of those villagers. He knows where they went to, and he's going to go find them. But at the same time, so is CSO. He knows that he needs to keep doing damage. He needs to find a motivator to get CSO to come back to his base. But unfortunately for him, he doesn't need to come back. He has enough spears to defend this. Now, looking for a few more vills. Ooh, these Ghazi Raiders, the numbers are just insane. We've got 34 here. Those boys do look like they're ready to be healed up. But another knight dive coming on in, and a villager about to pay the price yet again.
He's going to go for the landmark step. He's got the numbers to do this. He's got 83 military on the field. Mio Micah is going to snipe the landmarks down before CSO can do anything about it. That's going to be the game.
If Mio Micah wins this off a landmark snipe, this could definitely make history against doing this against one of the most aggressive players in the game we have right now. And these guys going for the house first because we want to make sure we pop cap our opponent. And at the same time, CSO says, nah, I'm going to keep killing those villagers. They build a wall at the speed of light, I say, as they're all just dying. Sockleton, they're all dead.
What is Mio Micah doing? Just focus the landmarks. Just focus the landmarks. They're right there. You've got the numbers. You've got the numbers. He took down 1, but he hasn't committed to the final 2. I think he could do it. He's got 32 Gazis and 42 spears. Take down the town center. It's right there. Why did he back off? Why is he not diving it?
He is looking for more villager kills, thinking that this is the way to be back in the game. But the problem is now there's men-at-arms. Or men-at-arm right now. There will be arms pretty soon. Oh, there we go. The arms have arrived. And now finally, this is not going to be the easy push that he would have had just a few seconds ago. And now Mio Micah has also no way of getting castle himself. Not that he needs to, because he's on 26 villagers right here. He is getting his, what is that, siege engineering? So this is going to mean he's going to be able to make a ram or two, but did he wait too long? The third men-at-arm is here. But is this going to be enough? I think he's thrown this.
I think he might have thrown this. He had a golden opportunity that he just chucked aside. The indecision. I think if he had just gotten straight on that town center, he would have had it. I think it would have been close, but I think he would have had it. It looked really good. Now, looks like CSO has just enough that maybe you can still win this game, but it's not going to be the easy, quick little snipe that it was going to be. Looking for another dive, going in. Getting a good surround here. Those men-at-arms, how good are they going to be? It should still be a pretty good cleanup.
Yes, especially with the Ghazi Raiders being able to deal with these armored units. Now, again, he has that same opening. Not as convincing as the previous time. And we do have a Knight Raid at the back of the base as well on Mio Micah's side. He needs to focus what he can here and do the damage he needs. Oh, and it's looking like he will be able to do it. But instead, he keeps going for farms here. He's not focusing on these landmarks, getting a villager here or there, trying to do the eco damage. But every single time he wastes on this, the more Louis has a chance of making it back here. Now, losing a little bit of scholars. Two, it's just feeling so tough. More knights there at the back going down. CSO's resources are in shambles, and the Ghazi Raiders have found some villagers that they've been dreaming about killing. Problem is just, is this still just going to be the same mistakes again and again?
I'm at the point now where if I were Mio Micah playing, I probably would have just Control-Shift-A, grab every unit I have and just snipe the landmarks. Like, I think he has the numbers. He could have done it. The fact is, the problem is his military's been split in different places. He's losing he's like half winning these little engagements across the map. If he just coalesced into one big push and just went right down the middle, he'd have this. He has the numbers. Instead, he's just kind of letting CSO hang around, making it tricky. Losing his own vills right now. It's 48 to 27 villager kills. We're still seeing more fights. Villagers fighting alongside knights. Spears joining the fray. This is just absolute chaos and pandemonium.
It's not very easy as the French to surrender. You know, historically, we are a civilization who loves to fight. And this is going to be the same for this video game. And today, we are not going to go down without a fight. You can keep raiding me, but it is not a problem. I will stay in this and get some archers, not a problem.
So just like that, the French does not surrender. So as we heard there from the Frenchman just coming into my microphone, thank you there, French consultant. And the pressure will just keep going. But honestly, I feel like he did enough damage here. Mio Micah may have done enough damage here to still be able to take this, but he's still not sure how to land that killing blow.
Yeah, man, that window. I just feel like now it's tricky because if CSO stabilizes here, he's got double the economy you do now because you've taken so many raids. So if CSO can just hold out, stabilize, it's going to be 42 villagers to 25. The military numbers are skewed, but he still has 7 knights in the field. All Mio Micah has right now is 33 spears and his scholars. That's not enough to land a killing blow at this point in game. I think CSO brings this one back. It might be gritty and rough going, but at this point, it feels like the window was there, and Mio Micah kind of threw the victory out with it.
I'm honestly just surprised he hasn't been able to just do yet another push, because now with all those spears he had in the base, he was going to be able to do something with it. He was going to be able to build a ram or to just do a little push, but no. He's just not ready to commit to this. I think after this game, Mio Micah will watch this and he'll be like, oh my goodness, I would have been able to eliminate this man. Yes.
Yeah, he's going to feel so terrible about this loss. And I feel bad for him a little bit if this is how it's going to go. Like, that was just such a window. I thought when he started going, he took down one of the 2 landmarks. That's the thing that's killing me, is he was there. He had it. He did one of the 3. If he just taken the town center out, it would have been game. I mean, there would have been just no coming back. And now we look at it with all the kills, everything going on, the back and forth, going for the vills instead while your base is equally being raided, just wasn't the way, because French is going to outrage you. And we see that here, that the military count may be in favor of Mio Micah, but the economy count sure isn't.
This is such a tough spot for a lot of players who don't play in these level of games consistently. Because if you think about Mio Micah, he hasn't had the tournament experience that CSO has. A lot of these top players will be able to say like, oh, I could do X or Y, but this is just pure inexperience, and that this is a really good sign. The fact that Mio Micah was able to take this, he just didn't know how to close it out in that moment.
Yeah.
So yes, he's going to rewatch this, he's going to learn from it, and possibly next time he will be the guy who then goes for the landmarks. So that's why it's so... Yeah, and the thing is, that's why these tournaments are so important, for them to be able to qualify into the top 16 and make it out into the top 8. Those are very, very different worlds, and Mio Micah has taken the first step. So already showing that he can take down an amazing player like CSO.
Yeah, this was definitely Mio Micah's to win, and CSO is very, very lucky in the spot he's in right now. Like, and I'm almost certain that CSO knows it. Like, he was basically trying to go for a base trade. Somehow, he probably knew that he was just dead, and then just kept raiding just because you never know. And then, man, for Mio Micah just to not click. You know, I've seen in this EGC Masters Fall tournament, I have noticed a couple times games have come down to a single click. I've seen a couple games. I think a week ago I was casting with Crackety, and there was a couple games that it was like 1 click away felt like the difference. And here, essentially 2 clicks away. 2, you grab your units, click. I mean, that was the game, and Mio Micah just didn't make those 2 absolutely critical clicks. And here we are now, 10 minutes later, looking at what might be a gradual slog.
The final push will happen the moment he sees that age up, though, and all of a sudden Mio Micah is still raiding. Now, the thing is, from Mio Micah's perspective, he may think that he's killed a lot more villagers than he actually has. So this doesn't feel as stressful to him as it does to the rest of us with God Vision. So you guys in Twitch chat, you know the situation. But Mio Micah here is like, I killed a lot of villagers. That was a lot of idle time. I took down the army. I got this. So now he ages up. CSO tells himself, all right, I'm not going to wait for Delhi's upgrades to kick in. But also, Delhi's upgrades has not started, so that is none of his concern at the moment. Delhi not clicking the upgrades for these spears is going to be quite tough, because those take a very long time to kick in. But the Lancers are now the choice he goes for. He's going to fight night-on-night action. Now the upgrades have been clicked.
At this point, if you look at the numbers, it doesn't look as bad as it was for Mio Micah. He's got 38 villagers to 50. Might be a little bit of idle time there from CSO. 54 to 46 military. That's the scary part, is the army value is just so heavily favored for CSO at this point in the game.
Getting the +2 ranged attack, it's about to hit as well. This could be the thing he's waiting for too, because getting that on the huge amount of archers against a major army of just spears, that's going to hurt quite a bit. The Lancers, though, they're looking for a charge themselves, because they know we could possibly change this quite a bit, especially considering that those knights are not protected by archers currently. But CSO, he's not going to take any risks. He pulls back. He's going to go and play the safe, for now at least. He does need to ensure that he does not take any unfavorable fights, because the transition into the late game is going to look pretty tough.
You know, there's still a world where Mio Micah can come back and win this. It's not over. There's been enough downtime now since all the craziness that, looking at things, I mean, I think CSO definitely has the edge here at this point in the game, but this is a far cry from being absolutely over. CSO didn't exactly land a killing blow either. So Mio Micah's still in a chance. I mean, he needs a couple things to break his way here. But if they do, Mio Micah still has a chance as he takes a dive here into the archers right now. Takes a good charge. Spears getting on top of the knights. This is what he needs. If he can get a good fight here, this could swing the tide once again. Knights trying to reposition. Spears on top of the archers. Archers doing a lot of damage though. Needs to get something on top. The wraparound, however, happening. Archers starting to go down. But do the knights survive? There's just one too many heavy units here. Mio Micah starting to run out of steam. Knights remain fairly unscathed, and Mio Micah is going to have to pull back. This is going to be a sweep, and that will be the game. CSO does come through on top. What a crazy game in this series now.
And the base trade of Doom, as I'll dub this one, that was a pretty tough one to watch back. I think Mio Micah is going to be making a big mental note here, because next time, he's not going to miss that timing. We can see that military value lead of his just slowly shrinking down as the time went on here. I know that CSO was also drowning in relics for a bit here, so he definitely was capitalizing on that map control that he got back, but wonderfully played by Mio Micah, at least for the first while, and CSO just showing us he's a master of survival.
You know, that one kind of played out like a traditional 5-act play where the climax is in Act 3, and then you get done with Act 3, and you're like, wow, that was so exciting. And you still have 2 whole more acts to go, and you're like, well, now what? And it's just kind of like the falling action, the resolution. It's kind of a letdown from Act number 3. That one just kind of simmered away after the crazy shenanigans that happened in the middle there. What a game. I just, you know, I really think it came down to the fact that CSO started raiding the villagers, and I think that spooked Mio Micah to the point where he thought he needed to start doing the same, where I don't think he quite grasped that the villagers were pointless at that point. He didn't need villagers anymore. He had the edge. He could have just torched the 2 buildings and won. I think though the counter raids from CSO would just kind of spark that like adrenaline rush in the back of Mio Micah's head to try and go for the vills instead. But man, did it cost him. That was just such a close point. This is going to be a game that I think people should take notes on and remember that sometimes, I know we play not to lose at times in tournaments like this, but sometimes you just got to send it, and you got to know when to send it, and just Control-Shift-A, send everything and go for the landmark snipe. You can win that way, even at these high level tournaments.
And Mio Micah actually having a shot here against CSO is wonderful. I think this just shows us how the community is growing. Because CSO, this man has been an absolute menace to these top players, breaking into the top 8 quite a few times now. I mean, even his LAN performances has been pretty wild. But now, guys, we have to look at what is next. And what's next is Coastal Cliffs. Ladies and gents, we have Zushi and China going to be facing off against one another on a very aggressive map that we see a lot of pro scouting on 2 civilizations. We see a lot of pro scouting on. So how are we feeling about this matchup there, Mr. Sockington?
I'm thinking we're going to see some pro scouts. I think you nailed it. These 2 civs just always seem to do that when they're facing each other. I think I like Zushi a little bit earlier at first, and then as the game goes on, I like China a little bit more. It's tough on Coastal Cliffs. I think it's a little smaller though, so I'm curious if that maybe gives an edge to like Zushi if they want to do something a little more aggressive earlier. But I think you're right. I think pro scouts is going to be a battle for the resources, and it might be a bit of a slow-paced game to start, but we'll see. Obviously with Mio Micah in the mix, there's been nothing regular about almost any of these 3 games we've seen so far, and so I have, even though this seems like the most straightforward matchup, I have a hard time believing it's going to be actually straightforward.
Yeah, the thing is, the pro scouting option is there, but when you know your opponent is doing it, how do you usually beat pro scouts? Well, you just go for something that does damage to someone being a greedy pro scouting goose, and you go for a fast castle into lances that never ever stop. The feudal age spearmen barely touch them. So see, that's the problem in a matchup such as this. When you know that your opponent has the same type of cards that you do, except for they don't have that fast castle button that you get to press. So I think this one could be Mio Micah's decision. But then again, maybe Mio Micah just goes for Zhuganu all in or something, or he decides to go for a spearman rush. We don't know.
He definitely
the guy's
could.
wild.
with the Zushi, that's definitely on the table. Like I said, like a little earlier, I think I favor them just a bit in this matchup. If the game goes long and they both pro scouts and they both end up in Castle Age going late, it could be anyone's game, but I think China has just a little bit better in the toolbox to work with. But yeah, Mio Micah can surprise us. Right now, CSO with Game Point trying to take the final game as we dive into game number, what is this? Going to be game number 4. CSO hoping to close things out. Mio Micah hoping to keep his game running, hoping to maybe move on and play in Altai after this one if he can pull out the win.
Sheep counter is still getting ready to show us all that loot. Oh, very nice. Pretty evenly split right now. These guys going to be snacking on them sheep pretty soon as we hear those sheep bells going off. Now, so far looking pretty good here for both of these players. Pretty evenly split. No one got a nice little batch there. But we have to ask ourselves the very, very important question. I know you guys are sitting here and you're like, yes, when are they answering the question? The question is the meditation garden question. Where do we put our meditation garden? There are some pretty okay spots here for the gold. But aside from that, I actually don't know if this is not the juicy spawn that gives you the juiciest meditation garden out of it.
Yeah.
Yes, you could go for a little bit of wood, but you also don't want to move it too far out. So that seems to be a pretty safe spot. A little bit of berries, a little bit of gold. Definitely not want to put it out there.
Yeah, I think Vodka might have a spot right there. A couple of those straggler trees giving you a little bit of wood as well. That might not be the worst choice. Get the if you can get those berries clipped in that with the gold, with the trees, that might be a pretty good spot. I mean, those stragglers really doing a lot of work. Of course, right there could be an option too.
Twitch chat had a really good point here. And when I say Twitch chat, I mean Kiljardi, who's a little bit above the average Twitch chatter. It might be the other landmark. As this is Mio Micah. Mio Micah, I'm surprised he didn't villager rush. This feels like something. Where's the Mio Micah we know and love? So we'll see if he decides to go for something else like the Zhangyan Tower. For those of you who haven't seen that landmark in about 600 years, it gives you free units when you build production buildings. And honestly, to me, that sounds like a Mio Micah type of recipe. And I don't know if I'm interested in tasting any of that.
It's not, I mean, the map is smaller, but it's not exactly an easy rush distance either. You know, the TCs aren't exactly close. So maybe he goes for that. Maybe it would be the fun choice. You know, it'd be the really fun, entertaining choice to see. Maybe not the best choice. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what he wants to do here. Right now, it looks as though it could be like a pro scouts kind of build. We'll see. He's going to drop down the meditation gardens.
Disappointed. Mio Micah, come on, man. The whole of Twitch chat. We are sitting here and right now we are in shambles. I cannot believe we just got the meta. Disgusting. But unfortunately, this is going to be a standard enough game. But also you want to play a pretty safe choice here when you're playing against CSO. This is match point. For him, you need to be a little bit more thoughtful when it comes to all of this. Now Meditation Garden's coming in, and CSO, what is he following up with? Can we see that villager split? Just so we can keep a little bit of an eye on what these boys are cooking.
Onto the wood and onto the wood. That feels like pro scouts to my eyes.
That's a lot of villagers on gold there, but yes, you're right.
That's
it is
true.
probably going to be a pretty safe one, all things considered. As we do have wood being supervised here as well, you want to make sure that you get as much to keep those options open, both of them leaving a significant amount on gold. For China, even just 2 could give you that pro scouts in no time. But he gets horticulture. Okay, never mind, guys. Mio Micah's back.
Okay.
He got horticulture. No pro scouts needed. The man is going for food gathering speed, like any reasonable man, of course.
I'm curious the thought process behind that. I'm genuinely curious as to what the thought process behind that choice is. He is really heavy on gold. Like that, you were right. That didn't look like the classic Pro Scouts build. Meanwhile, CSO is doing what I would look like as a Pro Scouts build. Mio Micah, though, he's got Wheelbarrow in the queue now as well. He's got something else in mind.
And the thing is, when CSO scouts this, he sees, okay, you've got this much on gold. We've got 6 on gold. You're probably going fast castle. And CSO might be a little hesitant to follow through on the plan he was thinking about. But at the same time, now he has 11 on food. He has 6 on gold. And it looks like this is going to be the follow-up into a faster castle. he did delay himself quite a bit by not going directly for that. So I'm quite surprised to see him going for 2 of the upgrades instead of just going for the pure fast castle that we do see out of Zushi so often.
Yeah, going for wheelbarrow felt a little much. Like it's still a quick castle, but I don't know if I'd say it's a fast castle, you know? Like, I mean, it's going to be fast castle, but yeah, he could have gotten up like 7.5 minutes if he really wanted to. Slowing himself down just a little bit. It's one of those things where it's like, I'm a decent enough player, but I'm not going to be good enough to be able to say the intricacies of why you do that over just going for the fast castle. I'd be curious what Mio Micah's reasoning is behind that. But CSO, of course, is going to be going for just the pro scouts, which would determine things. Now, there's a window, though, that Mio Micah with the fast castle can do something about these pro scouts before they even get going. So he's going to be dropping down here pretty quickly, waiting to see what it's going to be.
People need to consider that Zushi's age up is a little bit cheaper as well. So this is going to hit pretty quickly. He doesn't have enough for a stable just yet. So and he's also pulling off gold pretty quickly. Is he going for the bald build? No. Oh, guys, we're getting the bald boys. Are you ready? Everyone strap into your seats. I hope you have your safety gloves on. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the bald boys going to be dominating this field. And honestly, I expected fast castle into Lancers. A little bit of a horseplay under the TC. Who knows? But no. This man, he's going to be doing Kung Fu, Tai Chi, and every other martial art he can muster up, as these monks are trained in everything.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. I am fascinated to see the bald guys come out and do their thing. You know, I got to say, this is a unit. Personally, the first time I encountered it back when Zushi was a brand new civ, I just kind of went in blind. I didn't actually do a lot of research. I just kind of started playing. I saw this pop out at me. I started making crossbows thinking that should do it. I kept looking at the unit trying to figure out what counters these things, and I got swarmed. This build actually got me, and I was so embarrassed that I just lost to a bunch of religious units. They are kind of tricky to deal with.
No. But guys, hold your horses. This man went for the Shaolin Monastery, and everyone, definitely me and Twitch chat, we were all like, pog, this is happening. But it seems like he's only made one, now going for the second one. But Lancers is still the play, because if you see the Shaolin Monastery, you usually feel a little bit confused and conflicted about how am I going to handle this. But now he's getting himself ready to handle this, and Lancers are about to arrive as well. The thing is, CSO is going to be able to get his own Lancers, so these are not going to hit the same way as they usually would, because there will be some units to counter this. But Shaolin monks, they are going straight for the relics, bringing home anything they can, while the Lancer is about to land on gold. We do not want to miss that Lancer landing on gold. Okay, there we go. Lancer, gold.
Oh, gets a good hit on the Imperial official. So in the end, Wham, and you were right. It is going to be a fast castle into Lancers. Just a little bit of a roundabout way of getting there.
No, he's just keeping me on my toes. Me and Mike are teaching us all the new builds. I'm busy writing this down. Just be like, hey, is this actually how you're supposed to play Zushi? Wow.
He's going to get probably 4 of the 5 relics doing this. Which is a pretty good split.
It is, because you're forcing your opponent to make Lances himself, to keep making units, because he needs to respond to yours, while you're just sitting back letting the bald men pick up every single relic they want. Now, we can see that the sacred site has been activated with the Shaolin monks, so this is going to tell CSO, hey, these relics are a thing of the past, because you are not going to be getting them. They're already in the base. So 2 already secured, third one on his way now. And the Lancers not landing yet, but will soon.
My only concern for Mio Micah here is food going forward. Now, obviously, once you get like the granary transitions going up and stuff, then you're chilling. But you still have to make that pivot at some point. And with the Pro Scouts going for CSO right now, he's going to get his 2 deer packs. Once he gets those all into his base, he's going to start looking outwards, and that forward deer pack for Mio Micah is probably going to be the first one to go. He does have that back deer pack, so I guess Mio Micah could get that quickly and kind of stave off the farm transition, but I am a little worried about long-term, like, how do you manage? Because Pro Scouts, you kind of just let your opponent go for the Pro Scouts. You got a quick castle, and you've now taken the relics because of that. That's the punishment you've inflicted, but is that enough to counterbalance what Pro Scouts gives you as Chinese?
We'll find that out pretty quickly, because right now, the food is pretty solid from both sides, because, of course, Mio Micah did get a ton of sheep. But those bad boys are about to run out, and he's going to need to be moving out. There is that solid deer pack at the back, so he's going to be able to fall back on this. We do see that, yes, the berries have been depleted. We need to think of something else very fast, and they are going straight for the deer. The problem is he doesn't have the wood to be able to easily transition in the future, and now more stables are added here from CSO. And ladies and gentlemen, we've seen this man on nights, and we've seen him against Miomaika's little villages out on the map. This is a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, that's a lot of villagers in that deer pack, and there's just enough lancers for CSO, 10 of them to be precise. That'd be a pretty devastating blow. I think the idea here is Miomaika wants to eat those deer now, deny the pro scout advantage he could get, and then maybe move on to some farms later as we see a bald man goes down, killed by those 10 lancers I was talking about.
And those 10 lancers staying in a single group, which is actually quite surprising after watching CSO's raid armies. But at the same time, he's really good at charging in, doing the damage, and getting right out. The numbers are increasing. Both sides here just going for that pure Lancer Palace. The problem is, I kind of trust CSO's Lancer control a little bit more than Miomaika's here, just based off of his historic performance on this. Now you can see instantly, they go for a gap, they get a charge in, a little bit of damage done onto the boy, but he will survive to tell the tale to the rest of the Lancers in the base, and the boys are coming to join the party as well. He just needs to keep an eye on these, and he doesn't have a lot of scouts to be doing that, like CSO at least has to.
Oh, he's got the deer. He has found him. Thankfully, some lancers immediately come in from Miomaika to defend. But now that he knows that's up there, I bet he's going to try and find a way to sneak some more lancers and get some more damage.
And it looks like that ticking time bomb we talked about may just be getting more imminent because of it. Now, what I absolutely would love to see is when does CSO say, okay, I need to transition into something else to try and find damage? Because you know that with Zushi, they just have better horses eventually with the upgrades, but it looks like the fight is happening already, and the lances are falling one by one, both sides. I don't know which one is going to come out ahead, but the scout goes down and, you know, GG.
Defender's advantage coming through massively from Miomaika right there. I mean, he's taking that fight right in front of the stable where more lancers are popping out by the second. That was the difference in that fight right there, because otherwise it was, like you said, pretty dead even, hard to tell who was going to come out on top. But again, defender's advantage is playing key for Miomaika thus far.
And the food is running a bit low. As we know with the professional scouts, you probably need more than one scout carrying those around. One of the scouts on CSO's side is constantly with the army, and it was taken out. So this one single scout bringing deer back to the base is not enough to sustain all of the villagers that he has split on food already. So now he keeps making lances. He's floating a little bit of resources here, maybe giving himself an option or two. But this is going to start getting a little bit hairy soon, as CSO is going to be able to go for that Song Dynasty if he so chooses. But right now, that's just resources in the bank until he decides.
A lot of villagers on wood. CSO probably looking ahead towards that farm transition that he's going to need to make. Getting the wood upgrades and stuff. Yep, getting all of his upgrades. Spending what he has. Actually, his macro is really good. He's spent just about everything he's got. Meanwhile, Miomaika, with quite a bit of upgrades on his own, right? Trying to take advantage of the resources around him. You see he's moving out to the berries, moving out to things, trying to get some stuff going. Again, food is kind of the crux here. Is like, if you blink and make a farm transition at the worst time, that could be really bad. But also, if you can get it up early and kind of get going with it, that could be such a boon later on as well.
And that fourth relic now finally finding a home. Oh, I was going to say finding a home, but there's no home for it yet. He's just moving it into a different position here. Probably thinking about putting that down, but he doesn't have any wood income just yet to build a monastery. So, Miomaika running around with a pretty risky relic. He keeps it safe in the base to just make sure that the dot stays on the map. Moving out now onto the deer forward. And forward deer, yes, that is a food source. However, he's still playing against CSO. He needs to be careful about this. There's one tower at the back who can help defending, and a scout that sees a pretty massive army approaching. Now, Miomaika, he does have the advantage here. These lances are going to be able to scare off most armies.
Army value is in favor of Miomaika by a little bit here. 28 lancers to 19. CSO now starting to move into crossbows. It's been all monolithic for Miomaika, just one unit. dives in right on top of the villagers as well. They're actually going to try and help fight. They can pull out the shivs. The civil defense force is called up by their emperor. This is a tough fight here. Micah does have the numerical advantage, but defender's advantage going to CSO. The civilians are just going down in droves, however. 10 down immediately.
And that is just the price of ensuring your Lancers had the backup. But CSO, it seems like he has sacrificed so many. He is going to be able to clean these up. But Micah still has a pretty steady stream of food, though. The problem is they can be a counterattack. Those villages are still very far forward. And they are going to be quite susceptible to these Lancers. But the backup Lancers will be making their way out there. Problem is now CSO is getting spearmen, so all of a sudden those Lancers are not going to have the power they had earlier. Now the villagers should be moving back. He knows these guys are coming, or is he going to use his villagers to fight the fight just like CSO did?
Oh gosh, like at that point, like you traded a bunch of your Lancers for 17 villager kills. Are you willing to give up the same amount? I mean, most of them are just kind of idle. Moving over to the board, it looks like right now. Can he win this fight? It looks like he's got just enough in the tank to keep this away at bay. And CSO is going to call GG's.
That was phenomenal. We're getting a 5-game series between CSO and newcomer into S tier, Micah. Absolutely wonderful. Nobody got stoned this game. I'm actually quite surprised. Micah also had...
feel like... Sorry, I almost feel like CSO, like, I guess looking at the villager count, I think that's probably why he called it. It just felt like it was a little premature, though, in these tournaments. Sometimes we see people play it out a little bit longer. But down 17 vills, not able to get any damage in return, like you were mentioning, could have happened. Man, I guess this one goes the distance.
It does. And it leaves open a little bit of a spicy match for the next one as well, as we have our favorite map, Twitch chat. Are you ready? I know everyone's sitting at the edge of their seats. They're like, yes, they gave it to us. Guys, we have Altai coming on up. But before we do, let's look at these beautiful fights. We see that defender's advantage fight that CSO took very willingly. Such a risky move here. And with the villagers also coming to fight this out, usually when you get raided by a horseman, this is an okay idea. But Lancers, they just hit kind of differently. And the villagers, they learned that lesson pretty quickly. None left to actually tell the next villagers to not do the same, but at least this was a lesson learned for the rest of Twitch chat as well.
Yeah, if CSO could have maybe turned around and done, like we thought for a second it might be the same outcome, right? He was going to go and have another fight and then take down 17 villagers. Like there was kind of that moment where Micah wasn't retreating his vills, but CSO just unable to counter punch. And so I guess just says, hey, 17 villagers down in one quick raid. GG next. That's going to be it. And so now we get Japanese and Rus on Altai, everyone's favorite map. So I guess we strap in and get ready for an interesting game here. I don't even know what to expect anymore out of Altai and Micah with Japanese. I mean, for all I know, ninjas are on the table. I don't expect them, but at this point, maybe I should.
Now, Micah is the kind of guy who would pull out a little bit of a ninja play. But when you're up against Rus, it does feel a little bit different. Because with Rus, this feels so wrong to say, but is this the one time that Boss Castle in a pro series would actually work? Because with... No, never mind, you can't. Because if Japan... No, there's so many things happening in this head right now. The problem is Japan has so many cards. They get to go for a feudal aggression. They get to make 6 million Yumis into your base. They can go fast castle themselves. And you, Mr. Rus, you're not going to have time to go for all your horse archers. They're going to have enough units to handle it, especially with those Yumis. But then again, Micah likes to be greedy himself. Is he going to be the kind of guy who goes for a fast castle, tries to greed out a little bit, or is he going to put up that pressure in feudal? Because I think over the last few tournaments, players have learned, I cannot let the Rus go fast castle. It is, and if he does, I need to punish him. I need to be around his base, and I need to do that damage. So, yes, Altai is the kind of map where you can wall off and you can delay it for yourself. Question is just, is Micah going to allow it?
I'm done predicting what Micah is going to do.
Yeah.
I'm going to get it wrong no matter what I say. So I mean, if I just say the most outrageous thing, maybe then I might get somewhat closer to his crazy cool plays. He has some cool cards up his sleeve. I do think it's interesting we see Rus and we haven't talked much about the draft really, but to see Roos get through and not banned is very interesting to me, because so often it's Roos and China are the first two banned more often than not. In fact, this whole draft on both sides is very fascinating to me. We haven't talked a whole lot about it. Roos is just such a good civ, and so I just kind of expect when Roos gets through, it's going to win, but that hasn't always been the case. Despite Roos being banned almost all the time, it is still a beatable civ. So we'll see how this plans out, especially on Altai. That's such a... I just don't see Altai too often, so jumping in on this one, I'm very curious how both players play it.
Now, I know Roos was banned for the majority of the previous tournaments, but from yesterday's games that we casted, I actually think Roos was let through most of the time, because civs like China, House of Lancaster, and I'm surprised there, I see Miyamika also banned Aeobids. There's been some really spicy plays from those as well, but China on his side too. A lot of people have been favoring the other civilizations because it feels like a lot of these top level players, they figured out how to deal with Roos. Not saying Roos is a great one to deal with, but it definitely has not had the same prowess as we saw 2 tournaments ago. I see in Twitch chat someone asking, why was Roos banned? Roos was just in a really good spot where they could sit back in their base, do absolutely nothing, and make units that kill your whole army going into castle. So now with this more aggressive meta, that is not something that we're seeing as much. But guys, going in on Altai, get yourselves ready, ladies and gentlemen. We have a game. And honestly, the hunting cabin all the way out here on the deer pack, it's not going to generate all the gold we usually see, but the bounty from those deer, it does feel pretty decent.
Yeah, I think that's the right play. And you still are generating some passive gold, but then the drop-off gold for the bounty is definitely worth it here. Man, going the distance, game number 5. First series of the day, and here we are like 2 hours later. Both these players putting on just an incredible show for us today. And now we get to see one of the most hated maps of all time, an Altai. You know, can I just confess something to you, Emin, real quick?
Yes.
When I was a brand new Gold 1 player a couple years back in this game, this was one of my favorite maps in the map pool. I've repented since, but I used to love playing this map. I used to always play English. Of course, you know, I also always play English all the time as a brand new Gold 1 player, new to the game. And I loved this map. I loved playing on this map. Now I've since learned and learned better and have learned to not enjoy it as much. That said, it does make for some interesting games every now and then.
Now, it feels like Sokotin is bearing his soul here, as I actually got to conk again recently with English on this map. So the dream is not dead, Sokotin. We can still enjoy Altai. We just need to make English meta again.
Oh boy.
What I like to see here is that CSO has not queued up a second scout from that hunting cabin, though. This is something very unusual from Roos, but we have been seeing a little bit of a different playstyle recently in the tournament games. Yesterday, we also saw one of the Roos players not going for a second hunting cabin. And in this case now, we see no second scout, but yes, a second hunting cabin. So we're still getting all these things served to us on a fresh, nice, warm platter of memes, dreams, and goal machines. I don't know. It just feels like Roos still has a little bit of variety. We don't need to just go one-dimensional. But now the age up is getting close, as we do see the food is a little high, because obviously he didn't make that extra scout, so he does have that little bit of food in the bank. Is it just going to be ready to sell when he starts that age up himself? But now, Golden Gate is coming on out with only 3 villagers. He's a patient man.
Meanwhile, Oka Township, we take a look at that on the other side, sitting on the gold right there. Remember how I said we might get ninjas? I was kind of joking, but I also kind of wasn't, because I know Miyamika can just kind of do whatever he wants. It looks like we're getting ninjas.
Now, old Roos would not mind this, because old Roos and responsible Roos would put their hunting cabins in the range of a TC. It would put their houses in the range of a TC. And it would probably be a little bit safer with regards to the deer, push it a little bit closer. But no. Those are very susceptible to a little bit of a ninja play. The house is outside the range. You could easily start torching that down. The deer that you will no longer have is just going to be... These villagers will just go to sheep, which is perfectly fine. But the hunting cabin, yet again, also going to be under duress. And still, no scouts are being made. And we're already up to 400 food yet again. And honestly, Sockleton, I have no explanation for that. And I don't know if Twitch chat does either. Guys, we have all the pro players in the chat. Please tell us what is happening, y'all.
I think the answer is that Roos is very good. Roos is very good. I'm just so pleased to see Miomaika actually just lean into the bit a little bit and go for the ninjas. And I'm curious if CSO has even seen this yet, if he's scouted out this landmark or not. Like ninjas, I kind of go back and forth. Like it's just people don't play it very often because they're just not that great on land maps like this. A little more effective on water maps. But if you can get the jump on someone with it, I guess you can make it work. I would not be doing this landmark if I were Miomaika though. But I'm excited to see it. This is the fun way to play. Maybe not the optimal way to play, but we'll see as the first ninja immediately teleports in and starts hitting the villager. And if CSO didn't know before, he definitely knows now. Down a villager. The disable on the hunting cabin just to get a little extra. Love to see it. And now the sabotaging ninja doing his best to just annoy the heck out of CSO.
And this is not going to be the only ninja. The second one is underway. The thing is now, CSO, he is not going for pro scouts. I was completely, honestly, again, not on the bingo card, but definitely fast castle. This could be interesting. The thing is, usually fast castle is a pretty safe move if you have your food source, and he does have enough sheep. So this for CSO might actually be quite all right. Because usually the split of villages also significantly different at this stage because you want to get that wood to get those archery ranges out. But this man, he's going raw castle, as raw as you get. That village already rebuilding the house there. He knows what they're going to be needing soon, as those ninjas are not going to get shut down today. They will be in range of doing some significant damage to a villager there if they go and drop off the food yet again.
That house just barely survives. Just absolute annoyance. What a nuisance Miomaika is making himself. Love to see it. I am a little concerned once CSO gets up to Castle Age, how Miomaika is going to deal with this, because the problem with ninjas is that you're losing out on your economic advantages as Japanese. Having the free farms and the free drop-off, just the amount of things you get from the other landmark is so good. But ninjas are fun, you know, and I'm here for it. So if it works, it works, and I'll just be the happier for it. As CSO getting very close to Castle Age, should be clicking up any second now.
Now getting
And
that
there's the high trade house.
And he's getting it very close to the TC. Really smart here, just ensuring that he has access to that deer constantly. Because of course the sheep does run out, but they run out a little bit slower if some of those villages are occupied with the deer spawning everywhere. Now the fast castle coming out from Miomaika himself. And that leaves us with the question of, is CSO going to be able to land some defense or some counter damage against this? Because once those mounted samurai arrive, this feels pretty tough to shut down. Horse archers do not make the cut, especially not with that shield.
Yeah, I agree. And Miomaika, to his credit, he's got a clear game plan, right? This is a very clear, premeditated game plan. Send to Shinobi, pester him a little bit, immediately go with a floating gate behind this, and he's got, you can see right there, queued up, ready to go. First, Yorashiro is going to go straight into the stable, and he's going to be making those mounted samurai, which are incredibly effective units.
We can see those shinobis are doing work right now. The problem is, as we saw, the deer is also on a very exposed side here. So the food source spawning there on the outside of the high trade house, meaning that this is going to be very nice if you are a mounted samurai looking to do a little bit of damage now. But CSO, he is getting enough wood. He's getting his first horse archer. And ladies and gentlemen, the shenanigans will soon begin.
Man, he got an extra kill. Those ninjas, the shinobi, got an extra villager kill. I don't know if you noticed that right in front of the right in front of that burned down hunting cabin. So he is up 2 plus a destroyed hunting cabin. Some good work done there by Miomaika. Monastery immediately coming up for CSO. It's gonna be a race for the relics. Gosh, it's always so fun to see those guys just zip around the map like that, trying to get some damage done. That horse archer trying to take them down. They're gonna have to get out of there pretty quick if they want to survive. But the mounted samurai coming out first. It's gonna be the Oma Bannerman though.
And then the extra shinobi is going to make this a lot easier if they want to dive on top and take out a villager from that wood line or just under high trade house. So now 3 shinobis and 1 horse to rule them all. And actually, I don't know if you guys are noticing, but he's getting the horseman upgrade. Instead of making mounted samurais, the man is going for exactly what counters horse archers, and that is horsemen. So honestly, I definitely expected him to go for the mounted samurai, but he realizes I cannot just do that. With the 3, he still does not have the ability to take them down, but mounted. Ooh, another horse is going to be running in, charging down. Shinobis need to be careful. They are pretty expensive here. And he wants to make some sneaky plays by jumping on top of anything.
Yeah, Mio making really good use of his micro abilities here. I gotta say, managing the Shinobi like that and teleporting the way they do, it's not easy. It's not a really easy input to do, especially if you're not familiar with it. Mio though, making the most out of those. It feels like he's definitely practiced with these ninjas. I mean, just look at that. Picture perfect right on top of the scout. He's really got this down to a science.
Now, just overstepping a little bit could cost him dearly, and they are playing it quite safe. With the relics now being snatched up from both sides, we do see 2 warrior monks out for CSO. So those boys will be picking up what they need to get pretty soon, but Mio, he is getting more horsemen, and he's getting +2 range defense. Ladies
so
and
good.
gents, you know what's about to happen, Sokoton. You know what is susceptible.
These horse archers are not going to know what hit them. I love this choice to instead, he doesn't need as much gold, so he's able to just, put those into horsemen instead. The Oroshido still getting value out of this instead of going for the samurai. It's not something I would have thought of myself, but it's such a brilliant idea from Mio, and he's hiding them. He is stashing them away. I'm sure CSO probably thinks it's going to be mounted samurai. He probably has an inkling there might be horsemen. He's still, of course, searching for those shinobi. Once Mio decides to show these horsemen off, he could do some seriously good damage, as he's got 9 of them right there.
And he's trying to be sneaky about this. He wants to ensure he gets a good angle. Now going straight for the relic. Oh, I was saying straight for the relic to try and shut that down, but no. He's going for the wood line. And that is a pretty good spot to try and get this. Right now, it's charging right in. Is he going to be able to react to CSO? Fast AF boy. This man running for safety into the tower, but some of the villagers will get surrounded, and yet another one going down. And with another one being quite low, this does feel pretty scary, especially when you're up against those jumping shinobis.
Might have overstayed his welcome though. Horseman going down a little bit there underneath the town center, but he has gotten some damage, getting some great hits on these horse archers though. This is where the value is really coming into play. And more villagers caught out. That's another one down right there in front of the town center. Loses the bannerman, but overall, pretty good damage.
It does feel expensive, but in the end, that is a ton of idle time as well. Mio behind this is getting more and more horsemen. He doesn't mind sacrificing a few of these.
And the horsemen are easy to produce, like they're not terribly, they're a bit heavy on the food side, but he can pop them out so quickly and replenish that in a heartbeat. And now we see he is adding a couple of mounted samurai as well. And this is the brilliance of what he's doing, is adding a couple of heavy units to kind of sustain these raids under the town center is so good. This combination is deadly.
And going for that dive. Now, I was saying the dive, but no, the high trade house needed to take that hit first. A villager getting charged on, but he will make it out alive this time. And again, idle time. This is not about just doing the damage. It's about the idle time that you can get out of this. He does need to be careful, though. He does not want to lose one of those mounted samurais. They are going to be important to this constant pressure he's putting up. 23 villagers idle, which is most of the economy, and nothing more to make horse archers with, as we see that wood income suffering. The thing is, Mio is using a lot of the food that he has out here, so... And he also doesn't have that transition into farms naturally because of the shinobis. So a little bit of berry left here, a little bit of berry left there, but it's not going to be pressure forever. He's done the damage though. 6 villagers dead and CSO in shambles. He's got 3 relics though.
Yeah, Mio has put one of those Yoroshido into one of the houses, getting a little bit of passive food, hoping to make up for the lack of farms. That'll help him just a little bit. We can see, right there. Pretty good play. That's a smart idea. You don't see that too terribly often, but I like it here. He needs to be mindful, though. Mio does need to be mindful about long-term food. He has done some good damage. I don't know if it's enough damage to end the game. He needs to be mindful. He does have a lot of mounted samurai here. This is a dangerous force he's recouped with. I like the idea of putting a tower up right in front, too. Going to get around before those walls get up and get right on top of the horse archers. The villagers have nowhere to go. This is going to be some more excellent damage by Mio. Man, CSO really feeling like his feet are put to the coals right now.
CSO has to outperform significantly to be able to get back into this with another 3 total going down. The horse archer numbers are increasing, but just as they come out, they go down yet again. These units are expensive when you are on an idle economy. So usually horse archers, they feel so cheap and constant to make. But at the same time, these are not the cheap horse archers we usually face when we are the Rus player. No, I absolutely love to see that CSO is trying to just get as much food as possible into that TC, but at the same time, the villagers, again, running for their lives, and another raid landing quite heavily under that TC. More idle time, more destruction, and Miyumaika takes down CSO!
He goes the distance. The madman does it. Miyumaika takes down CSO. The constant pressure pays off. The shinobi play. The shinobi play. The ninjas wheedling their way in there in the cover of night, taking down CSO and the Rus. What a play. What a series. Man, congrats to Miyumaika, CSO, both of them playing an incredible series. But just under 15 minutes, Miyumaika with his shinobi play doing absolute carnage.
This was a show I think all of us enjoyed. So guys, hats off to Miyumaika. This man gave us the military value graph. A good ski slope right there. The opposite direction, of course, as we saw with these shinobis, just causing havoc for Mr. All CSO for being greedy. Now the funny thing is, even if he put the tower on the other side, he would have been able to have a lot more control over that area. But instead putting it to the right side, he definitely risked things from there, because this is now just allowing him to also have control with that high trade house. He was able to charge in, do a little bit of damage every now and again. So it does feel quite difficult, but there's never a perfect answer in these high pressure situations.
Yeah, it really came down to the fact that Miyumaika did just enough damage. And I think the idle time is probably the unsung hero here. The amount of idle time, like he was getting some good villager kills. I think it was like 6, 7, 8, a decent amount where that's starting to sting. But the idle time, the sheer amount of idle time really let him get ahead of this one. Because had CSO been able to just kind of move somewhere else to the other side of space and just gather resources anyways, it'd been fine. You don't mind losing 6 vills if you have to take the hit. But the idle time, the constant back and forth, and every time you send the villagers back out, in comes Miyumaika with even more once again. I think that is what really just ended up selling this game for Miyumaika, was just the consistent pressure.
That's usually what shuts Rus down. And this is also why we haven't seen Rus as much, because people have learned, hey, just keep that pressure up and we're good to go. So guys, but that concludes it for game number 1, and then we'll be jumping into core and demo. So let's quickly go see what the group standings are looking like, so you can get a taste of what will be happening next week as well. Louis versus Lucifer next week. Now, as we have our first major upset, I would say, between Miyumaika and CSO. CSO now eliminate. Yes, CSO is eliminated from the group, and Miyumaika will be surviving yet another one. So
that's only the first series.
Yes.
Got more to do. Oh man, I always love when these tournaments get underway. So much fun. What a series, man. This is just a chaos series. A series of just pandemonium. There were just so many off-meta, offshoot plays that were working. Some didn't work. I mean, Miyumaika missing that what was that map? Dry Arabia, missing this landmark snipe. Just so many interesting ways to play. And, just when you think you got the meta figured out and you've got like the matchups kind of figured out and written in stone, someone comes in and just kind of upends it, and we see ninjas beating Rus on Altai. I mean, I did not have that on my bingo card today when I got up this morning, ma'am, and I just didn't.
We should definitely start making a bingo card for these tournaments, because I think this could be quite fun. But guys, we'll go over the rest of them pretty soon. See you guys in a few minutes, and have fun.
right, welcome back. EGC Masters Fall. You're watching us live here from EGC. We've got Core and Demu coming up. I am Socket and this is Wham, and we had just a short little break and we're right back to the action. Looks like we got about 4 minutes to go. Starting off with Kerr Logger. This is the map I love to watch, hate to play on. So hard to play on. Man, let's take a look at the draft, Sam. What do you think? What do you like and dislike?
I think we already have a major upset here for taking away Demu's Earth civilization. That's a pretty big one, playing it on the first map as well. English, Demu is going to be going up against his ancestors here. So this should be a pretty tough one for Demu, but we'll see if his Mongol plays can outdo Mr. Core here, because, you guys, we've seen Mongols today. They love little woodlines and just casting a few arrows around. And English, they love wood, you know? This is a pretty tough matchup. I don't know, I feel like this is not the matchup. It's about the players and exactly who can outmaneuver. I think at some point you have to say that this could go one way or the other, and that's where I land on this one. Or on English, we'll see. I don't know. 50-50. So on Demu's draft, though, I want you guys to notice exactly what these guys banned out. So first thing, because we have a lot of water, KT, a lot of water, I say with Archipelago because there's a lot of water on the map. KT being that first ban, no surprise whatsoever, but what I do see is that Japan ban, and I think it's just because Japan has been such a wild card. I don't know what to expect from these guys. One moment you're getting barracks rust, the next thing they're fast castling, the next thing there's 60 Yumis in your base. So I would also not want to be playing against one of those wild card civilizations. What about the rest?
Everything else looks pretty standard in my mind, looking at the other ones here. Zushi getting through, China getting through, so each of them taking a China civ for their own. Rus getting through for Demu at the very end. Then we've seen that pop up more and more and more. Byzantines for Core is kind of exciting as well. And I like the Ayubid's choice on top of that. English versus Mongol starting off on Kerr Logger. I don't know who I'd rather have on this one. I feel like on one hand, English is really nice that Mongols can't really do a lot of Dark Age shenanigans to them. On the other hand, I think Mongols on Kerr Logger is kind of a nice pick. I don't know. I don't know what to expect on this matchup, honestly. This is one of those ones with this map. This map is just so interesting because of the two rivers going on either side, kind of defining this map. There's a little bit of fish to be had there. So you could go for some fishing boats, but there's not a ton. It feels kind of like the ponds in Frisian marshes where there's a little bit of water, but it's not what I would consider a full water map by any shape or form.
I think this one's regarded as a hybrid, right?
Hybrid.
Yeah.
Yeah, most definitely.
Get your feet wet, but that's it.
just get your ankles wet a little bit and call it good. Nothing too crazy. Now, I'm looking at Archipelago coming up later. We've seen some incredible games played on that. So I'm hoping we get to see one of those games pop up because you just never know the shenanigans you're going to get on that. But as far as this one, man, I'm excited. I'm excited for this. Kerr Logger is, again, one of those maps I really enjoy watching. I hate playing it. Like this one in Scandinavia, having your head on a swivel both ways all the time, it's an exhausting map to work on. But these guys are professionals. I'm sure they'll handle it A-okay.
Now, the thing is, when we usually look at drafting, you have to consider that some players are very comfortable on all civilizations and some are not. That can usually play into what gets banned here. Of course, with KT getting banned, it's standard. But like I said, Japan, this might also be because it's a pretty comfortable civ for Core. And we see with him picking English as the first pick, this is not something that anyone would expect from any of the other players. But Core, again, he's not a player that we see in these S-tier tournaments as much. So the fact that he qualified here and he's ready to come and take down the big dogs like Demu. So guys, let's hop on in and go see what Kerr Logger can offer us with these two men ready to battle it out. So, Core on English, going for that gold, pretty standard. With English, we usually see the question of when we go for 7 on food versus 8 on food and 2 on gold. I know this is usually the question I ask myself. What is the better English build? But I don't know if I'm going to be taking the Core judgment call here just yet. Because usually the question we ask ourselves, yes, C5-2. A lot of people rally onto food until they have 7 and then they go on to gold. But this man, I don't know. I want him to reinvent the wheel and I'm ready for it. He's going for the deer though. Love that. Now, the other side, Demu, though, he's playing Mongols. So we see that early split pretty standard here with all of them, on a lot of them, on wood as he is getting that first building. And what is it going to be? Probably a little all pasture. Oh, no, never mind. He's going for water, which makes sense.
Going
Never mind. I
straight
don't know
for the
why I
water,
said
yeah.
pasture. Oh, it is what it is. I'm old. Sorry, guys.
You know, they tried getting rid of the deer pushing, and here we still see deer getting pushed in late 2025 over by Core's base. Of course, that's not terribly egregious. Those deer were kind of already right there. Probably would have walked over if he just let them anyways. Khan taking a good look, though. Probably trying to maybe snipe those out. Of course, the deer don't get pushed as easily anymore. But, I mean, look at that. Right in front of the base. You could almost not get any closer if you tried. I don't even know if Pro Scouts drops them quite that close.
Now, that just means you have to work for it. And I love that. I love the fact that with deer pushing, it feels mostly fixed because you actually have to do a lot of work to get it done. But on this map, what I think you have to mention is the fact that this is actually costing people scouting time. A lot of the time, people go straight for the opponent's base and kill the deer so that this type of pushing does not happen. So I guess the question is just if the players are happy. If the players are happy with that type of spawn next to the TC. Now, the reason I gasped for air there is not because I'm secretly eating a protein bar off of camera, but it is because there's stone on English. And guys, we might be getting a 2TC English on a hybrid map. Ladies and gentlemen, what a day to be alive.
I think it's exactly what we're getting here. 2 on the Abbey of Kings. Looks like he is indeed going to go for 2TC. And again, it is a hybrid map, but there's not that much fish. Like, there's enough to merit a dock, but not enough where it's like you have to go for it. So it'll be interesting to see what Core wants to do here. He's going to have that king to come out and take care of things and help defend this TC as he goes up. I'm more curious where exactly he wants to put it.
Why?
Well, it depends on like where, you know, it makes a difference as far as how much, you know, Mongols wants to push, where are they going to try and take the attack, what kind of resources is Core going to look for? Like, I mean, what angle? Because depending on where he puts this, you know, he's probably going to keep it somewhat close to the first one. But it'll give me kind of an inclination as to, you know, what his plan moving forward might be. Like, is he going to move out towards the gold more? Is he going to be maybe closer to the wood line in the back? I'm just kind of curious.
The reason I also asked you is because I also want to know exactly the thought process behind this. Because when I look at this type of matchup, you, of course, want to shut or punish English for being out here on the map and being a greedy goose getting that second TC. But at the same time, you see the Abbey of Kings now finishing. And I want you guys to notice these villages are getting attacked. And it's all great. But we know these guys are just going to heal back up once they make their rounds around the Abbey of Kings. The problem is, once Demu ages up, that Khan is going to do a significant amount of damage more. So he's going to need to be a little bit more careful with these villages until then. Now, the villages are getting switched out one by one, but less and less will be able to go out on the map and build that second TC. So he probably needs to play that safe. The question is, like you said, where's he going to put this? Now, the options we have for ourselves here is securing this gold. But again, if you put it forward, you do run the risk of, you know, dying. But at the back as well, you don't secure as many resources. Yeah, you do secure the wood, which is the most important one, right? But there's also the strategy here that we have to consider. Mongol just being greedy and just aging up as well, especially considering that he has this water and it's not being contested.
Hey, I called it. It is going to be on that back wood line. Good spot for that. Nice and secure way in the back. It's also going to be close to those berries and a good space to put some farms in between those two. I would expect a white tower at some point. I'm not quite sure where I would put that. That's going to be determined, I think, by how things play out here in the feudal age. Deerstone's almost up for the Mongols in the meantime. Meanwhile, he does have some fishing. I don't know if Core has noticed this just yet or not.
Well, with the
Has he had
delayed
vision
age
of
up,
that?
you have to know. This is not something that I think either of these players would miss. Just because of the age up delay, he would know exactly that there is water shenanigans going on. Yeah, these guys, they've memorized exactly what happens. But stable is the choice here. And now, getting Keshiks is going to be pretty great when you are up against that second TC because they have pretty good dive capacity. But at the same time, that TC can house quite a lot of boys. And now Core adding a tower here to the front. As we can see, he's probably going to want to go for a pretty healthy gold income himself. Now the king coming on out. He's going to be met with some Keshiks pretty soon. He's going to go and try to do some damage to this water, because you cannot let Mongols just get all that water for free.
And most definitely already on straight towards the fishing boats. Not even going for the dock, just going straight for the fishing boats, trying to get one down. It is within range of the dock, so it's healing. He is going to be able to eventually outpace that, but it's going to take a while. And by the time anything real damage gets done, I bet Demo will probably just move this one away. If he notices, down to half health there. And there, sure enough, it goes inside.
Demu doesn't miss anything. This man, he's got eyes at the back of his head. He is as map aware as you get. But Core is going fast castle. And I don't know if that is going to be a tough one to execute, because he doesn't have the food for this. I saw those sheep, and yes, he might get to fast castle. But what after? Is he going to have enough to build anything? Any unit that could come out? But these double Keshiks, they are going to hurt, and the charge comes on in. We do see no villagers going down just yet. He does need to get that last hit. The villager finally taking the fourth hit. But
Ooh,
the
that was
Keshik will
close.
pay the price, and the second one is going to be pretty... Never mind. The man is dead. All of them. They're all dead.
Do you trade a villager for 2 Keshiks? I mean, that...
No.
No?
No.
Okay. I'd say it definitely feels better than trading 1 for 1. Still would like to have seen that stay alive. But Core is going for that. He does have some farms already coming up. I bet he's going to just white tower at some point. And the nice thing about that is, again, as a production building for pretty much anything he wants, he doesn't need to invest extra wood in making a production building, because he's got one in the white tower. I imagine he'll probably put it in hole up. Maybe he's going for a late game kind of play. It is kind of greedy what he's doing, though. He's trying to get some value. This is a very classic kind of English play with the king. Trying to be greedy behind this, get some value with the knight or the king in front. Trying to mask what he's doing behind all this. But on the side, Demu adding another dock on rivers, getting all those, or is that the same dock or a second dock? Looks like the same dock, but getting the fishing going as well as a second dock. That's right.
Now, the thing about what Core just did is he made a barracks, which is good. He was actually being quite responsible with this. So, mentioning the fact that he is making farms now, just slowly doing that expansion, this is important because he made spears. He was going to go for that clean, fast castle, but he was responsible enough to ensure that he's got units that can actually handle this. And just like that, we see Demu. He's going in a direction that I think we're all excited for, because it has been dead for a while, and it's most likely going to be that fast Imperial. I hope you guys, Twitch chat, YouTube chat, are you ready to experience the most amazing gamba of our lives? We get to watch... Hopefully, get to watch a lot of Imperial Age units coming at the speed of light towards Core's base.
This is going to be interesting, because if any civilization can hold and defend, English with a lot of farms in between TCs and a white tower coming up potentially, this is going to be an interesting match to see which one comes out on top, because I think English could try and make a hold. And if English gets into Imperial Age as well with any kind of solid footing, I think Mongols would be in a lot of trouble. But if they can hit the tempo just right, we could see something really exceptional as the king comes in looking for another kill. Village is pulled very quickly. Like you said, Demu doesn't miss a thing. Right on top of it.
And he's the kind of guy who's going to be able to body block this after. Now get the villagers out, put the next one in there. Oh, it looks like... Oh, beautiful. Villagers fighting back here, just making sure that they can do the damage they need. If they target fired that scout, though, he would have lost that bad boy. Villagers still mad at that king for daring to hurt his friend, and he might actually... Never mind, I was going to say he might actually
He
lose
still
this one.
keeps it alive. The madman.
scout.
What professionalism. Holy moly, he gets the king to go with it as well. Wow. You know, sometimes I just see these pro players in the micro and the control they have over their units, and I'm just in awe. I'm just in absolute awe at the skill that is on display, and Demu showing off a little bit with some flair to boot. What an impressive display to get that king. However, behind this, Core is aging up into the castle age with the white tower.
The problem with the white tower could just be the fact that it's this far forward now. Because this is now a little bit of a greedy move, because that second TC, it's not doing much to keep itself alive, right? This is a second TC that it's not going to protect a lot of these villagers. So the moment that there's a little bit, yes, I can see our observer showing us there could be a little keep there. It's going to be very nice to have a keep there, but we need to get to that stage of the game first. Right now, there are Keshiks running all around, and who knows, maybe a few Imperial Age knights when the Fast Imperial comes along as well. We do now see that Demu is floating a little bit of food, no units in queue. So guys, close your eyes. we are going on a ride here as the villagers have finished the step redoubt and they will be planning their revenge into Imperial. Now, he is getting his upgrade. What unit is that? On the Mongol side, Demu side. He's getting an upgrade.
Is that the Khan's
the
Hunter
Keshiks.
upgrade, or is that?
There we go.
No, that's gonna be the.
It's just Keshiks. Okay,
No,
Keshiks
it's
just
just
looks
Keshiks.
very strange.
It does look kind of strange, huh?
It doesn't feel like a horseman variety or knight variety of an upgrade. See, this is how you know the caster does not play any Mongols. I have a firm belief that this civilization and their dirty, fast Imperial shenanigans will not be played by these hands. But those Keshiks, now upgraded, going to be looking for some damage on this very unprotected second TC.
As a bit of an aside, I do agree. I love the icons and a lot of the design in this game. I just think it's one of the strong points. The only thing I think that isn't as great as we see this knight trying to get some damage over here is I think the upgrade icons could be better. It's kind of hard to tell what's what sometimes. But outside of that, man, this game looks so good. And man, more defensive genius being done by Demu. Just the sheer micro. Like, if I tried doing that, I would just lose all my vills. I really would. I just would body block myself and then trip over my own feet. Demu makes it look easy, though. He just makes it look so fluid. An impressive display.
Now, Demu ensuring that he gets every low HP villager into that tower the moment they need to be. And now the step redoubt, we see that gold pouring in. The food looking great because we've got all these stocks. They're just providing this income. And that's the danger of playing against Mongols. If you cannot find damage, especially when you give them water, this becomes a very slippery slope. The thing is, Kor has a pretty sizable knight connection now. He's got 6 knights soon to be, and they are going to be able to dive most things, but there are springled towers, springled emplacements on these towers at least, and it's going to start getting harder and harder to do that level of damage without suffering major losses. He's got the food eco set up though at a home, so he's probably not going to mind sacrificing a few knights so long as he gets a few kills as well.
I want to go back as we see this little engagement panning out here. Not going to go well for Kor. He's going to back off. I want to go back to like the placement of that white tower. I've been thinking about it. What it does do, and I don't know if it's quite in range of the gold in front of it, because it's on the 1 gold right there, but the 8K that's right there, I think it's just outside of range. And just maybe. It's almost close enough that you can put some vills on it and get them back to base quick enough. I'm just thinking like long term, having that access to gold is going to matter, because there's not a ton of gold behind this. So even though I would have liked to have seen a tower or a keep of some sort in the back of the base to keep it safe as we maybe probably go into an Imperial Age coming up, I do think having that access to something towards the 8K gold could very well matter as the game progresses, as we see a monk go down there to more of those towers. Man, Demu is just all over the field with these static defenses.
Now, as the ram comes out as well, this is starting to show us that Kor realizes I need to do damage. Getting a few spearmen in the mix, extra ones at least, more, because he knows that there are a ton of horses running around and they are just going to make your life harder and harder. Now going straight for the front here with those reinforced towers, he wants them down. They may be reinforced and they will be casualties, but it might be worth it. Now, with a few crossbows as well, he's hoping to secure this villagers getting inside, trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Now under the TC, and gold is not looking healthy enough for Demu to be able to click that up just yet, but he should be able to defend this.
Yeah, he's definitely got the food bank, doesn't have the gold quite yet. And again, there's not a ton of gold on this map outside of those little bits. There's more on the other side of the rivers. But the only real big gold that I'm seeing is that 8K in the center. Ram trying to do some damage. One of those towers has gone down, but villagers repairing. It's going to be hard to stay under this for too terribly long. And now the formation slowing them down, taking extra shots. King just barely alive. Getting a little close there.
The king going down too as we hear that blink of it happening. But it looks like the knight connection is pretty healthy if I'm Kor. He's still investing into those knights, which is going to make this a little bit harder for Demu to just keep on taking these favorable trades. Now he's still spending that gold, but it's getting so close, Sockerton. He's about to click up that bad boy, and then... Okay, guys, I need in Twitch chats, I need you guys to guess what is going to be our first unit from the Karganet Palace. Gamba up. You
Wait,
win
wait, pal.
absolutely nothing. Wait, pal.
I'm gonna call my shot. Wait, pal. Yep.
Okay. I'm going for an Esther Bees, I believe.
That's the V's. Okay, okay.
I don't think
There's
it's
those
as
bills in
useful.
the AK I was talking about. Right there.
Okay. We have a lot of guesses here, but it seems like Hui Hui is the favorite with a few bees. Monks here from Khan OP. No, these people, they believe in the variety, but a lot of pals. A lot of pals, of course. Now, with this type of economy that Core has, he's going to be able to make enough units to at least deal with this initially. He's got the village elite. He's got that second TC just tick. And now with the villagers here at the front, it looks like he's thinking about doing imperial things himself. But, ladies and gentlemen, we were all wrong except for Remeister, and Manganai is going to be the first unit coming out for demo.
A little sad it's not a Hui Pow, not gonna lie. At this point, I do want to point out Core is making a good transition into crossbows. He built 3 archer ranges right in front of the White Tower, in between them 8k gold, and he is pumping out crossbows. Trying to keep up the military mass. He is also starting to bank up a little bit himself, probably looking towards a Imperial Age. And once English gets into Imperial Age themselves and they start getting the enclosures going, I have a hard time saying Mongols can sustain a really long push, again, especially down as many villages as they are, with Core having, of course, the 2 town centers working since almost the beginning of this game.
Food income is also looking so healthy for Core. The man is the English Chad with all the farms in the land. He is going to be able to make anything his heart desires. But we see more Mangadai in queue, and now he's going to be needing to deal with a lot of fast horses just making chaos around this map. Now, my biggest concern here is Demo actually going to use these mobile units that he has to try and do damage? Or is he just going to allow Core to also go for Imperial? But also Core is going for the Wingard Palace. We haven't seen this from English in a while. Yes, House of Lancaster, they press Wingard Palace every single time because win is in the name. But yes, this is going to be a pretty tough one. Look at those hand
He needs to
cannons
get some
as well.
static defenses. Yeah, the hand cannons coming out. Nest of Bees is number 2, so there you go, Emin. You get your Nest of Bees now, a little bit later. I am really concerned that Core needs to get some static defenses. He's got the walls starting to come up right now, but until they're all the way up, I'm still a little nervous. And even then, Palisade walls are just a speed bump when it comes to Imperial Age. But really, he needs to get a keep on those farms. He needs to get something to really protect for any kind of raids, because raids could kill him, and he doesn't have a Berkshire or anything heavy to really take care of this. The White Tower is very, very aggressively placed in the front. I really hope he gets something back here as we see some raiding units coming around. That wall is not complete, and now Demu knows about it. Coming around.
Demu is gonna find a lot of surprises when he gets to the back here. The thing is, he doesn't know that this is a Wingard, and a Wingard, not common enough for us to actually expect this. Now, he is gonna go and check to make sure, but we're not running into a Berkshire all of a sudden. You are gonna need to expect a little bit of a different playstyle, but it does look like the army is here to push him off and not give him the information he so desires. But I want you to notice Demu's food bank. This man, he stopped producing units completely. Well, not completely, but mostly he doesn't need to worry about this too much. He's just getting the natural all-free units and hoping for the best. Now with the Hui Hui Pow, this is actually a very useful unit at this stage of the game, because now that White Tower might not be long for this world.
It might not indeed. I am a little worried about that food count. Down to 600 a minute next to 2,400 a minute for Core. The problem is the fish. The fish are running out. I said it before we started this game. This is a hybrid map. There is some fish that can help you get ahead, but it does run out, and he is getting dangerously close. Probably only about 1,000 more food there. So in about 2 minutes, he's going to need to make a huge pivot.
Problem is, Core is also just not able to do any significant damage to this. And it looks like some docks was trying to get placed down here by Core, or trying to shut down that little bit of food income that he has had. But the wood in the bank is allowing Demo to do that pasture switch that he might need. But Bow Chads now making their way out onto the water, ensuring that you shall not cross into the other gold mines once that one is depleted. Now the Bow Chads, they are pretty nice for this, but I want you to notice Core is actually making a very special unit. Yes. Wingard Rangers.
Yeah.
We haven't seen those in a while.
No, we have not, and they are deadly. I do like the use of the boats here. Smart use to get in control of the water. There's the first shot from the Wee Wee Pow. Boom! Almost a one shot onto the top of the tower. That's going to make that white tower behind it a little tricky to hold on to. Knights and horsemen trying to get onto that ship, but the rest of the units from Demu coming in, ending it. This is going to be this is where the game gets really interesting to me, is which late game is better. Core obviously is going to be able to pump units for a very long time. I still am just a little nervous about what happens once Demu sends some raiding units behind this. There's not a lot of protection back there. Meanwhile, though, Demu's economy just is running on fumes. I mean, he's got food for another minute or two. He does not have long-term pastures set up yet. Core is set for the long game here. The only thing is gold, but he's going to have enclosures, so he's going to have access to that for some time. And here comes a pretty good raid on top of the villagers. That's a lot of stuff you cannot afford to lose here in this late game when you're already down by some 40 villagers.
And losing that amount definitely opens this up for Core if he keeps that production up and running. We do see a lot of horsemen in queue as well, and these horsemen are definitely looking like they will be paying off. But now Demu, he's getting a lot more units from his, from the passive income of the Mongols. That Cognate Palace definitely giving us our value, but the problem is just that usually has a timer. You want to do damage the moment you hit. You want to survive the moment you hit it. But at this point, it just doesn't look like he's finding what he needs just yet. With the towers now here at the front, they're going to be doing what they can to shut this down. The hand cannoneers at the back doing an amazing job at cleaning this up. And it feels like Core just feels desperate, but he doesn't need to. He's pretty much ahead. He just feels so much under pressure with these Hui Hui Bell at the front that he's trying to take this fight. But he's in the lead, and he just doesn't know it yet.
I don't think he has enclosures yet, does he? His gold feels like it's a little lackluster for how many he's got mining on it right now. Doesn't look like it. He needs that upgrade. A little expensive for him right now, but that's kind of his ticket to staying in this. That's why he's producing so many horsemen, is he doesn't need to spend that much gold. He's got the food forever. He just needs to make sure he can find a way to take care of those Hui Hui Pow.
And finding an answer to the Hui Hui Pow has been pretty unclear for a lot of people. Mm-hmm. Oh,
I say it, you must have heard me through the wireless there or something. Getting both tithe barns and enclosures, that is actually really huge with the 3-1 split. With 3 relics, tithe barns becomes worth it in my mind. Glad to see enclosures coming in as well. That should help sustain him long term, as long as he can keep the front door closed from Demu.
This front door is definitely struggling as the knocking gets a little bit louder. The thing is, Demu might have one really good fight here, but after that, Core can completely overwhelm him if he has the production buildings for this. So now he's also getting the archer range upgrade here too, so this is going to ensure that these rangers and longbows and variety of them is going to have a pretty good time. The Bao Chat now having to back off here, and those elite Mangadai didn't serve their purpose whatsoever. It feels like Demu got to the point of Imperial here and just didn't know how to do any damage.
I think you nailed it on the head, Whammon. He can deal one good fight, but if he doesn't just steal an absolute decisive blow, he cannot reproduce this army because he has no food. As now the units from the core start moving in, trying to get some value here. At least, at the very least, just trying to keep Demu away from the front door. Keep him on the porch, not knocking on the door. Because if that white tower goes down, it could be very dangerous. But Core doing a really good job of kind of holding the line, and that's all he needs to do. The more he does this, eventually his lead is going to be insurmountable. As we see the gold income for Core now above 1,000 a minute. He is now getting tons of resources from both the relics and from the farms.
And Core having such a substantial bank, this must feel pretty good. Because especially when you get to this point, you can now just change into any composition you want. We see he's getting every upgrade in the book. And we'll just see if the production buildings are going to be able to match whatever he decides to switch into once he takes that big fight. Now with the horsemen, he's trying to be a little bit more active here on the map. And he is going to be able to find some villagers. Not sure if he's going to find them close enough to kill them.
At this point, we haven't talked a lot about the Wind Guard as what it got. We talked about like the lack of Berkshire. The Wind Guard's letting Core build up this bank really easily as well because it gives such cost-efficient groups of units, because it's giving him so much value. He's able to produce and have a huge bank. I mean, 4,000 food now is almost getting to ludicrous levels. He really needs to just up the production and start sending it. Once you get reached to 200 population, as he is right now, you just gotta start making some trades. And that's what he looks to do here as he's moving up forward with the crossbows and the rangers. Look how far back they are as they fight. Just miles away.
Problem is they haven't been able to actually do any damage just yet. Or with this composition, cannot get into these into these Mongol towers. They're just going to keep making better trades into that army. Now, Demu does given time now to try and recover economically, as Core is going to stop producing villages, but he's so far ahead. I just don't know if he's going to find it in his heart to make that jump.
Demu starting to add some more pastures in. Problem is he's just down a lot of economy. It's 136 eco units to 61. That is just not sustainable, even with a really juicy Cognate Palace just doing its thing. It's just not sustainable. And now we see Trebs, of course, in the production queue. He's going to start adding siege of his own. I feel like the writing is on the wall for this one. If Demu can maybe take a decisive fight and sweep the base, there's a chance. But otherwise, I think Core's eco is just so strong. As long as he can maintain some gold supply, and he looks like he's got some villagers in the very north corner that he's moved across for. As long as he can maintain the gold, he's gonna have this one in the bag.
Now, him in late game might be a little bit different from Demu's experience. We know that Demu has been in the tournament scene for a very long time. He has had experience playing these games, these long ones, especially when you give him this type of breathing room. Now that he's getting all his university upgrades as well, things might get a little bit hairy if Core doesn't actually just keep making favorable trades, but Core is still standing back. Yes, he's getting some trebuchets now, but the problem is those trebuchets are quite late, all things considered. Luckily for him, he's English, so, you know, those trebuchets are gonna...
Yep.
Yeah, they're also gonna make some pretty nice upgrade of about them just doing scatter damage. Helps immensely when you're dealing with these little clumps, but... Now the Hui Hui Bao, they still just outrange. He hasn't gotten another Hui Hui Bao. Happy for him.
It's been a little unlucky for him, yeah. He's got Palace Guards coming in now. Do you remember, a little aside here, I'm just looking at the Rangers with the fire arrows. Do you remember when they first added the Wind Guard Rangers in? You could put them on like a stone tower or a stone wall, and just you could like light someone's TC up outside of TC range, and it was just absolutely silly. I'm just thinking back to how funny that... How crazy. I think you could still, yeah, Cal was saying you could still do that in my ear. Just ridiculous how much range they have. I mean, look at that. We can't even see where the arrows land. There's just not enough room on the screen. They're shooting over half a screen away. Just incredible what these units can do.
Now, that range is going to be important in these fights if he can reach the siege at the back there, because with that nest of bees, the singular one, it has kept him under control this whole time. And now Demu still pretty far off when it comes to reaching that 200 supply, especially with the food there. But now the White Tower is under attack, and the units are in position to punish this, but the Hui Hui Bao does take a little bit of damage. Apparently, it's got stacks though.
At this point, I feel like Core is sitting on his heels a little bit too much. I know the army numbers are vastly in favor of Demu right now. Core really needs to ramp up the production. He has got the bank. He should be making units non-stop, and if he's at 200 population, maybe you look at maybe offering a couple vills and freeing up a little population room for your military. At the very least, he needs to start taking some trades.
The problem is he needs to be able to do this, and he needs to sacrifice these units constantly so that the new ones can pop out here from the defensive advantage.
Exactly.
So now it looks like Demu knows this, and he's going to take this trade. The king going down for the millionth time this game. The trebuchet now out, but the trebuchet is going to be in danger because these units are scary, and Core just doesn't have enough units in production right now to just reinforce this. We see 33 men-at-arms in queue, but out of how many barracks? He is going to be struggling. The trebuchets are hitting as hard as they can, but the Hui Hui Bao are destroying everything. Demu, though, you see that population going down, and he's not able to replenish it. 79 food right now. So if Core can hold and constantly reproduce, there is a chance that he overwhelms this, as that military graph is now slowly changing.
Here's the difference, right, is that he's staying at 200 population, so that means he does indeed have the production queue behind this. You see now 38 men-at-arms on the field, 12 more in queue. Core able to finally make what we were saying, start pumping units, exchange, make some trades, make Demu, force him to replenish his army if he can, because right now he's got no food in the bank. So Core, sitting with all the money in the world, he just has to keep making the trade and making these fights happen. As long as he can produce units, which it looks like he can, he'll be okay, as he's holding very stoically right here in front of the White Tower.
And there's the beast also going down now. It was focusing on a few of those villagers, but those villager kills would have been welcomed by Core, as his army would just get larger and larger. And this really scary push all of a sudden looks very, very different, as Demu has to retreat. And think about how he is going to close out this game, because from his perspective, he doesn't realize how far behind he is economically. Core has spent a significant chunk of his bank right now, but there's still more to come. So in all of this, it still feels like Demu did trade quite favorably. He just needs to do that a few more times while his food income recovers.
Yeah, and thankfully with 28 food, almost 3,000 food a minute, he should be able to sustain this a lot better than Demu can, and that is the crux right here. Population numbers now 200 maxed out for Core, only 116 for Demu. If the Hui Hui Pows go down, there's not much left in the tank for Demu, I fear. So Core just needs to remass for a second, regather, and then take another push. He's doing good. He managed to hold that right there, extending his farms and his reach. Villagers, man, really spreading wide. If Demu gets behind ever and starts doing some raids, I do fear again for Core. But so far, it's been all down the front door, and the Hui Hui Pow just haven't been able to break through yet.
Now the destroyed value is almost double. Demu has done the damage. He tried to do enough damage, but he needs to do a lot more, as we already see 2,000 plus food in the bank. Core is just ready, and you see there's a lot of units in queue already. This man is going to have a very healthy army for a long time here. And the stone from Demu is getting used up. He's getting bombard emplacements every single time, but those trebuchets are going to start mattering. Now, those Hui Hui Pows are actually out here to try and do damage to the trebuchets. One of them might go down, and never mind, he survives. He's pulling back, boys.
It's close.
Just in time.
Really, really close. Core needs to focus those things down. They are probably the biggest threat to what he has, because they can take down that White Tower and open the door up to the rest of the base. He needs to keep going. He's got the sustainability here. Those Windguard Rangers just so good.
Core has replenished that army yet again, and at the same time, really impressed by him actually going out and doing some damage here too. Yes, we are.
This is a villager raid? A villager raid? This feels wrong.
He's getting resources.
Core.
Instead of...
Or deleted the other farms to keep away for the rest of the resources from Demu. He's deleting the farms so that he can't get them. That's a lot of villagers.
Mm-hmm. The villagers are feeling a little spicier, but Demu, you do not want to sacrifice 25 of your villagers anytime soon. And the reinforcements have arrived. He is sacrificing them. And every hope that he had of maybe getting back into this is now about to die with all those villagers.
Yeah, that's crucial. 132 to 72. He has double the economy count. And 125 villagers is already... I mean, honestly, losing a couple villagers there for Core is probably a net positive at this point. I mean, that opens up more military population spaces, which what he needs to close this game out as he continues to do more damage to these villagers. But look at the destroyed value and destroyed worker kills. 48 to 36. That is insane.
Now, those Hui Hui Pow are still looking for damage, but Core happily sitting on that 200 supply now. With 23 horsemen in the queue, this man is ready to pop out anything once the population space allows it. Demu, he's desperately trying to just get back to the 150 mark to be able to withstand these fights. Bombard towers are doing God's work right now, but the trebuchets are just a curse upon them. And as these Hui Hui Pow are hitting away, getting the tower there as quickly as they go up, and we just see them actually getting resources for destroying towers. That's pretty impressive.
At this point, Demu needs every little bit he can get. It feels like the tide isn't definitely shifting. Look at my dead carcasses and bodies are on the battlefield. I can't even see which ones are alive at this point. There's just so much. Kashik coming in for a side swipe, though. Gonna get some damage. Gonna go for the trebuchet. Some good value there. Demu trying his hardest to stay in this, but man, the Kashiks just aren't long for this world either. And behind this, more units flooding in from Core, down to 115, 113 for Demu now. Can he keep holding this? I just don't know. It feels like it's going to kind of teeter-totter, and at any moment, the wheels will fall off. Core just keeps the pressure up. Hui Pao's first one of 3 finally goes down after minutes of being on the field. There goes the nest of bees that you liked. And here come the other 2 down and out for the count. There's one, and can he get this last one right here? If he does, I think it's GG's.
Core has finally...
Sure enough, there it goes.
He's finally broken Demu, but he had to delete a ton of villagers to do so. So finally making that call with the right amount of units in the bank and the right amount of resources, he's pushing with those trebuchets and just killing everything in the land. And as a good Brit will say, that is a victory for Arsene. So Core takes him down, and Demu, honestly, Demu was at the disadvantage here because he is playing against English. And as long as the British man is faced against his own civilization, does he even have the choice of taking them down? You know?
I just feel like Demo kind of missed an opportunity to not get into the back of the base of Core. There was a lot of openings, and we kind of said like that second TC in the back, there was nothing protecting it. There was no Berkshire, there was no White Tower back there. I think the problem with English is wherever they build that massive keep, if it's in their base, that's when it's the most difficult. But when it's up ahead or somewhere else, you just go around it. And that's something that Demu just kind of refused to do. Thought the Hui Pao might be able to break through. It wasn't able to due to the insurmountable economy lead that Core had. And Core takes it 1-0.
And you guys can see that economy count. The second TC just making English great again against all of Mongol's powers. The fast imperial age just did not land like Demu needed it to. But I think Core needed this. Core needed a pretty solid victory on a civilization that has been regarded as pretty weak in recent terms. So Demu doing some great raiding here at the start, but then losing both of those Keshiks for the one villager, definitely not worth it if your opponent is already on a 2 TC build. But perfect control with the villagers as he tried to keep them alive, constantly running around. Whenever the night raids from Core arrives, Demu was on it, and he's still showing us this type of gameplay against someone who is pretty wild right now.
Definitely not a comfortable hold at times for Core. That White Tower you see right here in the replay almost went down. It was tentative there. It was tough because he just had so many. I mean, at this point, he had almost 140 villagers. Like, that's an insane number. Eventually, I think losing those vills to the vill fight up in the north actually really helped Core. And eventually, we saw he, of course, deleted even more to get a bigger military. Really well played by both sides. I do think a big difference this game again was Demo just not going around a raid. Had to get in the back of the base. Didn't do that, and eventually English late game just conquers all, I guess. But we move on to Dry Arabia. This is like a classic matchup right here. Zushi on Malians on Dry Arabia. Let the deer flow is what I say. Pro scouts probably on the menu here. And I guess the question is, what can... Oh, we're just jumping right in. I didn't realize we were so close, but what can Zushi do to slow down that cow boom is what we're going to find out as we dive into game number 2. Demu and Core. Core as Zushi's Legacy and Demu as Malians in purple.
Now, these two civilizations, they have their own nice little niches. As we know, Malians, they do a pretty great job at pro scouting because those scouts are extra spicy. So when they're done, they even get to go raid. So when you are out there having a great time, you know, the spicy scouts will be there to punish you for it. The thing is, Zushi has their own tricks up their sleeve, and Core on a strong civilization like this, I don't know if he's one of the guys who would play very standard. Is he actually going to make this a much harder game for Demu than it needs to be? Now, Malian's pretty standard opening here. We'll see what the amount of houses he decides to go for. As we know, usually the 6 house is pretty standard, but when you go for a little bit more, the pro scout timing is impeccable. But it looks like 6 houses is going to be the way to go. Now, from here on out, we do see that Core on Jushi, he's probably going to need to think about that meditation garden. And let's go see where a juicy spot is going to be for Mr. Old Zushi. Yes.
Well, we know where Vodka would put it, right there with double golden wood. That seems a pretty nice spot, I think. Also got 2 stone. I don't know about that as much. That's not. Oh, that's not bad. The wood berries gold right there, or wood berry stone. There are a couple spots there. Kind of far away, though. I think the easy spot is to take the double gold, but we'll see.
Now, putting it out here against a civilization that is quite prone to making Zerg level of units and just flooding the map completely, it does feel pretty risky, but you do have time before that happens. And by that point, if you haven't killed Malians, you are in for a pretty tough game. Now, what we have actually seen historically between these two civilizations is Zushi just completely flooding Malians with units the moment if or decides to go fast castle. Because this is something that Zushi is very comfortable with doing. Demu can make a lot of donzos, but even with the donzos out there in the world, you are going to struggle stopping all those lances. But the Meditation Garden is coming on up on a very juicy spot with double golden wood, as we saw earlier.
Shout out to Vodka for getting that on the first guess right there. Shout out to our observer and Cow, our production lead on the back of all this, making all this happen here as we're into our next one. There's the confetti. Thank you, Cow. We appreciate them. And man, Vodka's been on it today. He guessed that spot right on.
Now, with this age up on the Mansaquari, we see 5-3 as they have now split, which is pretty standard here between the two civilizations. I kind of like the fact that Demu is giving me non-pro scout vibes, because I feel like if he decides to go for something, and I'm going to call it greedy in this case, Zushi is the civilization that can punish you for it. But Thor already has 4 villages on his wood line. So I am expecting at least a little bit of land presence from here on out. He still has 3 on gold, so pro scouts could even be his own choice. This is the great thing about Zushi. You get to make that decision without changing your villager location too much.
Yeah, they're just so versatile and so flexible in what they can do. It can make it really hard. It can make it kind of hard to scout sometimes too. You know, you might think they're going to go one way and they can still pivot the other way as well. And that Meditation Gardens is really good. Really good spot for that. A little bit ahead, but not too bad. I'm not sure. If I'm Zushi, I'm trying to think of what I would want to go for here against Malians. I feel like Pro Scouts definitely is part of like the meta play. One of those options that feels very in line with what most people do. I don't know if I expect Malians to go for Pro Scouts, but of course Core is going to go for it. So that is indeed the play. Curious now what Malians does.
Well, we see that he's got 10 on food already, so whatever he's doing, he's going to be active. And we do see his scouts already getting upgraded. Those scouts are going to be, like I said, of the spicy variety. And this is going to mean that that land presence is going to be a lot more potent than they usually are. Those things are going to be healing up at the speed of light, doing damage. Now, scout and scout damage is still pretty equal, even with Malians. And he's going for a second pit mine instead. A little bit of a reasonable play, I would say here. Trying to get as much out of this as he can before the Zushi prowess with all the units comes his way.
50 gold, 13 wood. That's a pretty good Meditation Garden, I'd say. Some Warrior Scout looking to be kind of annoying.
He does get a little bit of damage down. Nothing substantial, but he does need to be careful as he is moving back now. Pro Scout's already ready, and he sees, hey boys, you are bringing deer home. Let me show you my blade. Now, trying to do as much damage as he can here, but he has to be careful of that TC. It does shoot cannon shots, so he just can't go too deep, but they heal up pretty quickly anyway. He slows down that pro scouting already. Or has not invested in too many scouts at the same time. So for Demu, this is already definitely worth it. He's already deterred the pro scouting, at least for a little while. And Demu, he's getting now horticulture, which is honestly still pretty surprising. He's going for horticulture with all the gold in the bank. I honestly want to see what this man is doing.
I'm almost surprised he didn't go for his own pro scouts behind this. Because at the end of the day, all he can do is delay, not deny with these scouts, because the spears are there. And if he can get a scout kill, which he might right here, and sure enough gets one, that's a great hit. Might get 2. Almost. Oh, gonna get away just barely. Ooh, that was a good stroke of luck there for Core. But again, like, this is delaying Core's pro scouts. It's not denying it outright. So the hope is that you deny or delay it enough that your cow boom behind this would be good enough that you don't care. However, that said, we haven't seen the cow boom start just yet. We see the second mill being dropped right now as I speak, so that will help him. He got the first cows in line coming up, so he will be moving towards that soon. Had to take care of obviously the pro scouts first.
And getting to this amount of cows is going to be important. He's going to need to keep that food up and running, especially if he wants to contest what Zhu Shi is about to pump out. Now, this is usually where Demu will probably slow down, but at the same time, he's made a sofa. And usually, so far, when we see those on the map, the pressure just keeps going. Kor is going to need to keep making spearmen. So even though he's got all this food on his side, he is going to need to make those spearmen on his side of the map. He can't move out to Demu's side. So now even those deer packs are going to be able to be defended, but he needs to be careful not to constantly lose these horses as they're running around. Now, Demu is very quickly filling up those ranches with cows, and even behind this, trying to focus on getting that scout, and he takes it down, but the sofa almost pays the price.
The fact that it doesn't, it makes that a huge victory for Demu. At this point, he needs to get more ranches up for one. Cows without homes. We believe in homes for cows here. At this point, though, I start getting nervous if I'm Zhu Shi. Thanks, cow. I start getting nervous, though, if I'm Zhu Shi, because I just... long term, you're not getting as much tempo out of the pro scouts as you wanted. You're actually having to produce spears. It's slowing you down even more. And while you're being slowed down, Demu is just chilling at home. He's got 8 of 20 cows. He's getting wheelbarrow. He's cruising. Before you know it, that full cow boom is going to be in effect, and the snowball is going to become a boulder of death and an avalanche. And I don't know how Kor long term manages to outmaneuver this.
I love to see the scouts actually trying to trade with the horsemen, because they just get to back off and actually go and heal. The horsemen trading with these is not as efficient as you'd like it to be. And now the scouts are being extra spicy, chasing down a few of those vills just to ensure they do a little bit of damage, because those bad boys are going to be open for raiding later. The scouts already have the next victim in sight, and they're going straight for them. Now, that horseman being taught a lesson about daring to touch the Malian scouts.
We do have the Montlu Academy coming up for Kor, so he's going to get up to age 3. There will be a window where he can work around this, but unfortunately for him, Demu is dropping the corral right now. There's the Grand Fulani Corral with maybe not a full cow boom, but half a cow boom. And he'll have more along the way as well. There's the other pen coming up right now as well. And this is where it's like you got a small window, a very small window where you got the age up potential. You're getting your stuff. But by the time you get anything rolling, I feel like Malians just matches it. So I really think at this point in the game, Malians is very, very ahead.
Especially when your economy is 1-to-1. And I think that's the key here. We see with Demu, he's already in a pretty good spot with the cows. Yes, not fully saturated. It is what it is. But these scouts have kept the army so busy. So these spearmen, they haven't actually had any map presence because they've been chasing these very slippery scouts. Now, Castle Age coming in, and the first upgrade I'm expecting to see is for the scouts, honestly. But no, never mind, it's Donzos. I was wrong yet again. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I knew you guys were coming around. So now we want to make sure that those scouts, they're already on the map. No, that's pretty great. We're just going to keep making them harder to handle. Although I think he just cancelled it. Oh, he just cancelled it. Now, the Lancers, though, have arrived. And we have spoken about these guys before. Once they get in here, it's so hard to handle them. The thing is, though, the Donzos are coming in, and they're coming in pretty quickly. So they should not be able to do too much damage.
Yeah, kind of like what I was saying. Like, Kor has a slight advantage by getting up in an age first, but the Donzos just kind of easily swipe the Lancers aside. As long as Demu can kind of stay the course here, he's going to be in a good spot. Now, Kor's not out of it yet. You just kind of get the feeling that as that cow boom keeps progressing, it's going to get just more and more difficult for Kor to really do any sustainable damage.
Now, with all of these units on the side of the wood line, he might find some. So he does sneak right in there with the Lancers. Lancers dropping down a little bit of pressure, but not dropping anything else. Just a few footsteps in the wood lines, and the scouts are being scouty. Running around now, trying to keep these Lancers away from the villages of Demu so that he can do the unthinkable. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for mass sofa after a few villager kills?
Lancers in the base looking for some damage. Not gonna find a ton. A little bit though, a little bit. It just feels negligible next to all the cows.
Right? Usually with the Malian economy, you don't mind losing a village or two, but this is providing a little bit of idle time among this as well. But again, for Kor, this might be a little bit expensive. He has access to most of the deer on the map, and he's getting a lot of work done again with idle time. It's starting to feel a little bit scary. 9 villages now going down. And yes, you are Malians, but losing 9 villages as any 10 villages, as any civilization, does not feel good.
And that was a good raid for Kor. It was looking a little tenuous, but he ended up getting quite a bit done there. And now grabbing the relics. Now this is, that's a good key and a good thing for him to be doing. He needs to find every economic advantage he can get to overcome the disparity that the cow production is giving Demu. If Kor can find enough, get most of the relics, if he gets 3 or 4 of them, that'll be a really good step in the right direction. If he can continue to find those economic advantages, I mean, getting 11 kills and more as he continues to raid could really help him get back in this game.
Now the Lancer does not land too heavily here, but the Spearman mix into all of these sofas is definitely going to help. Musafadi coming in, slicing and dicing as much as he can, but the sofa, they are going to start hurting as well, especially with these Lancers now. The numbers not being that high, sofa numbers can easily multiply because you have this passive gold, you have all of this passive food as well, so it does feel okay sacrificing 1 or 2 of them. Crossbows now, crossbows, sorry. I mean Juganu, they are going to be doing a little bit better against these units now. And the numbers are looking pretty steady, especially when you consider that there is going to be a lot of Musafadis and some Donzos in the mix.
Kor has done an excellent job in this middle game of getting back into it. 11 villagers, he's done just enough damage and getting the relics behind it. He's going to have 4 of them now. Doing a great job of keeping Demu kind of off his balance. As long as he can keep up this pressure and keep Demu from really stabilizing, Kor's got a good chance here. He's ahead in the number of villagers. He's got a bigger military right now. Things are looking up right now, and that's not easy to do against Malians that has such a good economy. As we see another engagement here, this time going straight for the Musafadi. That could be a difficult thing to deal with, however, as the Lancers just don't have that kind of armor against that. Musafadi, of course, easy hits against the Lancers for a lot of damage. Bolo happening just to distract somewhere. And Kor takes the win, able to clean that up pretty well. And again, this is a Demu still on the back foot a little bit.
Demu is going to be thinking about this one and asking, heck, what am I supposed to do against this? Now with the amount of Juganu here, you might want to be thinking about a different composition, but another villager pays the price here, and that one will not be the last. It looks like there they go, surrounding yet again, chasing down, lands a beautiful hit here, but this is starting to weigh down on him. Kor still has a lot of fuel in his tank, but the deer will be running out pretty soon, and he is going to need to think about other food sources. As we can see, he has started to steal some of the deer from the other side of the map, but they are going to take a while to get there. And this should make him last a little bit longer, but Demu still has that constant food income. And now getting a little bit of poison archers as well against the Spearman and Juganu mass.
Kor is doing exactly what he needs to do now with 12 villager kills up, as well as getting all 5 of the relics. Managing to, the food is the big question, right? And he, like you said, he's getting the deer behind this as well, getting even more. He's also got the boar he can go for. So Kor has options. If Demu ever gets that insurmountable military lead, things will get dangerous. But up until this point, the production just hasn't been there for Demu. He's been just under duress the entire time.
And these Lancers are attacking from every single side, so Demu hasn't been allowed to even rest. And another one, and another one, and another one. They just keep falling. Now, these Juganu are probably going to be minced meat by this point, but can Kor replace this? That is the real question here. Another bunch of villagers going to be in danger if they keep moving forward. But it does look like Demu is going to be able to clean this up. And now he's 16 villagers behind. And the problem is, he's still Malians. The food income is healthy. He's going to keep making units. And now if he lands in Kor's base, this is going to be quite difficult. But now Zushi, we see them just making units with whatever they can, getting +2 ranged attack now as well, as those Jugunu just did not hit hard enough against these sofas.
Yeah, this is the point where the food starts running out and the wheels fall off. Core was doing a great job of keeping things equal, but does he have enough deer in the base to sustain some pressure back himself? Because again, once Demu can sustain and like stabilize, that food income becomes just so difficult to deal with. And even though it was tricky there for a bit, like this was not an easy 5 minutes for Demu. It looks like he's going to be okay. Core moving out to the berries. If that gets sniped out, which looks like these Sofa are coming right over, the villagers immediately recognizing they're in danger. They're walking right into him, however. Oh, and they're spotted. That is a huge loss for Core. Terrible timing there, trying to get the units he can to save as many as he can. Able to scare off a couple. Loses one, though. That could have been so much more catastrophic, but at the same time, he still needs to get to that food.
And Core just keeps up this pressure constantly. Now 21 dead villagers. Demu keeps sacrificing these villagers to the cause, but he should stop sacrificing them to the core. Now Core also losing a handful, but nowhere near what he needs to lose to actually throw this just yet. But there's also an army coming from the top there towards the berries, and Core is hungry. Demu knows this. This is how he gets back into this. And with 47 military, how dare I say get back into this? He is perfectly fine. He's living his best life as Malians with the unlimited food income, at least for this stage of the game.
And this is again the problem with Zushi's, like that he got such a sustainable push with all those deer, but it just, once it dries up, what's the follow-up? For Demu, he's got the cows. He can give up 20 vills and still be able to be okay. For Core, he has the vills, but now he has nowhere to put them.
Those resources are running so thin, and you can see Core just spending resources as he can, but he realizes, I have done all the damage in the world, but not enough. So now we're 1-1, and honestly, again, fantastically played here by Core. I think Core is showing us a different side to himself. He's actually putting up an insane amount of pressure against Demu and taking down a lot of these villagers as the time went on. I'm worried for Demu after this because Core is coming out and he's looking strong.
Yeah, the problem in the end though was that Core just lost sight of food. He wasn't on top of getting food once the deer was gone. There was another deer pack he could have been gathering more from. He could have gone out for the boar. The tricky thing about going on outside resources is you got to have map control. And the problem is when you're using pro scouts, you're eating all that at home, but he had map control. So maybe he should have sent a couple off on the boar while he had such dominant pressure he was putting on towards Demu. Then he could maybe extended the life of those deer for later. But unfortunately for him, he ran out of food, and then that was the game. Because Demu with the cows, yeah, he lost 20 vills, but cow boom be cow boom, and he can just survive that and keep pushing. And a great showing though by both players. I agree. Core is definitely showing some good skill in this game with the epic hold last game, and then this one kind of a back and forth, but Demu comes on top.
And now for the next map, we have Archipelago. Now, to be fair, Core chose Archipelago here, and Demu playing a lot of tournaments. He has a lot of experience on this, but we have seen great players fall on water maps. Water maps are very volatile. It's so simple to just have one little bit of miss macro and the whole game is over. And that's the problem when you're on land. You can make a mistake here or there. Not these critical ones of just having too wood too little to be able to build one. So this is the problem with Archipelago. Demu has a lot more experience, but is Core going to be able to punish this? Looking at the two civilizations, though, we have Core on Aeobids and Demu on Order of the Dent.
Order of the Dragon, of course, is a classic pick for a water map. Aeobids might seem like kind of an offbeat shoot, though, and this one doesn't seem like something you'd see every day. But of course, Aeobids could have a really fun early timing with the economic wing that they can get. So we'll see what Core has in mind with them. I have seen some incredible back and forth on this map where even if you lose water, as long as you can win on the outer two islands, you can still come back and win the game. I've seen it done. We've seen it in this very tournament in the qualifiers. Let's see how this one plays out as we are even 1-1. We got another very competitive series on our hands.
Both of these players definitely feeling confident on a map like this. Or I feel like he has something up his sleeve. And yes, water should be pretty standard, but Aeobits is a pick we don't usually see in any map like this. Because Aeobits, yes, they have a cheaper dock. Yes, with the age up, you can get a few villagers. So in theory, they should be good. But the rest of the civilizations, Order of the Dragon would just be regarded as a little bit stronger.
He could go for like the cheaper age up here and get to a very quick moment where he can pop out a galley really early, or an archer ship really early, because he could just click up almost immediately with the House of Wisdom here in a second with that cheaper age up. I don't know if that's enough to win the game, but it could be kind of a sneaky play. We'll see what Core has in mind.
That scout looking for better things to do as he's running around. There's no sheep on any of these lands. Both of these players keeping their scouts alive, just peering over to the other side of the island to try and get a little bit of vision. Now, what a lot of players have been doing is they delete the scout just to delay that second or the house that they need to build. But both of these players want to keep that scout alive just to be able to enjoy the shoreline and give them the life they deserve.
I like to imagine on their dating profiles, they say they like long cavalry rides on the beach.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
Now,
Ultra Wing advancement. So it is going to be the quick age up time like I expected. This is kind of the only real play a Ubids has. It feels to me a little bit gimmicky. It can work really well on like hybrid maps where people go all in on water. Like think of Mongolian Heights. This could be a really dangerous play. On a map like Archipelago, I don't know how this will play out, but it is, again, it is a play. There's a potential you can get early enough ships out that you can lock down the coast before Demu is even up in age.
Now, the real question is, how do you feel about or deleting his scout after we just celebrated that poor scout's life? Just like that. Like he didn't
sad.
mean a single thing. Big sad.
Well, he needs,
Look at
it
that.
actually makes a lot of sense here, though, because he needs to save the wood, right, for his archer ship that he's going to produce here in a second, or galley, or whatever he wants to go for. Because he's going to need that wood, though. He doesn't want to have to build another house unless he absolutely needs to. So that's part of the play, actually, of what this build looks like. And again, it's so specific, and it's kind of a ride or die. Either this works, or Core is going to be very, very behind. If it works, though, Demu might find himself in a very, very sticky situation.
I love this Arcane Chapel, though. The fact... Ooh, I say I love it. Okay, guys, I retract every single statement I've made today. Look at that awful little farm that we're going to need to place. I feel like once we get to the point where the farms... Oh, we're not going to get to farms. Never mind. We're an archipelago. The farms don't matter. But you can see with that chapel, I was just imagining us getting to the farming stage and you just have that one singular line open. And it feels wrong. It feels dirty, but it is what you were given. Now... that fishing boat is coming to look around. That is a spy ship. That is not just any ship, just a tiny little spy ship. Trying to find a victim that will be laid towards the galley that is following shortly. The Arcane Chapel, though, that thing is coming up at the speed of light. He's seen what he needed to see, and Core has the direction. Now, Core is doing something that we actually saw yesterday from one of our players. He was, oh, never mind, he canceled it. He was going to go double galley, and it was disgusting to watch, but never mind. He is back to the meta, and we have our Springald ship in queue.
This is the problem with the Ubids build, is on a hybrid map like Mongolian Heights, this works really well because there's one dock, it's right there in the middle, you can get there really, really fast, and their ship that you pop out immediately at the time that this is being popped out at sub 5 minutes is really useful. Here, however, it doesn't make a difference because there's already, excuse me, a answer in the queue. And so by the time it gets over here, well, great, here's the answer right there. And now you cannot win this fight. So it doesn't really get you that far ahead, I feel like.
It does feel a little bit tough in this position anyway, because what happens now? Is this just a straight up water fight? What does Aeobid do with the wing they went for? This is where maybe if you went for the economy wing, do those 3 villages not actually make such a massive difference for you to have? So I guess these are all questions that we will not know the answer to because we are mostly trash at this video game. But I think Twitch chat will gladly educate us. But now, these demo ships are looking for a hit, but they get a hit, but the other one does the same. Tiny hit on the galley, not the same in the end.
Yeah, now here, going for that early age up with the Ubids, now what does he have for it? a really injured ship. He's done no sustainable damage, and he doesn't get anything else out of that age up, right? It's not like he gets the 3 vills. He's not like he gets anything else. And this is why Ubids on full water just don't quite work as well as they would on maybe a hybrid map.
That scout's still watching the seas, everything happening. He's got no more jobs. He's just standing around enjoying the view. He's like, oh, that is a very nice battle, yes. Very nice. Oh my gosh, are those little fish? So, very nice. Love that for him. But Core is about to experience what Demu can do on water. Keep in mind, Demu has 2 more Demus in queue, and it's in his name. He knows how to control those bad boys. Core needs to be careful. Those are a majority of Springald ships. They do not do too well in those numbers. From the front,
out of the mist,
from the back. Disgusting.
Using the stealth, using the seaweed as a cover, coming out of nowhere. I love when players do that, and that is, it's just so difficult to react in time to. Demu now just very much in the driver's seat, springing surprises on Core. This seems like it's a game that might just go south if Core can't hold on here.
Now, he can potentially turn the tide with a demo, but now when you have 2 galleys, they are a pretty quick answer. The fishing boats, they are the next target, and the galley gets a deadly shot on yet another poor little boat. This is disgusting. I'm just seeing wood wreckages everywhere. Demu is on fire. He knows how to handle this, and we do see that Core is not ready to give up, but Demu's ship numbers are increasing. He's got the Chapelle, just pumping the villagers, inspiring them to get wood even faster. And now, Demu just needs to hold back, kill those ships, and he will have the advantage for a little while longer.
Yeah, and Vodka showing us exactly why. Because of the Aachen Chapel, there is nothing really similar for Core to get. I mean, he gets the Golden Age, which will give him a bit of a boost. But it just feels like the Aachen Chapel gives him so much more at this point in the game. I like that he's hiding the demo ship in there. Learned his lesson, is going to try and turn the tide again like that. But will he get to use it is the question. At this point, I just feel like Order of the Dragon, with the better villagers that they have, it just feels like it's going to be very difficult. Because pretty soon here, Demu's going to be looking at maybe moving out to one of the other islands, securing his position long term. And I just don't know how Core gets himself back into this. He's going to try and get an upgrade or 2, try and find an edge, but gosh, unless he can get some really good demo ships played, I just don't know how Core's going to really bring this one in.
Now, with the demo ships, he is getting 2 more to try and make those hits count, but we have to consider Demu's ship army is pretty substantial here. He's got 3 galleys, so even if he A-moves these, he should be able to shoot down most of these demos. His hope is definitely trying to use the map and trying to surprise him. We've actually seen people win water with a lot less of an advantage, or in this case, from Core's perspective. So, in Core's case, it's technically it should be over, but you know, worse things have happened, and we're about to see an explosion, maybe.
That is just too funny. It's
now
like, wait, I'm here. No, I'm here. That's like the Spider-Man meme where they're both pointing at each other, you know? It's like, wait, no, I'm Spider-Man. No, I'm Spider-Man. What are you doing here? Too funny. Too funny.
But the jig is up, and Demu is just investing in his name. He's getting more demolition ships, and he's going to ensure that it doesn't matter how many galleys you invest in, I will just send a flood of them until everything is dead. So now the 2 demo ships a little bit too far out here, taking a little bit of damage. You want those to be full when they're going to be flanking. But 6 demo ships now for Demu, and he's going to try to make that connection with the first 3, but Core doing exactly the same. Demo ships hitting a deadly shot again and again, and soon to be again.
That was catastrophic. Lots of ships going down. The core of Demu's fleet is a little bit weak as well, but man, Core is back on the ropes here. Demu just looking for that final kill shot. Fishing ships, nowhere really to run or hide. Demo ship goes pop without doing any real damage.
Especially with all those Springald ships, you can try to focus them down. But Demu knows this. He's just going to ensure that he gets more. But at the same time, it looks like Core, he is okay. He's okay. He's got a lot of Springalds, and as long as the demo numbers stay low, he's not going to be able to get out of this too easily. Now, though, they are getting a little low, and they're getting dangerously close to that little algae there. So it looks like the demo ships are going to be finding yet another connection. And Core just extending a little bit too far forward. It may have cost him this massive comeback and lead he just got from that last fight.
Wow, the amount of times that they have used these algae spots to hide in the fog and just come out and blow up ships. You'd think you'd learn the lesson after a little bit, but I guess it's just so hard to keep your head on a swivel because it's just so easy to forget that that's there and then just, oop, there they are, boom, and then you blink and it's gone. You know, on these kind of maps, your head has to be on a swivel. You got to be constantly checking back and forth, back and forth. It's so taxing to do a game like this at this level, and it's no surprise that things can change so drastically. Core, though, down a lot of military here. The ship numbers just not looking great. Meanwhile, Demu healing up his ships, getting ready for another advance. You know, to Core's credit, he's holding on pretty well, given the fact that Demu's eco really is better in almost every way and sense. But you just got to wonder, how long can Core keep this up?
Definitely. The fact that Core is able to take these fights well enough is pretty telling. Oh, he wanted to go for that algae, but no, there's already a surprise in those bushes. He needs to back off just a little bit. Those demo ships standing in a line, ready to explode on anything that dares cross their path. The ships moving out. Twitch chat, are you ready for this final explosion that I'm predicting here, as there's 4 more demo ships in the queue? These Springold boys extending quite a bit far forward, especially knowing that there are demo ships in the vicinity, and now they have their eyes on a target. The galleys know of the danger here in the back, and they go for them, but the algae messes up their hits, and galleys on Core's side getting some pretty good value here, though.
Serious back and forth here, a little bit of cat and mouse, as is always the case on water maps. Looks like they're both gearing up for one big showdown. Demo ship not able to connect there, but another one coming right behind it. Demo is pushed back forward to his base. Defender's advantage activates for Core as he's getting some passive healing out of that. Demo ship awfully close, but mostly just blowing up amongst each other. And the back and forth from the arrows continues.
This is the most riveting part of water, as the ships are exploding every now and again, but nothing big enough to explode the whole fleet or the computer of either of these players, because the ship fight continues. The Springalds prevail. We have 10 Springalds now making their way towards Demo, and Demo is not looking like he's in a good spot all of a sudden, but a Demo gets taken down, and yet another one extending a little bit too far. But the Springald mass is pretty damn scary. I'm a little bit worried here for Demo. Apparently, Core has been cooking.
It's been a slow grind. He's aware of now he's learned his lesson at long last. Knows that those demo ships have been waiting for him, and try and get them before he loses too much value. We're getting to the point, though, where looking at the minimap, both sides are running low on wood, and this is where this game, everyone who might think that water maps are a little bit boring, I've seen this map be the most riveting thing ever. It's because once they have to start moving out for the wood, that can make or break things. And if both players can successfully get onto those islands, we're going to see some fighting on the land very soon here. Just a couple more, basically one more little line to go here on the trees. And both players are going to have a real difficulty continuing without having to move on to the other islands.
These poor little ships are injured and just want to be healed to full. We can see there's a lot of galleys on the side of Demu, though, and I'm quite surprised about this. I think him investing in this many galleys compared to the Springalds here from Core is quite an interesting mechanic, and a lot of us haven't seen this play out. So, guys, if you are an aspiring water enjoyer on ladder, I know you guys all have this map vetoed, and every other pile of map that has a splash of blue on it, you'll have it vetoed. But take inspiration here and know that you can make one great ship to rule them all. And is it going to be the Springald ships? Now the fight might just commence. We do see 2 demo ships getting a little bit too close for comfort. One getting quite close. He does do a significant amount of damage, or does not have the same presence of demos as Demu himself. So he does need to be careful with these fights. We do see 15 villages, 16 villages idle on each side. This means, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see the Great Migration any second. They are moving out to the other islands. Core landing at the same time as Demu. Both of them enjoying those faraway islands as the villagers get a little break, running towards their next job.
Yeah, both of them have reached their other island as we speak, pretty much at the same exact time. So moving on, tons of wood here now. The question becomes now, can they start harassing each other? Because if you can get, and there's nowhere really to run on these outer islands. If you can send a couple of units on land to go raid these guys, that can really swing the game where suddenly they can't continue to produce ships on the water. So if one of them has a heads up idea, they'll try and do some kind of shenanigans here in a second. At the same time, they cannot blink because look at how many boats are on the water. You blink and they will disappear. So both players having to be very cautious as they think about their next steps.
And there's only one demo from Core's side, and this one will probably not be as catastrophic as he needs it to be, but the amount of Springald ships, it actually makes this a pretty tough fight here for Demo. I think 17 Springalds can deal with almost anything. If you make sure that they're in the right formation, they are just going to be able to snipe down almost anything and fight it pretty well. Now, I know a player always once told me that the person that goes castle first loses water. And I would really like to see if that's going to be the case here today. But Demo now, he's got a lot of demos and he is trying to find a connection. But no, not today, just yet. He's slowly moving in with those archer ships. And he might realize pretty soon it's time for me to invest in some Springalds myself.
It's a big fleet of boats going back and forth. I'm amazed that Core has been able to stay in this as long as he has, because you just don't think of Ayubids as a good water sieve. But I'm guessing the Golden Age has really helped him out to keep the pace with the Aachen Chapel, that plus 10% to gather rate, as we see all the demos in the world coming in. Can Core escape once again? Demos going down in number. He's picking them off one by one, doing a great job of microing this. However, 3 remain. That could do quite a damage. 1 connection, 2 connections, but not as much of a decisive blow as probably Demo would have liked.
And honestly, Demo might be in danger here. We see an orange dot moving towards that island, and that could mean that there is a little bit of a play about to happen here from Core's side. We do see the Castle Age coming in now. Economy wing for Core, and Aeobid's getting that big of an eco boost is going to be pretty nice, but they don't really have a lot of resources they get to go on at the moment. They're probably going to be going around towards the gold, towards the deer, maybe a little bit of berries. But this is going to give Demu just a little bit of that breathing room, I say, as he's busy queuing men-at-arms. So he's thinking about dropping a little bit of a presence there on the side of Core himself.
It's exactly what I was talking about and exactly what he needs to do. If you're having a stalemate on the water, find a way to hit him on the land. And this is going to be, if you can get those out there with before Core can get any kind of defenses set up, that could be brutal. Of course, then he still has to win the battle on water. But if you can keep your opponent from making more ships, then you're just going to start winning. You know, that being unable to replace your units is pivotal in this later stage of the game.
Now, there is a boat that is fully aware of what's about to happen here. He does see that the shenanigans are... he does not see that the shenanigans are taking place. He catches a little glimpse. But is that glimpse going to be enough? Does he realize, the man-at-arm has been there to receive the unwelcome villager on that side? And that chunky man-at-arm is about to land on land. And ladies and gentlemen, we've all played against Order of the Dragon. You know when that first man-at-arm arrives, you are cooked. Although Core, he's trying not to be cooked. Double archery range, ensuring he has crossbows possibly about to be made the moment he hits economy wing. But the man-at-arm has already started striking. Doesn't do too much damage, but a villager might pay the price. And yes, down he goes. Poor guy.
Yeah, 2 archery ranges with crossbows in queue should be enough. However, it isn't crossbows. It's actually going to be Desert Raiders.
The Desert Raiders
I'm not so sure about that.
No, it was the initial queue up in Feudal Age already. So he wanted to do this in Feudal Age to ensure that he gets a unit out no matter what. So it was just a desperation play. Yeah, and now instantly switching to crossbows. So he just needed a unit. It's better than 0 unit.
Yep, good call, good call. Still stuck in the Feudal Age. Might as well have something in the production queue so you're not wasting time. I like it. Meanwhile, they still have to be fighting on the water as well. This is where it gets so tricky. You got to be cognizant of what's going on your island, trying to aggress your opponent's island, and also don't blink. Don't ever let those demo ships catch up to you.
The problem is Demu is now going to be facing a Castle Age ship army. which already have their upgrades. So this is going to start getting very tricky. This is the moment where he loses or wins. Cathedral is coming up now, but there's not going to be enough time for him to get upgrades if Core doesn't back off. And now there's a lot of demos on Core's side as well. He needs to be careful, though. They're pretty stacked, but now splitting them apart, doing a pretty great job at that. But it looks like they're going to get to the back here. One of the demos just standing there thinking about better days. Two of the demos on Demo's side now making its way through, but they go into a galley, and the galley absorbs the damage. Demo is in a lot of danger now. He is getting his upgrades, but the ship mass is cooked. Sockleton,
I am so impressed by what Core is doing here on water as a Ubits. No one thinks of a Ubits as a water civ. Nobody thinks that way. They are proving that they can make it work. And I think the trick really is that 10% Golden Age gather rate addition they have. They've got a couple of subtle things that could make this work. Obviously, it's been really reliant on the micro and the incredible control that Core has over his units. But man, he has put Demu on the back foot right now.
And this is a tough spot for Demo because he knows if he doesn't land any damage on land, he's actually going to really, really struggle with this. We do see that two of the demos coming out now. He's trying to just find a little bit of damage, but the demos were picked up there in the north as well. And this is just looking more and more dire here for Demo. He's trying to get those upgrades, but it is so tough. The camels now also on the island, they've landed. I don't even know if these are Castle Age men-at-arms yet.
They are not. They are still feudal age. Hasn't had the gold. Demo hasn't had the excess gold to put into those. Really, he's only been able to make a couple of them. Every other ounce of gold he has goes into making more ships. And boy, does he need them as the Demo is trying to get some more connections.
I think
Core is just putting the pedal to the metal. I think he's got it. I think he's going to keep pressing. Once these docks continue to fall down, Demo's got no recourse.
And Demo is trying desperately to just get a demo ship to connect on those because that's what he needs. But the Archer ship mass is big enough. The villagers also running by. A few of them took a few cheap shots, and now another galley popping out. Demo just has so much food in the bank, and he has nothing to do with it. So right now, Core's army, it's looking pretty undefeatable, but the keep is coming up. The keep will be very expensive. Some of these villages will be paying the price, but this could be the opening that Demo needs to actually get a few connections, while Core is focused on stopping that. Now, it looks like he is focused on the ships. He's not going to want to give this up. The villagers getting that keep up, and now ensuring that these ships need to find a new angle to actually try and take this fight. One of the demos makes a connection, and he does get a pretty solid hit, but is this going to be enough? Demo is alive, but only for now.
That keep is huge, but can he hold is the question. He's lost a couple of docks at this point, so his ability to reproduce units is definitely hindered. He does have a lot of food in the bank, but man, it just feels like Core is starting to get an overwhelming force here. Even with that keep right there, it is going to slow him down, but that might just be to Core's benefit anyways. Military numbers really kind of tell a story. 77 pop to 33 pop. Obviously, that's not a one-for-one with the way the ship's population is used, but still gives you an idea of how much Core has over Demu. This has been a really interesting game. Again, the Ubits to come in and do this is a very impressive thing to do. More demos coming in. The rest of Demu's fleet starting to get picked apart. I don't know if he's got much more beyond this.
This was such an amazing showcase here by Core. He gave us a new strategy, and I think he opened the eyes of players on this type of gameplay on water, taking down, for now, looking like he's taken... Oh, was that a massive explosion I just saw? Because if my eyes are not wrong, I just saw 17 total workers going down. Disgusting. Ships.
Yep.
Oh,
and now he's going to go and clean everything else up because he knows there's a second island, so now he just needs to come and clean up the docks on this side, ensure that Demu can never make it back on the water. I wonder how much longer Demu's going to hold out before calling in the GG.
Demu does have quite a bit of resources in the bank, and one of the game styles that we've seen from some players is they go or they just go Imperial and the game goes on forever. And I believe in Twitch chat there was someone who tried to jinx this game, so that might be a permaban coming your way as we are heading or looking really close to going Imperial. But Core actually doesn't want that to happen, so he's loaded up those bad boys and he is going to be dropping a lot of villagers on the island. Let's go see where they're heading. It just seems like they're gonna go find home, nice little home on the island, and they have 2,400 stone in their pockets. Ladies, we're gonna get a lot of keeps. Sockleton, do you know that famous quote by Crackety?
Oh,
And
I know it.
Could you quote it for me right now?
I don't know if I could do it justice. Only Crackety can make it sound as good as he does it. But it goes something like, another keep! Something along those lines. I don't do it justice. However, I am thinking, why not take the sacred sites here? If you're core.
Because
you might as well.
Core doesn't need sacred sites. He's core.
That's
Have you
fair.
met this guy? All he needs
True.
is another keep.
And sure enough, there it
close
is,
enough.
dropping it
Yeah.
right in front. I think there's another one right underneath it. I think Demu's trying to drop one too. You just scroll down a little bit there, Vodka, just a little bit. A little bit down. No, southwards. Yeah, right there. Look at that.
Demu fighting keeps with keep. Amazing. Huge. Siege workshop coming in now. And he is trying his best to do the damage to Core. Honestly, if Core's throwing a game, this is the way he would throw it.
All he needs to do is take over the sacred sites. If he just, camps the sacred sites with all his units, there's nothing that Demu's gonna be able to do. He is trying to produce more units on the water if he can. He just needs to just take them. He's got one. He just needs to get the other two, and then the timer is set. And then it gets difficult. However, there are just a couple of ships for Demu still floating around town, trying to get some damage here and there.
It seems like
And this is
Demu is getting control back of the water. Core's attention is completely split. He's fully
Again, that's
focused
the
on
curse of this map. That's the curse of this map, is that the moment you look away from water, you blink and suddenly everything is going south. Somewhere, some way, somehow, Demu is still trying to hold on to this game.
He's got so many villagers just standing there. And Demu does not. Demu has working villagers. Or he's just got idle villagers. All of a sudden, Thor was so far ahead, and now Demu is the one who's slowly taking control of the water. Keep in mind, this is a trebuchet, but this is trebuchet against trebuchet, and I don't know if you guys remember this, but I believe that there are a few Reddit threads about this, and emergency repairs do exist. So if he decides to put down a TC here, he could just do exactly that. He does have the gold in the bank to buy it if needed, but this is still a pretty sizable army here from Core on the water. He's making his way out here again to try and gain control of this. But Demu, this is on him. He needs to make magic happen right now.
All Core needs to do is just wipe off the stuff off the water. Stop losing your vills for no reason. Take the sacred sites and hold. Hold, man, hold. He's so close to having everything lined up perfectly. He's just let Demu sneak in a couple ships and do a little bit of damage. Just one more sacred site up for grabs. Demu being on the water at this point just can't happen if you're Core. You've got to be camping on those docks, sending the ships elsewhere to go find those other ships and get them off all the water entirely. You've got to lock down on the water. Don't let him get back into this. Unfortunately for Core, there's just a couple of ships sneaking their way around the map.
Honestly, I think Core deserves an award after this game. This has been the most chaotic game on Archipelago. I think this is maybe the first time that Twitch chat has actually enjoyed this map. So guys, this one's for you. Core brought the show to you, and this might possibly just be the biggest throw in the whole year of Age of Empires.
It's not over yet, but things are looking a lot better for Demu than they were about 5 minutes ago. Oh
Demu
no,
just
losing the dervish.
held
Not
on.
like this. Not like this.
Dervishes can't swim, fun fact. As he goes swimming with the fishes. Rest in pieces. Now, there's still a lot of docks here, and I mean, docks don't do much, but maybe that's some intimidating vibes right there. More TCs now for Core. He realizes, hey, I may have lost my advantage, but I do have stone that I did not spend on extra keeps. So he will be spending them on TCs instead, trying to get back ahead, as Demu is the one in control of this map right now. He's slowly just destroying everything he can, letting the OOTD eco do the work.
Oh, those viewers of little faith thinking that water was boring. I hope they're eating their words right now. We've got ourselves a game half an hour in. I hope it doesn't go for an hour, but it might just. Somehow, Demu has a navy again. And I don't know what I'm watching anymore. Meanwhile, Core still only has 2 of the sacred sites. This has just been such a slog back and forth as now Demu just getting on top of the fishing eco for Core. This could be devastating.
Did lose all of his ships in this whole shenanigan, but at the price of the whole fishing economy from Core here, down now to 800 food a minute. And that is honestly not a number you want to feel at 31 minutes on a water map. So Core, he is in a pretty tough spot right now. He needs to find a way to get out of this. But I don't think the right way out of this is going to be the smartest one. He might just have to GG out of this one to escape this trap that he's created for himself. The trebuchet is now doing their work. Sorry, Socketen, when I'm as confused as Twitch, the South African accent makes an appearance.
No worries. There we go. Getting the dervish over there. There's so many demo ships sitting on the edge. I wonder if Demo even notices this. Probably not. He might be able to find if he can move that dervish to the far side. No, don't leave him there. Don't you dare leave him there. Get him to the far side. Keep him safe. Oh, it's still within range. Ah, there's not much he can do. So at this point, will Demo really claw this one back? I am just in awe at what we're beholding. Because Core still has, well, he had up until recently the better navy. Now it's just starting to fall apart. And Demo now coming back more and more and more. However, one thing we gotta look at is Core has added a couple TCs to his island, trying to get some eco going on his side, trying to compensate for the losses he's taken. Will that be enough to bring him back? It's gonna take a couple minutes for that to be a full payoff. This game, we see some farms being placed. Core is settling in for the long haul.
He is definitely stubborn, I can tell you that. But when he sees this Imperial Age flick up, what does he go for? And my question is this a military wing? Because if it is, how great would it be to just drop a bunch of camels every few... Mastersmiths, okay, Mastersmiths. We don't have any blacksmith upgrades, but we do have a dream. So there's that. We don't have a blacksmith.
Yeah,
oh, and also
cow sand. Yep, blacksmith upgrades do work on ships, so that will be helpful. He definitely could use those right about now, but he is going to need to get the upgrades to lead up into Imperial Age. He probably should think about building a blacksmith or two to make the most out of this.
This does feel like a pretty big move to make. Solid decision as far as decisions have gone this game. I feel like Demu he's had his head on, even in times of chaos. I've lost all ability to speak English during this game, as this has been too chaotic, and the demo ships, they're finding yet another way to crank out the damage. And Paul right now is in shambles. He's swimming with the fishes. Ladies and gentlemen, Core's army is all gone.
Wow. Just about every single ship got destroyed in a span of about 10 seconds right there. If that's not devastating, I don't know what is. And this now feels like an into Imperial into GG for Core. That feels like it might be the death knell. I don't know how he comes back from this at this point. Maybe he will. This game, I mean, I need to stop predicting things because they keep coming out here and proving me wrong, but this seems like it might be a bit overwhelming. Demu's getting all those upgrades in. Now he's the one taking the sacred sites. And you know what, the funny thing is, I don't think this is the craziest game I've seen on this map in this tournament. I think last week Cracky and I saw an almost equally as incredible game. So our archipelago is just coming again and again and again, showing us why water can be enjoyable to watch as we see Demu just picking to shreds what Core has.
I'm just seeing ships everywhere, and I'm kind of happy to see how strong Core is trying to hold on. And he's still going for more ships, as we now see him making some of those really spicy. What are they called, Fayebids? Do we have a name on those bad boys? The ones that are 3 in queue. Quebec. Is that said correctly? Yes. I'm just going to say yes. That's how we say it. Quebec. Quebec. The Becks. They are going to need to shoot rockets, and they do, but they just got cancelled as they came on out. And Demo, he can make his own variety of those. And surprise, surprise, he's got 4 on the water already. He's going to come in swinging and he's going to take them down. But now, the real question is, when are we getting more land drops? Because we do need to see a few more villagers dying. I think 80 fishing ships / villagers is just not enough on Demo's side. He's taking out these docks one by one. They're working really hard as far as docks go, but they are probably not going to be able to work hard enough for this. Disgusting.
I'm just still thinking back to how much in the bag it felt like Core had this game. If he'd have just been a little more diligent, I think, in scanning the water and getting all those final docks cleaned up, Demu really just kind of snuck back into this one, you know? Just got a lot of damage while Core was distracted on the land. Meanwhile, though, Core trying to do his best bet to try and get back in this if he can. It feels like it's a long shot at this point.
Socrates, you know when you break a leg and like the bone is exposed completely and you're like, oh, I think that's broken. I feel like that was just a statement that I heard coming from you. So yes, this might be a tough one. I would say. I think it's hard. No,
I just gotta cast what I see, Wham. I just gotta cast what I see, and this is a compound fracture of a naval battle right here.
Honestly, with all these demo ships, I feel like Demo just sourced the energy from all these explosions. He has sucked them out from this water, and that is how he's making this push. That trebuchet, though, he is just giving us a signal of what is next, because Demo is the one on the sacred sites. And look at that prelate getting into that ship. Ladies and gentlemen, that ship has valuable cargo, and it is destined for yet another sacred site. We're going to be having 3 sacred sites for Demo from, I don't know, I want to say he came crawling back from death, but it felt like it was more than death that he came back from. Demo has shown us exactly to not give up, even when you've got nothing left. So remember that next time you play ranked and there's a guy who won't leave. He is just channeling his inner Demo, and Core is doing the same as well.
I know they're extending this game much longer than I think people would have originally imagined at certain points. I mean, it's amazing to me how much in the bag this can feel, and then oh wow, rip that prelate just gets blasted away by the ship. So Core delaying this capture even more. I gotta hand it to both these players. Neither of them are making it easy for each other. They are making this as grueling as they physically can.
I mean, maybe this is just for Twitch. Guys, we need to thank Core for this show. Yes, this is for you. You, the viewer at home, you're sitting there, you're watching this and you're like, man, am I going to unveto Archipelago? Because does this look fun? So every single one of us, go unveto those water maps so we can experience this together. We see those arrows now covered in fire, just doing a little bit more damage. The Quebecs are hoping for a miracle, but they are on fire. And the demo ship making himself known. Yet another one from each side. Boom, boom, boom. I want you in my...
I don't know if I want to experience this firsthand. Don't know if I want to be experiencing what these guys are going through. This is a slog and a half. These are the kind of games as a caster, I sit back afterwards and go, whew, that was a long one. For these players, the endurance it takes to do this, and then whatever happens in this game, they've got another game to play. They're going to reset and get right back to it.
See, sometimes I think it would be really nice to have cast the cameras so they can see what happens during these games. I've got my knee in the sky currently, watching this game, holding my knee tight as the stress is pulsing through there. These players, their hands must be shaking, their brains must be frying, and the demo ships, they are traveling to unknown destinations, right into the dock. One explodes, and the next one decides a ship is the target, but these boys are fighting. Core has had enough. He's lost every bit of hair left on his head, and Demo is crowned the king of Archipelago after a 41-minute game.
Oh man, yeah, I'm definitely sitting in my chair like a shrimp right now. me straighten up here before the camera gets back on me. That was an incredible match. And for anyone who's wondering, why do we do these water maps? Well, there's your answer, because even though they go on for about 40 minutes, they are exciting and they are just incredible to watch. And kudos to both these players. Played an amazing game here. Like, there's so much we can say and how we have said about how hard this map is and how hard playing water at this level can be. But congratulations to Demu for bringing it back, man. If I'm Core, that was a brutal loss to take, and it's going to be really hard to reset into game number 4. But that's exactly what he's got to do if he wants to win this and move on.
I can't believe this man went ahead, took 1 million villagers, and went across the map to keep drop on the island. And that is the reason he may be knocked out of this group. That is the real feels bad man in this situation. So Core, I think he's taken a valuable lesson from this. Greedy geese, the mindset of a greedy goose, is punishable. And Demu, he knows how to punish them greedy geese. So I am excited to see what the next map is, because I have a feeling that there's a lot less blue on this map. Oh, no, I know what's coming next. They're making us watch it again.
Yep. Run from it. Dread it. It comes all the same. Altai is here. We have 2 minutes before your doom impending comes in. Bruce and Abbasid coming up after this one. Oh my gosh. It just keeps going. Are you ready, Whammy? You ready for another hour-long slog? I'm ready.
I am an Altai enjoyer. I think the biggest betrayal is that we don't have an English chosen here. I know we've already used English, but the girl can dream. She needs some strategies, guys. But Rus, I do not mind the good Rus pick on this map. This is not a big problem for me at all. I love watching Rus on this map because I am a Rus enjoyer. We did see that the Rus struggled a little bit earlier, but it does not matter. This is a different type of Rus. This is one for match point. And when we get to match point, things get hot. Just like we do in Mother Russia. So we will see what will happen with these two today. But Abbasid, on the other hand, I'm excited to see if we're going to get like a 14 TC Eco Wing, but I'm assuming we'll just get a little bit more of a standard play here out of the boys.
Yeah, it'll be sad to not have Shinobi going against Roos. I did enjoy the ninja play earlier today from Mio Micah. A little more standard stuff. I expect this to be a bit more of a boom fest. Abbasid. Now the question is, does Abbasid go for like the TC play, or do they go for like a trade wing play?
I honestly do not want to see trade wing today. I'm actually gonna go and ban every single player clicking up trade wing in this next match on every single channel that I own. So guys, be careful. Do not click trade wing. I warn you now. But
they might still do it. I mean, we gotta be mindful here. They might be, that could be in the cards depending on how the map spawns for sure. Otherwise, because the tricky thing with multiple TCs is there's not a ton of real estate, right? Like you kind of jam packed in there between the mountains. Trade wing could look pretty enticing to be seen as we dive in.
Soccerton, you're playing a very dangerous game here. Actually, Twitch chat, Soccerton, you're part of Twitch chat now. Do we get 2 hunting cabins? Or no, don't look. Oh, damn. I was gonna tell our observer not to look. Look away quickly. No. I was gonna ask if we're getting 2 or 1 hunting cabin, because that's been the biggest question about Bruce in the early game.
To be seen. I think the 2 is honestly such a good choice. Getting the extra gold. I don't know why you wouldn't want to do that. But again, look at the spawn though. Like, where are you going to put that second town center? Where are you going to put all your farms? Trade on this map. If you wall it, it's not a great map for trade, but it's up in the corner kind of. I could see it happening. I wouldn't doubt. I honestly, I think if I were playing as Abbasid, that's probably what I would do. Honestly, is go trade.
There's something you're missing when you make those statements. You know, there's a reason that you are not playing in this tournament, right?
This is true.
Both of us sitting here at the caster desk and we're like, actually, I really think the trade would work. And here I am advocating for the ban of all trade.
Now, if it happens, if I'm right though, what if I'm right? I mean, don't hate me if I'm right.
Then I think this is up to Twitch chat, guys. We need a reward here, but yes, if there's one person who's gonna trade, it might be Core. If between Mio Micah and Core, yeah, those 2 boys, they've got some spice in them. And you know, it's actually pretty funny because Core is pretty tame as a human being. He's German. So, you know, he's pretty mild. I've been spending a lot of time with the Germans. And I must say, very nice, calm people most of the time. So, I don't know if core is that spicy, but we'll find out. Economic wing. Thank
economic wing.
goodness. Ha ha! Take that, trade wing enjoyers.
Yeah, not the spicier choice, but at least we don't have to watch hour-long trade. Instead, we get to have hour-long multiple TC boom. So, you know, in the end, we're having the same experience, I feel like, either way.
Now,
I say that tongue-in-cheek.
there's Koru's coming back with the biggest haul in all of the land. Demu takes us back to easier times. Guys, I want you to close your eyes. I want you to imagine Rus making 2 hunting cabins and making 3 scouts in Dark Age. No, this is not a nightmare. This is just the standard Rus way. Because when we have 3 knights, we have a lot of deer coming right back to us, just how we like it. And Abbasid, back in Season 1, we're making many TCs. And just like that, horse archers will flood the map. Horse archers are everywhere. And Core is just making a lot of villages. That was it. That was all I could do. Now, I'm tired. Soccerton, tell me, what are you expecting here from Abbasid? Are we feeling a 2 TC? Is Core going to spice it up a little bit and go for just a smidge more? Is that a little bit risky?
I think it is a little bit risky, but you're also on all tie. I think he goes for a second TC right off the bat, as we expect. I think he will add a third one eventually. I don't know if it'll be immediately. I think he's going to give a little bit of a breathing room first, make sure he's secure, wall up a little bit. Then I think we'll see the third one placed. But he could be spicy and go straight for 3. I don't know. When I predict things, I don't know. It's like a coin flip if it's going to happen or not, but we'll see.
Actually, I think you have been a little bit of a problem here for a lot of these players. And if they do rewatch this VOD, they might be like, wow, this Soccerton guy, he really cursed me here. So you should probably be careful on these predictions because they might come back at you. What I'm really interested in is the fact that Demu already has 8 villages on food. So usually when you're aging up, most of the Rus players, they will age up with 4, 5 villages and they will send those villages back onto food afterwards. But this was not the case. He's already drowning in the food. And is this then one of those instances where he's going to sell the food to go fast castle? Or is he actually going for pro scouts? Because 3 scouts, you usually feel like, yes, I'm gonna go for pro scouts. But now, it doesn't seem to be the case. He has not sold. He's sold. Okay, we see wood being spent. And that's just gonna be a tower. So this is a pretty ballsy way of going fast castle. I'm excited to see what this holds. Because Core, he's going to need to find an answer to a lot of knights / horse archers.
Little half wall to start. I like that idea. He needs to wall, and that's the first thing. You got to close off your base to make it so you're not as raidable. We see the beginnings of that here, that little wall between the stone and the mountain. I actually really like the placement of that. Force any units to come around the TC, even though it's just a extra TC, not the landmark town center. Not going to be as dangerous, but every little bit's going to help. If he can just hunker down and keep his base small, it's going to make Demu's ability to do damage more difficult. The tricky thing is you got to be careful not to cede too much map control. So I'm curious how Core wants to play this. No scouts.
Now, the scout battle was a little intense. Sorry, guys, ladies and gentlemen, we just have to wait for a moment here as the scouts were calling for a pause. They felt that that fight was unfair as one of them had a 0.1 second advantage, and this might go down in the history books of scout deaths. Yes, poor scout is dead. I repeat, poor scout is dead. Demu has prevailed. Now, this is going to mean that Core does not know what Demu is going to be cooking, and Core, he's got a lot of resources in his bank, and I feel like we're about to get our third TC. Very nice. Now,
I think that's right. Where's he going to put it? Oh, on the other side of the wood. Okay.
Now, with all of these TCs around the map, this feels pretty good for Core. It's good. We paused the game a little bit just so it doesn't feel too good. You know, we have to give you guys only a smidge of a taste of these close encounters, because as we can see, the resources on the side of Demu, these villagers are really excited about it, running extra fast. they're going to go down and build the high trade house as the placement of those buildings have forced them to do so. Now, the high trade house coming in with 11 means the horse archers / knights are nigh. We will see. And don't worry, guys, I will be doing a Rus accent the moment the military units arrive. But Core's ready for it.
Demo, I think, sees what Core is doing and knows that if he times this right and that's why he's going for 11, he can time this right, get units in the base ASAP, he can lock down Abbasid's 3TC play in a real quick and a hurry. And I think that's what Demo wants to do. He's trying to get as much damage as he can right now with those scouts. And again, once the units from Castle Age start rumming in from Demo, Core's going to be in a tricky spot. If he can hold this, it'll be great. But the question is a big if. Can he hold? We've seen him do it with English. Can he do it with Abbasid? That villager might need to be out of there.
I love this from Demo. He is playing a little bit of a dirty game, and I'm loving it. The amount of scout action we're getting here. Villager's got a shiv out, but he's stuck there. These 3 scouts surrounding from every single angle. And he knows how to break free, though. As we can see, he pulls out the shiv on the low HP one, and the rest of the scouts are trying to fight back just a little bit. That villager can be spicy and fight back, and one of the scouts will go down. That is the villager of the century, but he will pay a very dear price as the scouts are just hammering away at his pretty little head. He's trying to get back to safety, but the blades have landed, and the villager is dead. Yes.
No, not all heroes wear capes, you know. Sometimes they build walls and pull out a shiv.
We don't have any horse archers or anything. We just have a lot of relics going over to the side of to the side of Demo, or securing one of them inside his base. Very nice. Very nice.
This seems thinking about this, you're letting your opponent wall up and hunker down. You haven't really produced any military units. You're in Castle Age. Yeah, you're gonna get the relics, but 4 relics against 3 TCs just doesn't do it for me. I'm thinking that that's just not going to be enough. I was kind of hoping Demo would, get full send aggression here, but instead he's going to give Core time to let those TCs pay off. That could prove detrimental to what he wants to do later.
Now, it does look like these scouts have not carried any carcasses, but they will be accompanied by some horse archers. So, in this case, I feel like with these horse archers, he is going to struggle to find an opening. Obviously, because there are walls, and horse archers, even though they're really cute and they have, arrows and stuff, they don't do too well against walls. So, walls being the ultimate counter to the horse archer meta, Core has that down. And he's got the amount of villages down as well. I know that there's always this timing people talk about when your opponent's going to TC before it pays off. And we're getting close to that. And we're already on 3 TC, yeah. So he is in for a tough one, I feel like. But the military wing now coming out, meaning that Core is probably going to make units that can handle the way of the horse archer.
I am very concerned for what Demo's game plan here is. When you see 3 TCs and you're just 1 TC fast castling, you got to do something with it. Your opponent's just going to match the castle timing, and then all that you're going to have is you'll have a little bit of extra resources, but then your opponent's going to have 3 town centers. He's already got 58 to 37 as far as villagers go. Obviously, Demu doesn't know the exact number of villager difference, but you have to have an inkling that Habba's just going to start getting ahead, and that is going to be a problem.
Now, with these horse archers, they're just noticing, hey, we're not going to break through here. The scouts are here to support those, so these boys will be helping, but we also have men-at-arms that will be supporting these guys. So he is feigning a pretty massive investment into these horse archers, and this is what you expect to see from Rus. Just a lot of horse archers. So this could come in as a little bit unsuspecting, but now with the archers from Demo as well, as a Rus player, you don't really get anything from all these archers, right? You're already going to be up against composite bows. You're going to have a pretty hard time trading out against these, but with the men-at-arms, you're going to have a good time.
Well, and Core's going to have the horsemen for those archers as well, and it won't be hard for him to just add crossbows or ghulams if Core so desires. So I'm not quite sure what Rus is going to have as a leg up. I mean, he's going to have 4. He's got 4 of the relics. That's great. Against 3 TCs, you got to the horse archers. You're kind of pestering a little bit, but man, if I'm Core, I'm feeling really good right now. I'm feeling really, really good. I think one thing you can maybe try for is if you're Demo, I don't know why he hasn't captured the sacred sites yet.
Now,
to get those guys over there.
Oh, exactly. He's just as you called it. It
There we
feels
go.
like you should be a coach here. Poor guy.
I'm
He's
not
just-
good enough to be a coach.
Demu, he's just listening to all those pieces of advice you're throwing his way. Those horse archers, they are going to be looking for damage, though. Villagers quickly running into the TC, and Demu is faced with the big question of, how do I break this? So, Ram technology might be key here, as that TC is firing back. Sacred Side Victory now coming in, and to be fair, this is a map that you get to shut that down pretty quickly. You struggle to spread your units like this. Camel's already making quick work of that victory. And now the gate is under siege. +1 ranged attack also coming in to accompany all those ranged units. The men-at-arms just keep pouring in. Horse archers, they were just a distraction.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like we're going for just the Lancers here. He needs an answer to these men-at-arms. Horsemen aren't gonna do it. Lancers can do okay, but he needs some crossbows or some kind of way to take those guys out. Meanwhile, Demu diving the base. Men-at-arms just kind of doing their thing, trying to get through and do some damage. The numbers aren't quite just there yet. Looks like Core's gonna be able to hold for a second, but again, Men-at-arms taking a lot of damage, soaking a lot of the hits.
Problem is, now that composition is going to change to Lancers, and it doesn't look like Demu has any answer to those either. And even though he's killed 7 villagers, it's kind of fine. Losing 7
that's a
villagers
rounding error.
to all of this. In this case, he's just going to try and stay alive for this. He knows he's got the eco, but he's got 40 villagers idle. I say this, never mind, 40 idols. It's a different conversation we're about to have.
The trick thing is can Demu really push in here? Those archers are pretty squishy. The town center fire is going to start adding up, and he's running out of men-at-arms. And once the crossbows, now they're in the queue for Core. Once he gets a sizable crossbow mass and can snipe those out, that's when it's going to get real dangerous. Now, for Core, he needs to make sure he continues to have safe food, and we see him moving out in the corner right now. That is a huge concern. He doesn't have a farm transition just yet, so he needs to be mindful that he has food to sustain the defense. And if you're Demu, you've got to be thinking, maybe I can hit on the wings. The tricky thing is with this Altai setup, these mountains do not have a lot of ways to get through. It's really one pass on each side, and that is it.
Now, the unit mass is pretty scary from Demu, and Core's villager mass is also pretty scary. But you have to consider here, the food is looking decent for Core. I would love to see what the food situation is in general for him, because he's been having a lot of wood to handle and hang around. So farming transition would not be a surprise here. But now, with the Lancers, I would really like to see Core moving out and doing some real damage, because he is just not able to, you know, take this fight head on. You don't want to fight this one-to-one. You want to use that TC to actually give you that value. But he needs to find a way to force Demu back into his base, because right now, never mind. Right now is a little bit late, actually.
Yeah, Demu dropping down the Rams. He means business with this. He is hoping to tear down that town center. The question is, has that town center got enough value to the point where if it goes down, we see that Core does see this. If that town center goes down, is that going to be enough damage for Core? He's had them for a while. He's up almost double the villager count. But of course, as Demu starts moving in here, the town center might be just the first target. We'll see how well Core can handle as he sends the Lancers on the other side to try and raid at the same time. And here we go. It's a speed bump of a palisade wall, and they are inside the base. And they get the first TC. They probably will.
Now, we do have a little bit of a split action here going on as Core is doing the counter raid, but these Rams, 3 Rams, is just the right amount to actually make this a quick dead TC. The problem is now, the men-at-arms have no answer just yet. The crossbows are trying there at the back their best to shoot this, but there's just so many of them. And the archers from Roos, they're just target firing anything who dares shoot at their men-at-arms.
I think you said it right. Those Lancers going to raid were a day late and a dollar short. They needed to be here to hit the back line of all these archers. They needed to stop these units. Right now, Core does not have the defense. He has no units to handle this. He had all the stuff in the world. Those Lancers could have maybe helped, but now the Rams onto the main town center. And really, you know, Demu could almost landmark snipe here if he takes down this. Meanwhile, Vill's coming into pull, try and get rid of those Rams. That is crucial in this instance. Need to stop this, but that DPS per second, that DPS that Demu has is just insane. He still has a couple men-at-arms left. but mostly just range units now. If those rams go down, this push stalls out. So Core just needs to hold here.
Now, Core doesn't need a lot more than to hold here, unfortunately, Sockleton. It doesn't look like those units are going to slow down at all. Demu is just making so many more at the back here. Now switching into the most amazing unit in all of the land, horse archers. So, unfortunately, this flood is going to be ending the series pretty soon when the main TC goes down. This is a pretty tough spot, but he's making Demu work for it. He's saying, you may have the game, but you need to have my base first.
50 villager kills tells the story. 3 TCs is great, but you got to keep the vills alive. Unfortunately for Core, he sent those units off to raid instead of prioritizing the defense. It was just a little too premature, and now he's paying the price here. It looked like he maybe had a good thing going, but 3 rams and a solid push from Demu is all it takes to end it. And now Core just kind of processing what is probably going to be the final loss of this series.
Now, this is probably a good win for him, though. He put up a pretty good show here against Demu, but he knows his weaknesses. You know, Corey's gonna learn from this. He's gonna be like, oh yes, I need to think about my actions before I take another set of millions of villagers and keep drop. I need to think about this 3 TC opposite play against a fast castle Rus. So Demu now getting closer to that landmark victory as opposite and you bids both of those civilizations only having 2 landmarks. This will be the next target if he can build another set of rams, because Demu is not going to get this win for free or is making him work. But he says, I've had enough. It's Sunday. We're going to go rest. It has been a blast.
Yeah, what a good game. No, I was a little worried Demu was being a little too slow into the pressure, but thankfully he was able to ramp it up at the right time, and Core just, I think he overestimated how good his eco was there. He didn't prioritize the military when he got into Castle Age. I think that's probably the biggest mistake there. Core needed to really focus on building a massive military the moment he hit Castle, knowing that push was going to be coming. Instead, he drops the final game to Demu within 20 minutes of this one. What a good series, though. I mean, taking one from Demu is something that Core should feel really proud about, and especially some of these other games were close. There were some close games, and a really fun series overall.
Now, these guys have put up a pretty good fight here, but we have a pretty big match happening right after as well. But let's just take a quick look at that key moment of the villager falling to the floor as the scouts completely destroyed that poor guy's face. So now it does look to be us going Myriad versus Kiljardi, which honestly I am super excited about. I think this is probably a match that most people would say is might be pretty close, because Kiljardi, he is someone who shows up and takes down really good players, and then he struggles to break through that top 12 barrier. But Myriad as well, I don't think for him, I think this is one of his first performances to be in the top 16 in EGC. So this is definitely something that we want to see what Myriad could be doing. But yes, guys, we're getting a 10-minute break and then we'll be back here. So please go get your snacks, get your tea. I'm going to go make some tea too so that we can keep this casting voice going. And I can make the neighbors real mad. But we'll talk soon and see you guys after the short break.
Don't go anywhere. Welcome back.
It's happening. It's happening.
It's here.
Myriad versus Kiljardy. And we're hopping right in. Sockton.
17 seconds. EGC Masters Fall continues right here with Whammon and myself, Soccerton. Whew, I'm still, riding the highs of last series. 10 minutes was not enough to really cool off. I'm still, pumped after some of those games.
I was making tea, and then I got really excited, so I put French fries in the air fryer. And yes,
yummy.
here we are. Yes, and in the middle of all of that, we get a Malian versus Zushi. This is the matchup I am starved for, because when you're playing Malians, usually the question is, when do I invest in units versus when do I invest in cows? This is when pro scouts. And both of these civilizations have a lot of answers.
Did he just
to those.
kill the sheep?
Yes, we saw this yesterday as well.
Deny it. I love it.
Yes. Apparently the idle time that you get from just chasing down one of those bad boys, it's worth it. So probably on the way to the gold, he was like, all right, I see one of those bad boys. Let me go slaughter it. So he doesn't take it back home. So definitely an aggressive scouting pattern. And Myriad right now, he needs every bit of food he can get.
I'd love to see the math on that on a big whiteboard of distance traveled to versus resources gathered, resources not gathered while traveling. I'd love to see the actual calculus there. That'd be fun. But at any rate, Myriad in the green here as Zushi, and Kiljardy in orange as Malians. I'm sure Cal probably has done it somewhere. He's whispering in my ear something about that.
Now, when we look at those 6 houses around the gold, again, we don't see any overcommitment or any clear indication that this is going to be a naked pro scouts in this case. But we've been seeing this with Malians quite a bit. With the scout play, they just have so much movement and actual pressure they can put down on a player. So it does feel strong even if you don't have the ability to get it instantly. So Myriad, I don't know. I feel like Myriad is the one who's going to need to make the plays happen, because Kiljardy is not going to mind sitting back and just letting it, destroy. Oh, he's going to get the cows pumping.
We saw that exactly happen in last series too. We saw the exact same matchup on Dry Arabia, and that's exactly you're exactly right. I think it's on the onus is on Zushi's legacy to make something happen, as we see Vodka pointing out where he thinks the meditation gardens will go. I think that's a pretty good spot. And Takori coming up as we speak. And yeah, I expect pro scouts out of this, but then I think the tricky thing was last time we saw this matchup, it wasn't enough damage and then the food ran out. If Myriad can make sure he has the food while he maintains his pressure, he'll be fine. So, you know what? He has not seen and scouted this area. Does he not know? He's guessing, I think, with these villagers that there's something out here.
This feels... Oh, he's not going to see. Oh, but he can check with the meditation garden. So yes, he would be able to spot the berries up there with the meditation garden as he hovers over it. So even though he didn't scout it, he'd be able to just see, hey, this is a better spot for me. He gets it. Really nice. And, getting all that extra food is Zushi. Definitely important when it's a game about how long does my food last before the pressure runs out.
Most certainly. That was what killed the game for Zushi last series, was the food ran out, and then it was well, now what? And the answer is you die. So hopefully, for Myriad, in this case anyways, he will be able to manage that a little bit more efficiently. Pro Scouts, I'm sure, will be coming in here in just a little bit as soon as he ages up. Manticore is almost up. Yeah, for Malians, though, for Kiljardy, this is just kind of you know how to handle this. You just hold the line, make the cows, and then you're set. And so his game plan is very, very straightforward, I feel like.
And I love the fact that he's already starting with that second pit mine. He knows what's important for him, and he wants to ensure that he gets a maximum amount of gold from these pit mines. So already getting ready for that. Just double broadex as well. This man is going heavy on the wood, and he is gonna make sure to contest these pro scouts. If Myriad is even gonna attempt to step over the boundary of the middle of the map, because those deer, I must say, they're quite far from both of these players' bases.
Yeah, which can make pro scouts all the better, right? It's actually really does favor a pro scouts play for Myriad, because everything's up front, which is going to force Kiljardy, if he wants to defend this, to really play forward. He doesn't have any back deer that he can really just not worry about. So Myriad's going to have his options laid out before him, as we see pro scouts halfway up already. And he's got scouts in the queue.
And those professional scouts are going to come out so quickly. And now with the 2 scouts in queue already, this feels pretty good. The thing is now, Kiljardi, again, he has the spicy scouts. And with these guys, they're actually going to put a lot of pressure on the map. And it's not going to be that simple for him to just run around and pick this up. But him going for that double broadaxe, it's already costing just a little bit more, but he says it's worth it. So with all the gold in the bank, he is definitely going to go for pro scouts himself and going to try to contest this as we see yet another scout queued up. So ensuring he shuts this down is so important. The scouts just got their upgrades, so now he needs to make this work.
Yep, spicy scouts, as you would say. Spicily enough. Trying to get some damage here. You know, the tricky thing is with these scouts is that opponent scouts still do pretty good damage to you as well. But he's got the hit right here and is healing through it. And Myriad's got his work cut out for him already.
But Myriad already ready for this response and has gotten his spearmen ready to roll here too. This is going to mean that Kiljardi has to respond with other units, or he has to be extra annoying with these scouts himself. So now we do see he did not go for his own pro scouts. He's just using every bit of wood he has and now gold he has to make cows. No pro scouts for him. Just going to be as annoying as he can be, because that spearman, it is going to be annoying to deal with. He's going to be able to poke him, but we know those things heal up at the speed of light. And now Kiljardi getting a second so far already. Really smart here, ensuring that he kills these here, because when your opponent just has these deer for free, he just shift clicks on everything and everything goes back to his base for free without any effort.
Soph on the field making things extra tricky. Bit more of a tanky unit to have out here in Feudal Age. Meanwhile, Myriad has got one of every production building ready to go, so he can make whatever his heart desires, so long as he's got the resources. Getting that pack almost all the way back in. I feel like he's doing a good job of getting these in very quickly. If he can get that north one next, I think he'll be in a pretty good spot. And I think they say it's like, what, like one deer pack pretty much makes pro scouts already worth it. The trick is, can Myriad leverage that and keep pace? Because really, against any other civ, it'd be great. He'd be way ahead. But because it's Malians, he's got to keep pace with the cow boom. Meanwhile, it looks like cows are having a bit of a crisis in housing over there. There's a couple stacked up on top of themselves.
With all those cows just standing at the ready, the food income is going to have a great time once it starts skyrocketing. That scout just escaping barely, but the damage is being done. And Kiljardi is doing such an amazing job at ensuring that the pro scouts is shut down and no greediness is allowed. Another scout going down and another scout overextending just a little bit too much. Now, as we can see here, this looks pretty tough for Myriad. He's making as many units as he can, and he's going to try to push out, but there's already 6 cattle in the barns, and they are going to be making so much food for this army. So this feels pretty good for Kiljardi already. He's shut down, he's slowed down, and he's got a pretty heavy set of archers here ready to fight.
It just feels so bad when you're going against Malians, and you know this is how it plays out. Like, you kind of know this is how it goes. This is the same choreographed dance. You've seen it played in other places, and now you're kind of doing your part. But you just kind of know in the back of your head, if you don't get enough value out of these pro scouts, if you can't get some serious pressure going, Kiljardi is just going to run away with it as Malians. Malians are just going to snowball like they always do. And then the question is, how do you break this cycle of defeat against Malians? And so it's really going to come down to, can he get some really good pressure? Because we saw last time, 10, 12 villagers didn't make a difference last time, even with all the relics. So can Myriad do enough to make this pro scouts worth it and to maybe put Malians back in its place?
Myriad seems to be committing to this. He's also getting now +1 ranged attack, as the Jugunu is going to be quite hard to handle, even with a bunch of archers here from Kiljardi. Usually when you're up against those Jugunu, the javelin throwers do so well, but you need to make sure you spend a lot of time microing. Now, Myriad is just chasing around these units, trying to do as much damage as he can. But with these Jugunu following, this is actually not going to be a bad position for him in this next push. As we know that Malians, they have a lot of spots you get to attack. So even just destroying the pit mine is already a good chunk of damage, but he probably wants to get something more valuable.
Yeah, it feels like pit mines, taking him down, you do get value out of it. I've always kind of sat there and gone, is it really worth it? It feels like it's just so easy for them to build it back. You know, burning a house or two feels good, but it doesn't feel like enough. Needs some serious sustained damage as he dives in with the horseman here, trying to get some villager kills. He'll probably get at least one. One goes down, sure enough.
Perfect call there, as finally Malians get a little bit of pressure on their side. Now Kiljardi has the choice here. Do I now use my Sofas to be annoying? And yes, that is the answers. Just ensuring that you cut off the reinforcement is so important here, because that army is just going to keep on growing. This is forcing Myriad to keep his units in his base and only be able to move out when he's confident he can take on those Sofas. And seems he's not going to be confident about that too soon, so he pulls them back instead.
Still working on getting the deer there. Pulls and drops those immediately. Drops the cargo and runs. Keeps them alive for another day. The nice thing about that, though, about dropping those carcasses there, is that they're still closer to home than they were before. So you can always go back. You just got to make sure the scouts stay alive. And he loses one of them there. Some good micro from Kiljardi. Unfortunate for Myriad, though.
Now, with those spears, he's definitely taking a little bit of a better trade here. Those Sofas do not heal up themselves like the scouts do, but there's a lot of them. And the type of pressure they provide is immense. Kiljardi, he's got a lot of archers in this. He should be okay. Myriad now looking for a little bit of damage here on the gold. And the villagers will pull back in time. These guys are not of the wheelbarrow variety, so they won't be running too fast, but fast enough to get out unscathed.
Drops a horseman for that. Maybe two, it looks like there. Montlu Academy coming up, so Myriad already able to go up into castle. And this is where his window opens for real. At this point, he needs to make a lot of stuff happen in the next couple minutes, as Kiljardi is going to start saving up for castle himself. He does have a lot of Sofa and a lot of archers on the field. Definitely something Myriad needs to be cautious of, so it's not like he's going to be going into an opponent who's trying to castle with him right away. But with the castle upgrades coming in, he's going to have a lot of units in a second. Myriad needs to do a lot of damage, like I said. Needs to make this castle age feel really worth it.
The problem is engaging now when you've just invested this much into Castle Age. It feels wrong, and it is, because Myriad now losing a significant portion of his army. As we know, the horsemen are nowhere close. They're busy out there trying to get a little bit of damage done, and just because of that, he's losing such a large chunk of his army. The Sofa's getting that surround now, as these do not have any upgrades. The Lancer trying to make things work, but one Lancer is but single Lancer. It cannot perform miracles, and just like that, Myriad loses his whole army. And now Kiljardi is the one going to be killing villagers.
Yeah, this is about the worst possible timing that could have happened for Myriad here. Castling into GG, how often do we see this happen where you lose your military right when you castle up? Maybe posturing a little too aggressively there, as now Kiljardi just walks into the base saying, hey, you're castle age. I know you've got nothing else behind this. Where are your villagers? And there they are, running for their lives. Ooh, this is going to be catastrophic, losing a couple already. And at this point, Kiljardi is still just banking cows at home. So he is going to get so far ahead from this.
That TC was very much full, so losing a few villagers, trying desperately to get inside there. The Lancer now coming out, and this might give Myriad a little bit of confidence that he's now cleaned up a significant chunk of this army, thinking like, hey, he couldn't possibly have been able to redo this. And yes, he hasn't, but do you have the window now to try and land that counterattack, as so many of his villagers have gone down. Now he's back on his economy, he's able to get the rest of this, but now those cows are starting to tick, and Kiljardi is going to be aging up any moment now.
I'm looking at this matchup, and I'm just kind of scratching my head of what can be done. Who can stop the tide of cows? Who can end the reign of the bovines? I don't know. I feel like this is just such an uphill battle for Myriad now. That timing worked out disastrously for him. So now, what is your recourse as your opponent's catching up to castle with a stronger economy, only having lost about 9 villagers total, well, being down 9 villagers essentially? It's just not enough, right? And now your food's gonna start running out here as Pro Scouts is kind of done. You only have your 3 scouts. They're taking some time getting those gear back in. And Myriad sustain some kind of a push and get back in this, because right now Kiljardi's gonna be feeling really good.
He's got a few Donzos already standing at the ready, and yes, Kiljardi, he's struggling with food right now, but even just giving him 30 seconds or so is already going to give him a bigger space to actually answer, instantly going for that Donzo upgrade. And now those Donzos are going to be able to handle this in a short while. Lancers do pick up a kill here or there, and now those are, I believe, the feudal upgrades for them only now. Now the castle picked up himself, and now those are going to be Sofas, well, a little bit spicier than before. And already having 2 on the field, I mean, now 1 on the field, those guys are going to be an easy transition from here on out. Ooh, it does feel a little bit rough, but at the same time, look at the food skyrocket. It's just going up naturally without any investment from the villagers.
Yeah, Myriad has a really good food economy as well for now. You see the scouts trying to keep up with the demand. Unfortunately, it's just not that many deer on the map left. They're going to run out. They'll keep it going for another couple minutes, and then Kiliardi's cow boom is going to become, to steal a phrase, fully operational.
Now, these lances are coming in and barely taking any damage, but the Donzos, they are going to eventually do a little bit of work here. And with that second of a focus loss, they can be impaled so quickly. But we do see a secondary attack on the wood line. Myriad is giving this his all. He's lost so many units, but he wants this to work. The few Juganu he has here trying to take out those Donzos as the Lancer desperately tries to stay alive.
And Malians is such a good civ in these tournaments. I just feel like time and time again, they just perform at a very, very high rate. They're just effective at what they do. The game plan is just, it always forces your opponents to try and do something about it. But in the end of the day, Kiliardi as Malians can just play the way Malians want to play. They're forcing their opponents to do something about it, and there's not much they can do. It's just very impressive, and the longevity that the cow boom supplies as far as food income is just impressive. And you match that with the pit mines giving you passive gold and the Mansequari giving you passive gold. It's just a really good recipe for success, especially at this high level. As we see the Lancers just trying to find some vills, trying to find some damage. Myriad's given it his best shot. I just don't know how he sustains this once the deer run out.
Now the Lancers are trying to just get as much damage as they can as they're just running around trying to find stray villagers, but even if they find 6, it still doesn't put them in a position where that income is going to slow down. Myriad now just under 1,000 food per minute. Kiliardi already semi-transitioned into farms as if the cows were not enough. You can see that army composition just slowly changing into the Sotha death ball we've seen in the bases of the best of players.
Military number now creeping ahead for Kiliardi. He's up 36 to 24. Economy numbers looking pretty fine, but for Kiliardi, he is ahead economically. Make no mistake about it. Now the relics getting picked up. That's going to help Myriad, but even with, we saw it last time this matchup was played, even with all the relics, it just wasn't enough. So can Myriad maybe pull something out of the hat here as they start engaging in front of the base of Kiliardi?
Those lances are not doing the damage we're used to seeing from them. And now Myriad is actually getting upgrades for Juganu, trying to make that work. But honestly, with the amount of damage he needs to do in that trade, it is going to be a really tough one to be able to take out. Now, we do see Myriad getting more upgrades, hoping that he can save his lances by just making them a little bit better.
Lancers don't like dealing with the long-throwing Donzos behind there. Sofa trying to catch up to him. There's just not enough military here for Myriad to do anything. He's just got to run back to home to his base. He is massing towards the middle. Yeah, there we go. Vodka on it, as always, showing us what's coming up.
Now, when I see the poison arrows, I feel a little bit scared for Myriad, because this is where the kiting really matters. Yes, Myriad has a lot of lances, and you can't really kite against lances because they do get on top of you. You can, however, if you have 24 Donzos keeping them back. So they are not going to be chasing in, and the archers are just going to be able to stack up and do the damage they need to do. Now already the Donzos just poking their head forward, and he sees that Myriad is out here very far from the base, and now these villagers are going to be the next target. These Donzos are so powerful, just breaking through between those sofas, and even the Juganu are not enough to take them down as the archers are just going right through them. Myriad knows that this is a spot he cannot get out of.
Unfortunately, there's no escape, and that is going to be called GG. Nothing can be done by the tide that cows give. The edge just goes straight to Kiliardi with the bovines, and that is game number 1. You know, I'm thinking about the boar. I'm wondering if Zhuxi needs to go out on the boar early. You know, get that food while you have it, and then save. And like, you can still go for pro scouts, but move out on the boar while you have clear map control. The scouts, the warrior scouts, aren't going to do that much. You can protect the villagers early, maybe take the boar, That way you've got that extra couple thousand food banked up that you can then gather for the deer under your TC later and longer and not be as exposed. But even at that, I just don't know how you beat Malians. They seem like they're in a very strong spot against Zhu Shi right now.
Now, in this case, I feel pretty bad about losing my strongest civilization this early on, though. Because now, maybe this is not Myriad's strongest civilization, but Zhu Shi has been historically one of the craziest ones to deal with. And I think going into this, he must know that Kiljadi knows where to attack. We saw Kiljadi yesterday, and Kiljadi did not make anything look easy. This man, sometimes he oversteps just a little bit, and that's when you can punish him. But at the same time, he knows when to go in and to commit. And sometimes it can be devastating. Now, with the next two civilizations that we see coming up here, we have China versus French, and I think French is definitely on the list of punishing civilizations. So this could be a pretty tough one for anyone up against it, especially when you're China, right?
Yeah, well, and Baldland is, in my opinion at least, the map that really brought pro scouts back into the meta a season or so ago, because all the deer are forward on both sides, and so you're just so incentivized to go pro scouts. Both of those civs like going pro scouts. China, of course, can do it just because it can. French also gets a lot of benefit out of doing so. I think this is a good matchup for French coming up. If you're going to have to go against China, using French feels pretty good on a map that's so open as Baldland is. So we will see how that pans out. I think French will have its a good chance to take a game here. China is going to have its work cut out for it, but it's China. So like it's so versatile. You can't just count it out just because you're going against an aggressive civ in French. But I definitely expect some pro scouts shenanigans to continue into the next game.
Yeah, this is definitely speaking to how the meta is right now. Everyone, not everyone, but most people need to go pro scouts in these matchups. When we are looking at Baldland specifically, we've seen the power of having a mobile army. And we now see that Kiljadi, he uses the mobility, but so does Myriad. Myriad was in those woodlines. He wasn't sitting back, and I loved this for him. Myriad now versus Myriad 6 months ago, very different people. I think he has grown a lot of it as a player, and he's definitely grown in confidence in whatever civ he's on. So the thing is now, he's on China. So for him, he just needs to find a way to stop the raiding on his villages and ensure he doesn't overstep or get greedy for a second there. Honestly, I just want to take a moment to fanboy about Myriad. Myriad, one of the best casters at the moment as well. And I just love to see his growth in Age of Empires 2. It has been an absolute honor to see this man grow from just being in my rank, I believe, to actually making a name for himself in AoE. I'm so proud of him.
I've gotten the chance to cast with him, I believe, a time or two, and he's a really nice guy, really fun guy to hang out with for a couple hours talking about the game. He's going to have his work cut out for him, though. I think the Barbican placement is going to matter here for China. Having some defensive structures, being able to hold things down, because again, Baldland, true to its name, pretty barren, lots of open space, ideal for French knights to come in. So I think Kiljadi's probably feeling pretty good about the draft so far and about where he's at. But of course, anything can happen any given day, right? Myriad hoping to do good here as we have 30 seconds to dive in.
Now, both of these civilizations, what I love about this is both of them have the ability to just produce villages faster. So usually when you're playing against China or you're playing against French, you have that in the back of your head, like, hey, they have more villages than I do. I need to make something happen. And most of the time you really struggle because they are the ones setting the pace of the game. So I love that these two giants meet. And I don't even know if you play against French, if you get the chance to go Song Dynasty before it matters. But guys, we're going to find that out. Let's take a second to look very closely at these potential raiding spots as we load in with Mr. Myriad in the green on China.
Going for the mill easily, very quick. This is the kind of the standard for opening with the IO. Usually you see, actually not going for the IO opening, going for just a standard mill opening instead. He'll probably have an IO in the queue in a little bit. Kiljadi in the French as orange. As the mill easily getting into wheelbarrow already. That's been very meta for a while, as we've said.
And I hate it. When I'm playing against French and I'm trying to do a little bit of raiding, it's always just the hardest part when you get to that base and it's already fast, speedy villagers and your horses will just never catch up to the same speed as the normal ones in your base that is currently getting raided by French knights. So Kiljardy, it's just meta at this point, and it's a tough one to respond to. But now with Myriad here, we see pretty standard opening as all of those villagers are gathered around and snacking their hearts away. Now let's take a look at the spawns for a second to just see how this could play out. We see that Myriad does have a forward gold, which is quite common on this map, but he doesn't have a backwards one like Kiljardy does, like a backwards. To be fair, it is to the side, and backwards doesn't really matter when you're up against French, because they will just run there. 4 legs, lots of speed. So this definitely makes it a bit harder for him when those knights do arrive. Oh, ooh, that sheep counter coming in smoothly.
Yeah, if Kiljardy can get a lot more, that'll help him a ton there. He definitely wants the lion's share. China can do a lot with other resources, but Kiljardy really wants to get a lot of sheep just because it enables that night production early. You don't want to move out on berries if you're French. You don't want to have to move out on other things. You want to be able to have the food in your base. If you're China, of course, you want to take those away from the French and keep them away from the food, force them to have a struggle in that regard so the knights aren't just flooding the earth. But I still very much expect some pro scout shenanigans on this one, because if you look at all the deer on the map, they're all center. Down in a line, north to south, all the major packs, and there's even extra deer on this map as well. We got 2 smaller additional packs. And so I think you're just super incentivized to go for the pro scouts here.
Now, getting pro scouts on this map feels pretty safe in a way as well, because when you do get it, it's not like you are able to defend 2 deer packs at the same time by putting 1 spearman and having an unlucky spawn with the deer right behind the other. And I think that's what makes this such an easy, I say in quotation marks, map to have a split deer pack situation on, where someone controls the top and someone yoinks 1 hero there by Kiljardy is, he's not going to be a hungry boy today. This man is unstarved. I think
I would definitely be typing in the nice sheep emote if I saw the other scout have only a couple sheep next to mine with a plethora of sheep.
And Myriad seeing this, and I see Cow just pressing the button to say nice sheep to the rest of us as well, so we can appreciate it. This feels tough, because you're up against French, and I think for most people when you play against French, you get a little bit of breathing room when you see that they don't have the food needed to keep that pressure going when you shut down those first few nights. But Kiljardy, he's got all the food he needs, and Myriad, he knows that this is limited edition sheep, and he is going to need a lot of deer to make this happen.
Yeah, I think pro scouts definitely be something he's considering. He's H2. He hasn't clicked up with it yet. Looks like he does have wood coming in. Looks like he's just waiting on a little bit more of the wood gathering to come in. Probably just another second or 2 before he clicks it, maybe. Unless he's not going to do it. But I just feel like that's just the play on this map. Might be having something else in mind.
Now,
meanwhile, Kiljardy ages up.
Yes, and one thing that I wanted to note with that age up, and for a lot of you in Twitch chat, you might also wonder, when do I go for my scout instead of a knight? Because some of these French players haven't been going for that first knight. They instantly go into the pro scouts and start making scouts so they can start pro scouting. But with Kiljardy, it's in his name. He likes to kill. He wants that knight. He needs to make this work. And the problem now is he just queued up a second one as well.
Pro scouts just being clicked as we speak. But yeah, with the 2 knights on the field, Kiljardy's saying, pro scouts, I've got enough sheep right now. I don't need to go pro scouts just yet. What I can do instead is send out the knights, be aggressive, and really put the feet to the coals for Myriad, really put him in a difficult situation.
Now, with that first knight, where does he land? At the second one, does it join or does it go for just another side? Because Kiljardy, he's one of the masters of the multiple attacks, especially in the early game. You see 2 knights is enough for him. Now it's the scout life all the way through. And Myriad, he has to get that barracks in the right position before it's too late, because the spearmen are going to need to be there 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, knight circling around like a shark in the water. I can almost hear the violin just playing. Dun. I can just feel it. Actually, it'd be a bass or a cello, but I can feel it coming in. I like that Kiljardy is still going pro scouts himself. But notice he didn't prioritize it right off the bat. He knows he needs to get out the knights first, get some damage done as we see a villager immediately dropping, and there we go, like a ghost just disappearing into the fog. Love that from Killer. Not getting too greedy, just doing some damage and walking away. It's perfect.
And just like that, the second knight is just denying the pro scouting. Now a spear poking a little bit hard into the body of that poor knight. But again, the knight did its job. Delayed the pro scouting significantly already. And what now? Now Myriad has to deal with this constant pressure from the knight. One possibly raiding, and the other one just picking off your scouts every single time they step away too far.
It's like Kiliardi's definitely in the driver's seat right now, having the extra sheep going for him, having the knights on the field. Myriad trying to chase with some spears, but we just know that Kiliardi is just an expert at raiding units and just managing to just pick off a little here, a little there. I expect him to definitely go around and poke that wood line once or twice more coming up here.
Now these knights are going to be able to land pretty heavy attacks if they just go in together, but now those spears are ensuring a few deer make it back home. And this is going to be so critical. Now the archers coming out as well. I love this. Kiljardi is just doing the timing right. He knows he's got the food advantage. He just needs to constantly make units, because in the long run, he's going to be the one that outlasts.
I like the little short walls from Myriad, though. That's a heads-up play. You know you're going to have more of those knights in your business, so let's just prevent that. You know, a little bit of preventative maintenance. You know, proper planning prevents piss poor performance, as my Marine Corps dad would always say.
Now, my favorite quote is, everyone has a plan until there's a knight on your gold. Luckily, Myriad doesn't need to go on gold. And even though the knights are annoying, oh, there's 5 of them, though. Honestly, Soccerton, I am a little bit worried here, because even those little walls, I see an orange dot in the wood line, and I have a feeling there's about a villager who's going to die. Yes, yep. 2 knights, double the power.
I'm sure Mike Tyson was one who said that quote about the knights, you know. Everyone's got a plan until they're in your wood line. And yeah, Kiliardi's in a really good spot. Like I said, very much in the driver's seat. Gonna lose these archers here to the horsemen, though. That's a little bit unfortunate. A good pickup for Myriad. He definitely needs every little edge he can get here.
And it looks like these horsemen picking off those units is gonna stop that momentum from Kiljardi. Because up until now, it felt like he was like, oh, I can move out. I can do this. Myriad, he is, he's the one who's going to make the play now. Tower coming up, but waited a little bit too long to get onto that tower. Now the spearman needs to go a little bit deeper, but there is 2 archers to try and pick them off. It does get a little bit of idle time here, but is this a bit of an overcommitment here? If he loses those spears, he's going to very quickly pay the price when those knights collapse on the horses, trying to overextend. Now we do see more pressure on gold still, but that felt like a bit of a sacrifice here by Myriad. He got the idle time. He put down a lot of pressure, but at the same time, it's his defensive advantage. And Kiljardi's units are spawning right there.
Nice little bit of micro to pick up 2 knights, however, though. Myriad making the most out of what felt like nothing. Unfortunately for Kiliardi, the towers were focus firing on the horsemen, not the spears. So really could have gotten more out of that. And Myriad making something out of very little. You know, when they give you, life gives you oranges, you know, make dead knights.
And dead knights will be kebabbed a little bit later, Myriad said, as he's going up to Castle Age pretty soon. We see that wheelbarrow coming on in. At the same time, he wants to make sure that those villages, when they run from the French knights, they have a chance. So, with Castle Age now, the question is, what is the change here? Do we switch to Lancers? What is the answer going to be dealing with French here? Because now Kiljardi, he's spending every bit of resource he has on making more units and getting that very expensive chivalry upgrade.
Imperial Palace being dropped right now, and I'm definitely with you. I'm curious if he goes for Lancers, if he goes for something else, because you know the tricky thing with French, and I feel like this is doubly true for Jeanne d'Arc, but the trickiest thing is French is like a shark in the water. You know, they like to punch and bite and do all this damage. You just got to punch them back in the nose. Hit them right in the economy again. If you hit them, their economy, they just kind of crumple, you know. They're kind of big and bad. They're kind of the big bully. But if you can just hit their economy just as hard, it gets so much more difficult to keep up the knight production. And then suddenly you'll find yourself up by a lot.
And I just love seeing Myriad successfully yoinking more and more deer from here. I'm absolutely amazed by this. He lost a few villagers there in the early game. He's still keeping that pressure up. Even now, we saw that Kiljardi was able to split off those knights into 2 separate packs and do the damage he needed to do. These horsemen, though, they need to be careful, because taking all this damage is going to be hard to fix when they get back to base. But now, the Lancer is joining the party, and Castle 8's Lancers, they do pretty well, but they might struggle against 7 French Knights.
Yeah, there's only about 8, 2 more in the queue for Killiardi right now as far as knights go. He does have a number of spears, probably wants to consider maybe adding a couple more of those. Getting them into Castle Age would be really good for him as well, because frankly, Killiardi is nowhere close to Castle Age. It's going to be at least another minute or 2 before he has the resources. So there is a window for Myriad to do a lot of good damage here as he's body blocking the knights, trying to help the spears catch up. They're just not quite fast enough, but the Lancer is there, and that one knight might be in trouble. He's getting a little low. The horsemen do outspeed him. Catching up. No, they're going to focus the other one. Oh, there was an opportunity lost right there. That could have been another knight for Myriad. Unfortunately for him, and fortunately for Killiardi, it gets away.
Now the problem is he just threw away all those horsemen. That was a pretty significant bunch to have. And all of a sudden, yet another villager going down. Imperial official is going to be the next target. Luckily, he's got the Imperial Academy. He does get to remake those from there, but it's still a very expensive loss. And now those knights are still just circling around the base. The wood lines are running out.
This has been a really good back and forth battle so far. Both these players showing some exceptional skill, not making it easy to call one way or another. There have definitely been some windows for both. Right now, Myriad needs to get a little bit more damage done. He did throw away those horsemen. I'd be kicking myself if I let that one really weak knight get away and then throwing their horsemen away. It just feels like not a good trade. But Myriad has a chance. He's been getting some of those deer back. Like you mentioned, though, wood is becoming a problem. And on this map in particular, you got to move out very far to get there. As another engagement here, Lancers trying to stand up to the knights.
There's 2 fights happening right now, but these Lancers are trading pretty well. The knights doing their best, but Myriad finally getting on the board there as he takes down 2 villages. But yet again, we see Kiljardi. He is just doing everything he can to put that eco at a disadvantage. And he's doing a fantastic job at it.
Yeah, Killiardi is one of the best Knight Raiders in the game. I mean, he has to be like top 7 best Raiders in the game. Like, whether or not he's the best player overall, he's got to prove that, in the future. But as far as just pure raiding skill, he's one of the all-time greats in my book. He's just so good at just using 2 knights to just cause so much havoc.
Now with all these villagers, they're making their way back to the wood line, and this is gonna... Ooh, actually no, they're going to the gold. These are expensive upgrades.
The knight count's getting very scary for Killiardi. 14 knights with 4 more in the queue. Suddenly it feels like the French are starting to get on the warpath. They are on a roll, able to take care of those 2 raiding knights. They join the main force. Man, the micro involved here. Killiardi really making some big gains, and we see the chivalry healing them as they run away. So critical that the value he gets out of these is just insane.
Now those knights are going to be able to find some value if they connect a charge. They do go pretty deep. There's no units to defend in the position, but instead they try to turn around and get us around on these. But the trade could be quite devastating here for Kiljardi. The spearmen now joining the party. The archers are doing their best at focus firing them down, and it looks like Kiljardi is actually going to take this fight, and the Lancers do go down. That's French knights for you. Some of these still very much alive, but the trade, I feel like Kiljardi took this pretty well.
Yeah, it's close. It's close for me, and it's tricky because you're going up against Castle Age Lancers versus your Feudal Age Knights. That was maybe not my favorite trade, but it wasn't terrible. I mean, he still has the Knight lead. He is moving up in age, so they'll be even beefier. I almost would have liked to kept them alive and aged up first, though.
Now, these French knights are being so annoyed with these numbers, and the guild hall coming in. You don't feel like Kiljardi is the guy who has 11 knights compared to Myriad's 6. Because you can see with the army value, he is just so far ahead. And now with those castle upgrades, he's definitely going to afford. This is going to be a tough one. You can see he's already got 1,000 gold in the bank. He's ready for castle, more ready than anyone.
Yeah, Kiljardi's going to end up in a position of very very good power when he gets these knights upgraded to the next stage. And they are going to be just a force to be reckoned with. And the nice thing is they're healing themselves. They're patching up the boo-boos as they ride around the prairie. Things are going great for Kiliardi. He just needs to keep the pressure up and continue to get those deer home, as we see there, getting the last of the deer in. The next thing is, does he have enough to sustain himself as far as food for the long game? There are still boar on the map. He could think about maybe trying to go out for one of those. But he did also get the lion's share of sheep. So he's going to be okay for a bit, but I'm curious how Myriad is doing with food at the moment.
Now, would love to take a look at that base for a second here. The problem is, when you are up against French, there's no safe place for food. Oh, and look at those berries. That is a very sad moment for you if you start depleting those berries. And there's a little bit of a berry situation to the back. But, I don't know if we've been watching the game all together, but guys, we know what happens to those villagers when they dare step outside the base.
Right now, Kiliardi's more concerned about his own gold, though. He knows that the Lancers have been angling out that way. The back gold is secured, however. There are still some Lancers up on the side, taking down a scout. But that's just going to alert Kiliardi to the danger. Meanwhile, though, the real question is what is Myriad going to do for food? The food is about to become very dire for him. And meanwhile, Kiliardi is actually banking for the future. He's going to have that guild hall planning for an Imperial Age play later down the line.
And getting to that Imperial Age, like I said, it's just going to be so simple for him. Myriad does not have any answers to this. He's now getting +2 ranged attack now. And this is going to go really nicely with the crossbows. But the knight numbers, they're still pretty scary. Those crossbows, count the legs. We know that they're just not running fast enough. Especially in these numbers, those crossbows are sitting ducks as the lances just get picked off so easily.
And the moment they stand up and fight, the archers catch up and start picking them off too. So really, Myriad in a very difficult spot here. There's just only so much you can do. Eventually, it just becomes overwhelming, and I think we're getting close to that point where Kiliardi is starting to reach a killing point where he's going to have the edge to win.
And now, Myriad, this is his final moment of trying to take an attack, and with 6 crossbows, he's not going to be able to pick off anything. Maybe a knight or two. That's just not going to be enough as they step too far forward, and they are going to be taken down pretty quickly when these knights dive. We have knights coming from all the sides. Another IO paying the price. Actually, no, never mind. Now the archers wanted to finish him off. Sometimes we have to give the glory to the archers, and the knights cannot just be the only heroes. The rest of the economy, they are next, and Myriad knows this is where I lose everything. Kiliardi is definitely looking strong in this. He looks confident, he knows where to attack, he's thinking about this very, very carefully. And the knights, they just want to seal that deal. Look at them go.
Yeah, this is game right here. It's just a matter of seconds before Myriad probably throws in the towel on this one. Not much more he can do. The knights and the rating from Kiliardi, just an impressive display. Just again and again and again, always in the right spot. And if you're a Myriad, you're going to just hope for the reverse sweep at this point and probably go GG next. There's just nowhere else to go.
And again, another very strong civilization here from Myriad, going down to French. And French, to be fair, French has done really well in modern time. So, not something you should feel bad about at all. He did keep that pressure up. He's learned from what Kiliardi has been doing. And Kiliardi has been aggressive. He's punished every single mistake that Myriad has made. And this is something we missed a little bit yesterday. And I think this is definitely a match that he needed to experience now. But we'll see what happens in game number 3, because honestly, I would like to see Myriad put up a pretty big fight here.
And we'll see if Myriad can take one from Kiliardi here, but it's going to be tough. Kiliardi's showing that he is definitely ready for the challenge. I mean, an impressive display there. Got a couple minutes before we get into our next game, but let's take a look at some of the highlights here. And just off the get-go, the Knights were going crazy. But we can see the upcoming series, it will be HRE versus House Lancaster on Holy Island. Now, that should be a fun match.
And before we load into that one, we just get to see the highlights of Kiliardi's raids and destruction. This man does not know when to stop. He just keeps attacking. Oh my goodness. And even yesterday, when we were casting the games, we saw that sometimes he commits, but he commits a bit too long. And that's usually when he can start losing these fights. And there were a few times where I felt like he did overcommit and he gave Myriad a little bit of an opening. But this game definitely brought it back really well and convincingly. But I feel like the amount of sheep he got, he definitely had good cards from the get-go to be able to do this.
Yeah, it's a great analogy. The hand he was dealt was a good one, and it had a lot of fluffy, yummy sheep in it. And that really does set the tone, because it let him, I mean, again, it let him delay his own pro scouts, because he knew he didn't need it right away. He knew he could go double up on the knights, put some pressure instead, and then pro scout after that. And it really, really did work out to perfection for him.
Especially when you know your opponent likes to do exactly the same. You want to have that pressure so they just don't get pro scouting going faster than you can ever think of. But yes, Holy Island, HRE,
Holy Island.
Lancaster. So we haven't seen that much of Lancaster on water. So Kiljardi, I'm interested in seeing what the man does, because the possibilities of Lancaster in this, and we've been seeing this a lot with kings. They just go for kings and overwhelm you on land, and you have to invest in not just a dock to get that water economy going, but then you have to invest the extra wood on a production building, and you can't make any units that effectively trade against those lords. So it's a tough one.
It's tricky. It is a tough one. The good thing for HRE is that their wood economy with the Aachen Chapel on a wood line is incredibly good. So if they can get on the water and make something happen with an eco advantage, they could do really well. The question is, can they handle like a tempo push from Lancaster? How can they, translate that into a later game economy? If HRE can bring that into maybe a mid-late game with the water one on their side, they have a good shot as anyone. But Lancaster, yeah, it is an interesting one, because they do have the kings. They could do a lot of land aggression. I'll be curious to see how Kiljardi does it as well.
I just want to point out the fact that we have KT in Kiljardi's lineup. And I don't know if Grandpa is just tired because it is 10:30 where he is. And he's just like, oh yes, it's one of the new civilizations. Oh, it's 11:30 in Finland, as I've been corrected. So Kiljardi, he may have just gotten confused between our two new civilizations. I'm joking.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like KT is the best on water. Like that is true. That seems like a shoe-in to win. I'd be curious as to why he went Lancaster over that, because Lancaster, like, not that it can't be good on Holy Island, but when you've got KT, like the civ that is incredible on Holy Island and on every water map really, but especially like Holy Island, it's so good.
Oh,
why would you not?
Guys, there's a mistake.
Oh, it's
here.
Dry Arabia. There's been a mistake.
There's been a mistake. We are just yapping about this incorrectly. We are correct. Actually, Socketen, you and I are perfect. Guys.
Right. We understood what's going on.
Yes. So, Holy Island, not going to be the next map. These boys do not want to face it off on water. We have Dry Arabia. House of Lancaster, making a lot more sense now.
Yes, it does. It makes way more sense now. It's like, why would you not use KT on Holy Island? Because Kiljardi would use KT on Holy Island. He's smart. He knows what to do. We're on Dry Arabia, which makes a ton more sense why you'd go for this matchup. I mean, this just makes the whole calculus a lot easier to understand. HRE, of course, still a very good civ. House Lancaster makes way more sense here. Oh man, I'm relieved a little bit that we don't have to like cover up for Kiljardi.
I was just imagining, what are we going to do with those kings in feudal age? But now we will get to experience it on land. No war tonight. Or at least it depends if we get into the next game. So Myriad, he's got some big shoes to fill, and those are just his own, because he's quite a tall lad. So the poor guy needs to go and kill the House of Lancaster. The House of Lancaster has been banned quite consistently, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good civ is why. It's really difficult to work around when it has so much passive resources. It's like Maulians, They get so much passive resources. You don't really want to have to deal with that, but you have to. And if you don't do enough, they just get ahead. I think HRE is a good contender for a good matchup into this, however. They've got a lot of options. They've got the men-at-arms. They could do some fun things in feudal age if they want to. But obviously their bread and butter is the powerful castle age spike that HRE gets, especially if they can get some of those relics in hand. We do see that Myriad does the classic 3-3 villager split, 3 on gold, 3 on food, and the sheep scouting continues from there.
Now Kiljardi with the House of Lancaster. We see 8-2. The real question is, do we get the king, or the lords at least? Do we get the lords of Lancaster just all coming out, streaming towards the base of HRE? I've actually played against this as HRE, And it's pretty hard. It is really, really difficult when they start pouring out. Yes, you can make a lot of units, but they are quite annoying to kill. There's a lot of them, and they aren't that expensive either. So definitely excited to see how Kiljadi uses it, because it's an aggressive build. This man likes to play aggressive. Would not be a surprise. Abbey of Kings coming on out. So that's just going to mean that Myriad needs to already get a unit out there pretty early on to shut this down.
Giliardi loves his aggression for sure. Aachen Chapel being dropped down, so no mine work shenanigans. Going for the eco advantages here. Trying to think. So you mentioned that you've done this and it's a really difficult matchup. What do you think is Myriad's best bet then against this?
So dealing with this, I mean, you have to try and damage what House of Lancaster hates getting damaged, and that's just being inside their base instead. And I think that's the answer to most of these types of play. When they have a unit that you can't handle, you need to give them a reason to go back to their base and defend it. And of course, that's not something that Kiljadi would do. Kiljadi is not the kind of guy who is going to stop the push. He's going to keep the push, and he's going to need to make more units in his base, which means that that front unit of his is going to be a bit more exposed. That's where your archer numbers will start mattering. I can definitely see Myriad having to be quite aggressive here to actually punish Lancaster for their existence, because here they're going on stone, living their best life there. Don't have those manners that shoot back to protect them.
So follow-up question then, knowing that he needs to be aggressive, is Aachen Choice still the right call, or would you rather have seen a Minework Palace?
I am a full believer in the Arcane Chapel, especially in the early game where this is such a powerful play. So with the Minework Palace, it definitely helps, especially if you are the aggressor, but I can see Arcane Chapel just having its value, especially in this scenario where you want to get resources as fast as possible. Your prelates cannot be inspiring the whole economy. Now, he can.
Yeah, I definitely lean towards Aachen more often than not. I've heard some people swear by the mine work in certain situations, so I was curious if you had an opinion like that, but I think we're on the same mind here that the Aachen Chapel's a bit, just value it gives you, and especially when you put it on the wood like that, you still get a lot of tempo in the feudal age to be aggressive, as we see the first manor being built right there. Pro Scouts for Myriad. Now, again, my bingo card did not have that on it, just saying. I was not expecting Pro Scouts from HRE of all things. I guess, does that work? Is that going to work, do you think?
Yes, it works, especially with your deer being on both sides. You bring the deer under the Arcane Chapel, all those deer are inspired, but it's risky because he's now slowing down his economy to be able, or his military presence to be able to shut this down. And I don't know if he's going to have the ability to shut this down if he just gets scouts. It depends, of course, how much he invests into this, but he needs other military units quick. The thing is, he's got the Arcane Chapel, and if he runs out of food, he's pretty much cooked as well. So maybe this is just a way to stay in it and actually do some damage himself. The scout has scouted and sees exactly what he's investing into, and see that there's still 3 on stone. They are pulled off now, but he doesn't know just yet. Because of the 3 on gold, I don't know if this is as clear that there's only going to be a 3 mana all-in, but it has been quite common.
And the one nice thing about this is that it would be kind of hard to deny as is, because Giliardi's his lords that he's going to be using, those kings to fight with, they are kind of slow. So the scouts should be pretty quick, and having the deer under the Aachen Chapel does feel pretty good. As far as food income goes, that is up there. I mean, if you could move a boar under that thing, it'd be even better. But unfortunately, you cannot do that. A deer being second best. I mean, can you imagine if you could, like, use a couple scouts to carry a boar over? And he's going to immediately see that what's going on. Tries to start smacking him around. That said, those guys do have a little bit of a charge attack, trying to do some damage. And we see the Hobblears coming up in the queue now for Giliardi.
And this has been a strategy non-stop. It is so disgusting to watch. I don't know if you've seen this, Sockerton. Twitch chat, if you haven't seen this before, please close your eyes and look away. Because this is not something that you need to be watching at 11. You need to not see the Hobblears absolutely destroy every thought that Myriad might have. Because those Hobblears, they don't take any range damage. You can see that the archers are barely tickling them. Those things have so much ranged armor. And Kiljadi is the kind of guy who will invest in a blacksmith to make sure that those things just keep on pumping. You can see 2 stables. He's fully invested. He knows how strong this is. And it's been a constant menace for any civilization that just doesn't have an answer to these Lords of Lancaster. Now, Myriad, he has food, but he can't keep making just archers. He needs to get something else here as well. And right now, that has been spearmen. So getting the spearmen in here is going to be so important. The horsemen also trying to fight this down, but the Lords of Lancaster trading pretty decently here. Hobilars, they don't do that well against horses though. But archers, ooh, they love them.
That's kind of why I was asking if Pro Scouts really works in this matchup, because the Hobilars are just so quick. Your scouts are just kind of a sitting target for them. They're just kind of, they're not really good at standing and fighting in a big mosh pit of, you know, daggers and swords, but on a raid, these things are just quick, they're fleety, they'll catch up to your scouts. I don't know if Myriad's even going to get 2 full packs out of this. He's going to try though.
Yeah. And he luckily has 4 scouts together, so it does make it a little bit easier to carry at least half of that pack back home. But now, the horseman numbers are increasing, and we have a spearman in the mix. And you can see that Hobilar is melting with the spear, not to the archers. The archers, they are struggling quite a bit, but now the numbers are quite significant. Jari needs to make sure that he's ready for this commitment. The Lords are taking a bit of damage, but the horses are the next victim. And now all of a sudden, the Hobilars can turn around, and they can destroy these archers who dare step outside the base.
Yeah, Hobilars, of course, not gonna be able to stand up to any spears without coming their way, but man, those archers don't like seeing them on top of them either. More deer coming in. Lords right behind this. This is just kind of precarious for both sides, you know. I feel like it could go almost either way. The Hobilars trying to do as much damage as they can while they have a chance. The Lords now getting on top of things. Villagers just kind of sitting there. They finally get pulled around.
You can see Kiljari now with his +1 range defense. He's actually taking this pretty well, but I feel like he overcommitted here. This is usually when people transition into a bit of a yeoman build as well. You have the Hobilars, and then once they get the yeoman in, which are basically just like longbows, they do so well. So Kiljari, he needs to be careful to not lose everything, and 3 stables total now, as we see. Now Myriad going for double broadaxe. He's like, I need the wood, baby. So right now, he's getting the wood as much as he can to make more archers, because enough archers will eventually kill the Hobilar.
I think you're right. I think the right call would be to pivot a little bit here and start diversifying your military. But of course, Kiljari likes being aggressive. We saw it with the Knights last game. He likes having units like Hobilars to just raid around and just be a nuisance. Tricky thing is that Myriad's going to catch up and be the wiser on this one eventually and have enough spears to deal with it. And one of those Lords are looking awfully weak. I wonder if maybe Myriad can pick one off here.
Yep, Myriad.
Maybe.
Ooh, he's trying. Gets it. The problem is now the Hobilars are going to be looking straight at those archers yet again, and he does not have the spearman numbers to actually stop this. With those manners, just giving him the passive resources, replacing these units are so much easier. The Hobilars making sure that they focus fire all of these archers. Jari, he stopped making Hobilars, and he's ready for the next stage of this game.
Triple stable is a pretty heavy commitment into this unit type, and Liardi's making the most of it right now, picking away at the military of Myriad. If the spear number gets enough, that won't keep working for him, but so far, so good for Kiljari. I mean, he's slowed down that deer gathering from Myriad. We'll see some carcasses kind of laying around the base that haven't quite gotten all the way home, and he's diving into the base once more, trying to get some more kills. He hasn't actually killed a single villager in all this yet.
With this around and with the numbers, he's actually doing a pretty good job at shutting down this economy, at least for a little while. Because Myriad was also thinking about Castle himself. Jari queued up a few Hobilars after I cursed it, but now he knows that he can just keep this punishment going. The kings, the lords are just taking all this fire without even blinking. And the Hobilars, TC fire is just not enough for them. And we can see the villagers now fighting back against those Hobilars, just probably because they don't have a space to go and hide. Until Jari, he realizes this type of pressure is what I need. I'm not going castle. I'm just going to keep on going. I can take this game and make this 3-0. Now, 7 villagers have fallen, and more will die shortly.
Yeah, he finally was able to get the connection onto the villagers. So many weak ones right there. Another one go down, and now it's down to 11. Hobilar's finally dying out a little bit, but he's got more in the queue. He is tripling down on this build. At this point, he's slowed Myriad down. He still needs another 300 gold and another 400 plus food just to get up in age. It's going to be tricky. It's an uphill battle for Myriad right now. Nothing feels worse than having 11 kills, only 11 minutes in the game.
Now, with Kiljardi's lords being replenished, Myriad, he still has scouts in the queue. This man, he realizes I need food, even though, you know, he needs a lot more than just food. He needs military. The spearmen now are the main composition here that he's trying to get with the hobblars. They've got the legs. They're just outrunning absolutely everything.
Kiljardi sitting very comfortably back at home right now. 11 villager kills to his name. He's feeling pretty good. Right now, the villager lead is going to start making a difference. Even though the Aachen Chapel's really great and all, suddenly, when you're down that many vills, you start feeling the economy lag behind. Meanwhile, behind this, we can't forget that Kiljardi also has 3 manners that are passively producing resources for him as well. So he is really, really ahead now.
Now these villagers are just doing their last stand, running around, thinking about their life choices, deciding they're going to be fighting back because you are not going to take me down without a big fight. The villagers now being idle as some of the deer have expired. And this is one of those moments when you see your opponent aging up after all this pressure and you realize this might be it for me, Chief. I don't think I have enough units to survive this because the moment he ages up with the White Tower, you know what's coming next. Those ill gods, they are just gonna run right across the map, right into the base, and there is absolutely no answer for Myriad to those guys.
Kiljardi's planning to go into a switch right into Chatted Arms. Men-at-Arms coming on the queue. 3 barracks right around that White Tower. Regnus Cathedral does come up, but Myriad's going to feel really bad when Kiljardi beats him to castle here in just about 30 seconds.
Kiljardi is ready to make some units with this as well. We do see all those barracks at the front, and this tells you exactly what we're going to be expecting. He knows how tough this is going to be for Myriad, because Myriad's only answer to the units that he's about to produce is crossbowmen, and those cost gold. He is very aware of how much idle time he has caused. So Myriad now instantly making more and more Earl's Guards, and they're going to be accompanied by knights. They're going to be accompanied by all those lords, and this is going to be a very heavy armored push with 0 crossbows on the side of Myriad. By the time he starts producing those, there's going to be too many in his base.
It's like, Mom, can I have a Burgrave? No, honey, we have a Burgrave at home. And just drops, you know, White Tower with three barracks. Like, it's about the same thing at this point, let's be honest. As in they dive, and now the Castle Age theatrics rears its ugly head towards Myriad. There's nothing those spears are going to be able to do about this, and he throws in the towel, understanding this assignment, understanding what's coming up next, and he goes, well, I've been bested, and congrats to Kiljardi for another excellent game played.
And Kiljardi, the first time today we see a 3-0 looking quite convincing, but this means some good news for us. We'll see Myriad on the casting desk pretty soon. No, I think for Myriad, he will definitely rewatch these games and see the small things that he could have done differently to try and stay ahead. Kiljardi definitely showed up aggressively, and he knew when to capitalize, learning from the mistakes of yesterday, actually executing them perfectly.
Yeah, if you're Kiljardi, if you're Myriad, you're looking at this going, man, I faced some really tough matchups against a really good player. So there's no shame in losing, 0-3, because I mean, all 3 of those matchups were tough, to say the least. And then going against a guy like Kiljardi, who is just so good at being aggressive and just microing the attacking units the way he does, you just gotta kind of tip your cap and just kind of move on with that one. It's tough to lose, but Kiljardi just showing why he's so good, especially when he's got the matchups in his favor as well.
Kiljardi made the matchups work for him. He definitely knew exactly what to expose of every civilization, and really, really well played. So we do have our last series starting very, very soon, guys. And this is going to be between Scatterbrained and Numidan. And I want you guys to be ready for a long, exciting adventure between these two, as they are, I would also say, pretty new on the EGC block. I believe that Numidan has qualified before, but Scatterbrain's also breaking through the barriers of that top 16 now pretty well. And I'm really excited to see what he can do with this. Guys, that is coming to you right after our very, very short break. So please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Alrighty. Welcome back. We are here still casting away. It's Whammon over there, Sockton over here. Numedon versus Scatterbrained. It is the EGC Masters Fall. We are plugging away. This one, let me just say, this one could, I hope you guys are ready. Get some popcorn, stretch. This one could go for a while. We don't know. This one could definitely, these two players can definitely drag this one out. But let's take a look at the draft. Oh wait, we don't have time. We gotta just dive in. It's Dry Arabia, Japanese versus Byzantines. I guess we're just hopping right in.
We are getting the game down to the game, and as the game pause has spoiled it for us already, there is a barracks. And because we're on ×2, are we still on ×2? Okay, so this means that the barracks is going to be built pretty quickly, and this means that New Scatterbrained is going to have to find an answer to this pretty damn fast, because at this point, Japanese is very scary in Dark Age. Sorry guys, I was just trying to match the ×2 speed as we had in front of us there. But yes, there's a barracks. Now Spearman coming, and he needs to find a way to do something about that. But that Byzantine spawn is not the spawn you want when you are up against someone making some Dark Age shenanigans, because that is your stone and your gold in a lot of danger.
Scatterbrained, of course, in the yellow here as Byzantines. Numedon is the green Japanese. Hoping nobody's colorblind at home. Might be a little bit difficult to tell the two apart.
Now,
Spearman coming in.
I do want to apologize in advance, as we might talk over each other, as Discord is having some vocal delay. But when we have such big action happening, it might happen anyway. These Spearmen, only 2 of them for now, coming across the map. I'm liking this, because I know that when you invest with the 2 spears, you're not delaying yourself too much, but you are setting yourself up for a very, very nice position. And also just getting those villages nice and low for when your mounted samurais come to raid.
And Scatterbrained must be really grateful that his berries are in the back. Can you imagine if both the gold and the berries were up front, how difficult and uncomfortable this would be. Thankfully, it's just the gold that's getting pressured, which obviously for maybe a lesser player, that'd be a little uncomfortable anyways. But Scatterbrained already has what he needs to get aged up. I'm curious if he'll go for the... I'm expecting him to drop the olive grove on those berries in the back there. He does already have a mill
Now-
on them, though.
Yes. So usually when you see that type of opening, we know that it is going to be a hippodrome.
Hippodrome,
So it's
yep.
actually quite, yeah, it's usually quite common for players to do this because with the hippodrome now, you know, it's kind of nice having that, especially when you need to stop your opponent from being greedy. Japan is now a civilization that needs punishment. So you actually making that punishment happen is so important. 5 now, aging up with the hippodrome. This tells us that he doesn't want to fight into those spears. He needs to go with the horse and actually find some damage.
Yeah, Imperial Hippodrome coming up with 5. And the nice thing about when your opponent goes Dark Age is they delay themselves into the Feudal Age. So with the Hippodrome, he'll have some pressure and be able to turn the tables quickly against Numidan.
Now, Numidan's age up is just a little bit behind Kura Storehouse. Not going to be anything crazy today. I'm actually quite surprised at the positioning of this because usually we see the Kura Storehouse instantly being placed next to the wood line. And yeah, now he's still going to need to make a lumber camp here. And I'm actually quite interested in why this is being done. Because obviously, these guys are much smarter than the rest of us. Yes, Mr. Twitch chat, I'm talking to you too. But this just means that that is going to be a nice set of farms under the DC, pretty safe. But the wood line is going to require a little bit more investment. Those spearmen, though, they're looking for something to do.
I definitely agree. I would have liked to seen this on the southeast side. That way the farms, the initial farms, pop up right in front of your TC. You know, put that down because the farms always, you know, start on the northwest corner of the storehouse. So put that there. Then you get doubles as the gathering spot for the wood line too. Not sure why he put it up the top. Maybe he knows something we don't, but I do say here questioning at least. As the spear is trying to get some value, they get a villager down to half health. They could go for the Akatoy if they wanted and maybe fight back, but I'll lose a little idle time if they do that.
Now, these spearmen, they definitely got their value because now stopping your opponent from just harvesting all of that olive oil is pretty nice. But the problem is he's already got 500 in the bank. And 500, ladies and gentlemen, if you are wonderfully good at math, you know, pretty big number and more than enough for one set of mercenaries. So these mercenaries that he decides to go with is going to be telling us a story of raiding, harassment, probably a lot of damage coming around these poor lives of the villagers. We want to see the aggressive scatterbrained. We need to see this man being aggressive because Numidan, he will stay here for hours and stay alive.
You sound like someone who wants this game to end fairly quickly, which I don't disagree with at this point.
Horses. Especially in this matchup. I feel like with these two civilizations, they are very easy to end up in Imperial in a bit of a stalemate. So when you get to that point, this is going to be quite tough. But at the same time, you have snowball civilizations here. So we've seen both of these civilizations pull out some pretty crazy things, but it needs to come from someone like Scatterbrain. Because Numidan, he usually likes to play it very methodically, very safely. He's very calculated in every single thing that he does.
Scatterbrain trying to put the pressure to him here a little bit, but Spear's coming back as well, trying to get some more value out of that mining camp on the stone. Not a ton of action on either side, just some back and forth, little. It's like poking and prodding at this point, nothing too serious.
He does go for the longbows, though, so the longbows will be the choice here today, and that is pretty wonderful. Because I can imagine here with the longbows, we are in a position where you can potentially make the damage happen and force your opponent to get some extra units, because now Numidan is making horsemen. And we know Japan is not usually a civilization that is too keen on the horseman play. And Byzantines, right now, their horsemen are just going to be a little bit better because they do have that ability as well. And he can make a lot of work happen with those longbows anyway. The longbows, they do pretty well in the defensive position, even against the horses.
Arms popping up around the storehouse there. Meanwhile, the berries slowly but surely running out here for Scatterbrain. He'll have to look elsewhere. Up front, he's got next to the gold. He's building a tower up there. I like putting the outpost there. That's smart. He's going to want to have to reach out to the front there. He's got that and the berries along with the stone. A lot of resources to be had. He probably should try and do his best to secure that. Meanwhile, on the other side, we see the berries being gathered as well by Numidan.
Now, Numidan, hungry man all around, but he is not getting the gold he would need for any sneaky shenanigan play. So, I like the fact that Numidan is comfortable staying in feudal and actually just playing this one out. Now, the fact that he's just going with horses is quite brave, in my opinion, because you are fighting against horses that are just supposedly more superior than yours. And I'm wondering now, with the gold being shut down, is his strategy on going for stone, is it just to get the gold that he would need to get the upgrades he's currently getting? So, definitely some interesting choices here, and I can imagine that Numidan is sitting here calculating everything as we're saying it. But Scatterbrained, he's got a lot of food in the bank now. And the big question is, how's he going to be spending that?
He's not going to be able to do a lot with it until he gets the gold, right? Like, that's a huge bank to have up, but he doesn't... Yeah, how is he going to spend it without any wood or any gold? I'm not really sure what the bright idea here is, but he needs to figure out something to do with that, because floating 1,200 food doesn't feel good. He does have quite a couple on gold, but he would need to really move over in a hurry to get anything up as far as Castle Age.
Now, with that 1,300 food now in the bank, a lot of you might say, yes, he's getting gold to go to castle. But at the same time, if you make your resources this imbalanced, this just means that you are susceptible to taking damage from the opponent. Because now there's a lot of horses here, but you would have been able to have a few more to defend this with. Because Numidan is going to spot this, and Numidan's going to be like, oh, he's got a lot on gold. He's probably thinking about castle. I need to ramp up my aggression, and he just keeps making more horses. And all of a sudden, Scatterbrain's 6 horsemen are not going to be a match for all of this from Numidan. Now getting his own bannerman as well, this is going to make this a lot harder.
And those longbows are not easy to replace at all. In fact, he does not have anything to even put in queue. He does not have the olive oil he needs to do anything with that. So you don't want to lose those to the horsemen, and they would be just giddy to find those longbows out and about. As a little raid here, picking up a couple extra vills, that's great for Numidan early. And that wall, most importantly, is not completed. The back door is wide open. In come the horsemen as if they own the house. I don't know why they're still attacking the wall. I guess they want to double up the opening. You know, we can go through the screen door, but I'm going to break through the window on top of that.
Now, that was a really funny interaction to watch, especially with the villagers getting pushed, or the one villager at least, getting pushed out to the other side. This just shows you how easy it is to make a little misstep, and all of a sudden, me completely saying that Numidan is not going to be the one who is going to make these plays happen. He heard me, and he's like, actually, let me show you this. You guys might all be expecting the passive man you've seen before, but I've got a new suit, and I'm wearing it well. You can see here with all these horses, they're diving. We now have Triumph activated, and Triumph is going to keep these horses alive for a little bit longer, but it's not enough as all of the eco is idle. The age up is completely stopped. And this might just be GG for Numidan. Under 11 minutes.
Yeah, delaying the castle age this long is brutal. 19 idle vills got into the back door as it was wide open. Made it himself right at home. The longbows are gone. Like I was saying, got to be careful with those. Can't replace them. They're gone. Now Scatterbrain throwing everything he has onto the age up, but he still can't stay on it. There are still horsemen and spears walking around. This is getting delayed by so long. Meanwhile, behind this, Numidan is just banking up the resources to go castle himself.
And this is going to mean not just a Castle Age Japanese, this is going to mean a Castle Age Japanese with already 2 stables in place to make this work. Scatterbrain now going for that market, as he does not have a single bit of food in the bank. He is going to need to make a plan pretty quickly. We see one lone sheep there under the TC, a cataphract being queued up instantly. He needs to make something happen, but I don't think he has the time for this. There's already 5 spearmen for Numidan. Those are going to be just enough to keep him afloat, especially when the cataphract arrives. But again, we have nothing on food. This is going to start being quite difficult for Scatterbrained to keep going.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot. Scatterbrain is really behind the 8 ball right now. Numidan is going to have every advantage he needs. Floating Gate coming up behind this. Scatterbrain, not only was he just so mis-macroed right there with way overboard on the food, having to overcorrect onto the gold, now he just finds himself with so much idle time getting into castle. He has no military and no resources. So he's getting wheelbarrow right now, trying to find some kind of way back into this. By the time he even gets anything of an army besides just the 1 or 2 cataphracts. Numenon's going to be grabbing the relics with the Oroshido inside, pumping out Mounted Samurai. He is going to be on cruise control.
And whatever Scatterbrain decides to do now, Numenor has the answer to it. Numenor can quickly counter whatever Scatterbrain does. In this case, you see that play being cataphracts. And we have seen cataphracts doing some insane work. But when you are up against Mounted Samurai, they do a pretty similar type of job in your base. And we just saw what Numenor was willing to do. Numenor is willing to dive TCs. He's going to stop at nothing, and your little cataphracts are not going to stand in his way of doing so.
And there reaches a point in any game where if you're down a little bit, sometimes there's a road to victory that you can still take hold of. Sometimes there's a window that can open up where you can get back in it. Right now, I'm trying to figure out what that window looks like for Scatterbrained, and I'm just coming up with cement walls. I'm not seeing how he does a lot. These 2 cataphracts are great. 3 cataphracts, great. In the long run, I don't know if that's enough to save him. He does have a couple longbows in the queue, but this horseman play with the spears and the Mounted Samurai behind it, Numenor just seems to be in such a good spot.
And even losing a horseman there doesn't make this any less scary with those samurais in queue. You just see more and more making their way. Now the longbows moving out, trying to focus fire onto these spears, just to make sure that the cataphracts can do the damage on the horses they so desire. Now, unfortunately, for Scatterbrained, this is something he's going to struggle to get out of because he doesn't have any transition into another food source. Those berries that he's on, they are going to run out, and he's going to go out on another one that is way more exposed. And very quickly, this mobile army from Numenor is going to be a little bit of a pain train, just running around absolutely everywhere. Because now this is pretty mobile. We see them already looking for a little bit of blood, and also a yellow dot on that back gold, as he knows that his front one is about to be tapped out pretty soon. The moment it is, it's like a warning sign for your opponent that you are going to need to go elsewhere to find some gold.
There is one thing I really like about what Scatterbrained is doing, and he's sending those cataphracts to go raid up north. He's going to find a lot of unattended vills, and you know what? When you've got 5 cataphracts, this might be the window he needs. Granted, that's only a couple of villagers, but if he can keep the raids up and going, he splits them here, he could do some serious damage. If he can get that damage done, he can find a way back in this, and then things will even out. I mean, if he can just stabilize by doing that, that'll be huge, but that's a lot of Mounted Samurai.
And those guys, they are going to make quick work of cataphracts. If those cataphracts lose sight of running back even for a moment, these guys seem to be heading towards another possible villager location. They will spot this, and they will make a mental note that they need to return just a little bit later to deal with those.
Military numbers are even, and the army value is pretty close as well, but the wraparound and losing the cataphracts is kind of a huge blow. Numenor needs a couple more fights like this to go his way, and then he will have the game in the bag. Scatterbrain trying to recoup the delay time from earlier, trying to get back in this game. He's doing his best. He is grabbing some relics. There is an avenue to win this game, but it's a bit of an uphill climb. Numenor, though, does need to start ramping things up himself. I worry that if you give your opponent too much time to get back into it, you could find yourself easily behind, because Byzantine, with the olive oil that can come in, with the cisterns and the bonuses that provides, can keep them in even difficult games.
And he still is sacrificing these cataphracts, and that's exactly what happened to those top 2. He put them out there, and they lost focus about where they need to be running for a second, and got taken out pretty quickly, because look at this mobile army. And remember what I said, Numenor showed us what he's willing to do, and diving a TC is the least of it. Now, those longbow numbers, they look scary, but not against all these armored horses. These guys can even split up and still take this fight, but they're not going to be taking any risks with all these cataphracts around. They do pull back, getting a few villagers, and then running away until the safe time to return. But they will see more villagers out here. Just make a mental note, yet again, that they need to be coming back. So now the cataphracts being quite far out here. It doesn't look like Numenor wants to take the fight head on. He's just using those shields to absorb and try to do damage himself.
That raid was really important for Numenor, putting him up now 14 villagers destroyed versus only 3 for Scatterbrain. That's really big, and this fight really going his way. Even with the triumph, A couple cataphracts go down, you take that trade any day because it forces Scatterbrain to try and replace them. And food has been a tricky part. He's out of food again. Look at the income. 49 a minute? That's basically nothing. Meanwhile, Numadon has all the power to keep replacing these samurai as he needs.
Exactly. With all those farms that just spawn around the storehouse, he is living a very happy life. But you can see with these mounted samurai, he doesn't mind losing them as long as he gets to get rid of all these longbows, because these guys are not getting replaced. And now that army is completely dwindling, and he knows, I've got enough to end this. Let me just keep on going, keep killing villagers, and make sure that this army never gets to any scary amount again. Now, more cataphracts in queue, and those things are so expensive, especially when you are at 0 food per minute and not producing any villagers. He has had enough. Pretty quick game here from Numadon, and honestly, I am impressed. This is a different side to Numadon. I say different, but I've said this before about him when I was making a meme about how Numadon is going to give us another 1-hour game. He actually ended the game in under 20 minutes as well. So I feel like I'm going to keep memeing that, and we'll see a little bit of a different side here from Numadon that people might have been preparing for.
Yeah, an impressive play right there. It came down to the fact that he got in the base right as Scatterbrain was trying to castle up, did incredible delay in damage, and then you just had to wait a moment to capitalize with the influx of mounted samurai he'd have later. And really, like, that first raid was so important. I think the second raid where he finally got 14 total Vil kills, that was the next important thing, because you can have the advantage, but if you let your opponent get back into it, that advantage can slip away. But instead, Numadon being just the right amount of aggressive to finish that one out. A well-played game by him.
Now, with these two, I know that we have our next matchup ready. We can see it's going to be Holy Island. Now, Scatterbrain is the one choosing this, and I can see him choosing this because he has a very good practice partner as well, B and Atand. These guys, they are pretty creative when it comes to these types of maps, because Holy Island is not a map you pick unless you are comfortable or you have something up your sleeve. So with HRE against Order of the Dragon, is this going to be enough? We see a barracks from Scatterbrain already. Something different, not your standard old opening here or a usual water map.
You must be really banking on the fact that Numadon wants to go on water, and that looks like that's what's going to happen. So maybe this Dark Age barracks could do some damage here as the first dock is put upon the water here on Holy Island. This is game number 2, of course. Numadon as Order of the Dragon in green, Scatterbrain, the yellow Holy Roman. You know, yellow Holy Roman Empire just always feels really good. Like, that just feels like a match made in Germany. You know, just perfect. Perfect.
Now, the spearmen that he will be getting, they are going to need to make a pretty long run, and they will probably be spotted, which in this case, I am a little bit worried about that, because Numadon, he's playing Order of the Dragon. These villages are a little bit better. They do carry quite a bit more. So if he does spot this, he's going to be able to quickly get the resources he needs and go back to his TC. But we do need to look at what that sheep loot is going to be for him, and even where that scout could be. It does look like that scout is going to be trailing Scatterbrains. So he's not going to be able to spot that spearman until it properly arrives. And now the crazy thing is, his gold is actually far out enough that when that spearman is done torching the dock, he's going to be able to go on the gold and deny that as well. So it depends on how much Scatterbrain is willing to invest here, but the dock is the most obvious play. After that, being able to deny the gold is going to be absolutely crazy.
The tricky thing about Dark Age shenanigans on this map is that everything feels a lot farther away. Like, it feels, you might think that, oh, because, you know, 2/3 of this is only land, the other third is water, everything is nice and close. But trying to do Dark Age shenanigans out to the water, then back to the gold, it's kind of a long walk. Feels like, and the TCs are still quite far apart on this map. But that said, Scatterbrain does have the spear onto the dock with the scout too. Trying to do some damage early here and maybe get himself ahead.
He does have a lot of food in the base though, so this is pretty good for him. You want to make sure that you have the food to sustain this constant production. And now, all of a sudden, we are seeing Numadon just... What was that ship? Was that a transport ship? Oh, he's saving the villager. The villager shall live.
Where's he going to put it? He's going to go out and... Or maritime trade. I don't know. It feels a little strange. That's one thing that people forget about all the time on this map is maritime trade. They just never seem to go for it. Maybe Nubadan already has that in mind for later.
Now he's going to the middle. It does look like that might be an idea of backup gold with one villager. Poor guy is going to need to do some really interesting work to get this done. But now going for the fish, he's going to need to put a mill over there to make that possible to drop off. But that villager has been saved and will live yet another day. Scatterbrain, no. He has 5 spearmen here and he's investing everything into shutting down that dock. Numadan, this is definitely a tough spot for him, but keep in mind, he's going to remake a dock there at the top. He's going to be able to put that dock down, and then those fishing ships are going to have a great time going forward.
It's such a heads-up play. It's just so smart, and this is the exact right idea. Like, you just know that's happening. Go, oh well, you just transport a villager away, build the dock over here. Now it's untouchable. Now you're forcing your opponent to say, hey, you want to contest water? You have to actually get on the water. You can't just torch the docks and call it good. Now these spears are going to find more places to raid. They're not going to be done. Their raiding tendencies are not rooted out of them. They will find another place to attack, probably that gold vein any second here. But Nubadan will be secure with his food on the fishing for some time.
And he's aware that this is the natural transition onto the gold. So he's made sure that he got all the gold he needs, even though the food is not ready at all. But he's got what he needed, and that's going to be perfectly fine for him. The spearmen don't seem to be making their way directly to the gold. They seem... there they go. They are turning right towards it now. And Numadan has enough. Arcane Chapel coming up with 8, because he knows that Scatterbrained is also going to have a pretty good age-up timing here. Now, the real question is Scatterbrain just going to keep this land aggression going? No, never mind. There's no question. He wants to dock, and he wants to ensure that this side belongs to him.
This is a really heads-up play and the right call from Scatterbrained. If you want to control the water, he probably already has an inkling of what happened. Getting on the water is paramount. You still got to play for it here. Can't just let it go. Even though I'm a fan of when people go all in on the land. I think that can be fun at certain levels of play, but here, definitely not the right call to forget about water, and Scatterbrained won't make that mistake.
Now, the dock is there. And you might be like, oh, why is she sounding like this? Well, the dock is now going to force some very, very difficult plays here from Numadan. He's invested an extra 150 on that, and there's still land units that can make his life a lot harder. Those spearmen can find a way to the wood line, and this is going to mean Numadan needs to find a way to shut down those spears too. He needs to make archers, and he needs to make more ships, which just is very, very difficult at this point of the game, while still most likely producing the fishing ships that he wanted. I wonder if he got more. Yes, he got 1 extra here, and double dock now, as he needs to ensure he gets some military ships created. Now, with the first ship out, Scatterbrained is starting that water pressure. He's got those spearmen, and they are doing some work already. One of the villagers gets around it. He's going to go down. The spearmen, they don't mind fighting a little bit more. One of them will go down, but the villagers, still surrounded. He loses yet another one. Sockleton, this is crazy.
This is just something nuts. The villagers take defense into their own hands. Civil Defense Force pulls out the shivs, and they slay their remaining spears, but a couple of villagers go down. Meanwhile, we cannot look away from water either, because Scatterbrain trying to double up on the docks as well. This is going all over the place. Man, leave it to these two guys to give us a crazy game here. This is a very wacky feeling water game we have on our hands.
Now those fishing boats need to retreat, and there's only 3 slots on that side, so he might need to run past. But we can see that is a demo ship that is in a very peculiar position already, as the ship of Numadan was not prepared to take on a demo just yet. The villager is going to be paying the price, and 3 dead villagers in this game already is pretty crazy to have by this point of the game. Numadan, though, with all those shenanigans happening on his wood line, he also hasn't been able to produce any more ships. So this is not feeling too good here for Numadan. Finally getting another one in queue, but Scatterbrained, he's just living his best life. He's making more ships. He feels like he's feeling pretty confident about this. But he still has to be careful. There's only 3 dead villagers, and they were fishing ships that are compensating for all of this.
Yeah, but those 3 villagers were Order of the Dragon villagers, so they're worth just a little eensy bit more. Those are some tanky boys. Fishing kind of keeping him in this though, but yeah, taking 3 Order of the Dragon villagers feels really good when you're only 7.5 minutes into the game. Meanwhile, the ship's having a little boat race out here, a little regatta on the Holy Island River. That ship is just not long for this world. If
And the transport ship, yeah, no. Transport ship is not something a lot of players would look out for and try to punish because the transport ship doesn't do that much, you know?
Yeah.
And he tries to stop it, to body block, but it just costs him more than he needed to lose here. We see the fishing ships desperately trying to get those spring-old ships repaired, but it looks like Scatterbrained has completely outplayed Numidan on this map. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was sure of his strategy, and now the galley focusing on a little bit of those fishing ships so they can't keep the repairs going. Demo coming out, and he does need to focus this quickly, but he doesn't have the ability to. The demo ship is going to take one of those ships to pretty low HP, but it will get a final shot off. Demo ship coming yet in again, and this feels a little bit like that demo game we watched earlier, but that was a crazy hit. And the whole fishing eco and every single ship goes down, except for the transport that we do not care about, because it's just there to look cool.
And that's the game, man. That was a roller coaster of 2 minutes right there. Some of the micro on display by Scatterbrain, avoiding that demo ship. I don't know if you saw him fan those 3 boats away from each other, only letting one of them go down. The micro that is involved in managing a good navy is so difficult to do. Scatterbrain is showing off some skills with some really good strategic game planning on top of some tactical prowess. Takes a game away from Numidan, and now we have a tied series 1-1. You know, we were kind of worried that these games would go very long. This one was sub 10 minutes, and we're 2 in, and now they might still go the distance, but so far, at the rate we're going, these have been some fun, quick games.
This has been some action-packed games from both of these, and I'm so excited to see what that holds in the next one as well. We can just see that military value lead definitely on the side of the water constantly. But yeah, beautiful play here by Scatterbrained. He knew exactly where to punish, what to do. Now the problem is, people know the strategy now. Is this again going to work? If someone else is expecting this, what do they do against it? Do they just also make spearmen, or just try and execute it even a little bit harder than the opponent? So yeah, definitely amazing play here. But we do have Frisian Marshes coming up next, and that's going to be an Aeobids versus Ottomans. Both of these civilizations pretty comfort picks from a lot of players on this map, because with the Ottomans, you have good answers to when you get shut down, especially on your gold, especially with the fact that you don't just need to go for food, you get to age up with whatever you feel like. But Aeobids, on the other hand, those bad boys, they can make a lot of camels, a lot of havoc, and a lot of cheap docks.
I'm a big fan of Aeobids. That's my main civ when I play. I've been using them a lot. They do so much with those camels and the dervishes and stuff, and what they can do is just so much fun. Going against Ottomans is interesting though. I mean, both civs I think are pretty good on this map. So much food to be had, a lot of space to work with. I am curious to see if we're going to get another long or short game. I feel like this one could go either way again. So far, it's been 2 very fast games coming into this series. We really did not expect that so far. I mean, these have been definitely exceeding the expectations as to high-octane, quick-moving stuff. The question is, who's going to come out on top? We got a minute and a half, 2 minutes to think about it. We haven't really looked at the drafts just yet, though, Whammon. Should we take a look? Looks like both players didn't want anything to do with KT today.
Nothing to do with KT, and that's very understandable. There is Holy Island on the pick. You can't deny the fact that Holy Island is just a free win for KT most of the time. But at the same time, neither of them wanted to deal with Zhu Shi, and that speaks tons, right? Because Zhu Shi, we've been seeing it let through a few times, but not in favor of not banning KT, of course. Now, this drafting system works in the way that you can only ban one before you get to pick. So there's always going to be one of those strong civilizations that comes through. And Scatterbrained losing his first pick already, that must be a pretty tough one for him. And Numidan now, he's still got China left, and China, you can do absolutely anything. I feel that these civilizations that Numidan has on his side are definitely definitely a tough bunch for Scatterbrain to deal with. But again, on the other hand, we have Rus, we have Malians on Scatterbrain's side. And Numidan, if he can keep that aggro going that we saw in the first game, then those civilizations require you to leave him alone. And it doesn't look like Numidan is in the mood to leave anyone alone.
I definitely have enjoyed the aggression Numidan has shown so far. And yeah, for Scatterbrain, Roos and Malians in the back, you got some 2 good civs, you can work with here. But first we have to deal with Abbasid and Ottomans here on Frisian Marshes in just a couple seconds. But I'm noticing too that Numidan has both the French civs up his sleeve along with China, so he has a lot of options moving forward as well. I think this match right here is probably I'm gonna call my shot. I think this one's gonna determine things right here. Whoever wins this one's gonna be in a very good spot.
Yeah, well, then you're in a match point. I would really hope you can make that worthwhile, because now Numidan, the aggressor, definitely not the title I was expecting to give him today. And now that barracks starting on out. Now, this is something you have to do. And we've talked about this a few times on stream now, because Aeobids has those cheap docks, and you need to find a way to ensure Aeobids doesn't get to dock for free. So the thing is, Aeobids, they understand that this is going to be the natural response, so they need to ensure they don't lose that ability later on by just overcommitting and then losing the dock they created. So they just go for the safe opening. The Spearman is still a very big necessity in this matchup.
Oh man, look at all those sheep right there. That feels so good if you're a Aeobids. That feels so good, because one of the things the Aeobids does struggle a little bit with is they have really good tempo. They're a tempo civ through and through, but kind of like Zushi, kind of like some other civs, once the food dries out, if you're not ready for the farm transition, it can kind of hit like a brick. You definitely want to have a plan in place and be aware of when things are drying up, because nothing feels worse than when the wheels fall off when you're out of food. So getting all these sheep now, and that's why I think it's such a good pick on this map as far as a civ choice goes, is because there's just so much food. And when you've got this much food, you can keep the tempo on your side. So a good pick up there for Scatterbrain. You'll be hoping to get all those sheep and more.
Now, you say that there's a lot of food, but to access this lots of food, you do have to have a little bit of map control. And Numidan seems to be the kind of guy who's not giving people the map control they need to be able to have all that food access. Yes, he's got a solid amount of sheep pretty soon. Oh, and almost a dead villager.
That was close.
He has to be. Yes. He has to be so careful here, because with 2 spears, you have just enough to make this a very tough time. Now, one of those spears will be paying the price with his life. And Numidan definitely did not want to lose one of those so early on in the game, because now Scatterbrain just keeps getting the gold. That's the luck he's been dealt here, as that TC range was just in the right spot. The Spearman will probably go around and try to poke from the other side. But now, the big delay was just not all there.
Economic wing growth is interesting from here. I really prefer the dervishes. I think you can get so much more value out of that. However, if you're going for a fast castle play, going for the 3 villas to start and then getting the dervishes in Castle Age is also a really viable option. I just think, though, with the Dark Age pressure, it'd be nice to get those dervishes out. Heal these villagers here just a little bit, get that chip damage back. You're not so concerned about any future raids.
But I really love the fact that he's going for growth, because of those, just a little bit of boost that you get. When you're dealing with Ottomans, you kind of need to slow down that mass that they build, right? So with Ottomans, the longer that it goes, the more units they get for free, which in turn, they're just going to have a bigger army than you. But when you have those 3 villager boost, you have a little bit of an advantage, at least at the start. You just need to make it work and try to slow down that Ottoman lifestyle as fast as you can. And with that sheep counter, wonderful production here. We just see a nice little split between these 2.
Well, that makes going for the economic wing make even more sense, because notice that he's not on the berries right now, and he is a berry civ, Scatterbrained is right now, as Aeobids. Getting the economic wing does add an extra plus 50 to each of those berry bushes, so it is giving you even more food at home, nice and safe, which I do enjoy and I do like here.
Now, I'm glad to see we get the Twin Minaret Madries as well. So he just wants to ensure that he has the food to last and survive. And he's not planning on losing his golds, as we've seen a few of the Ottomans do these days, because he's going to be in control. He says, I'm going to be raiding. I'm going to be shutting down anything you try to do. And I'm building a dock. So I'm going to have food even more to make more Sapahis with and make your life a living hell.
This is nice for Scatterbrain to see this. Now he can make the choice. You know, if you don't know it's there, you don't get the chance to make the choice. You make the choice without knowing you're making a choice. In this case, he knows this exists. So now he can actively choose to do something about it or to let it be. But now he has the information. That's just kind of the importance of scouting in general, right? Like when you know what your opponent's doing, then you can cognizantly choose to react and how you want to react. If you don't know, you're making choices either way, like I said, but the knowledge is so crucial here. And seeing the second dock as well, Numadon being very aggressive on the food here.
After this game, I need you to do a squat for every single time you say the word choice or any derivation of it. Yes, yes. Just so you can see the value of your choices as well, as these two we'll see pretty soon with the... What is that? Camel? Raider? Oh, it's getting late. I'm losing my unit names as they're coming out. Desert Raider. There we go. Nope. Aha. So thank you very much. So with the Desert Raiders coming out, this is now going to mean, hey, you need to respond. You need to do something about these guys, and your silly little spears are not going to cut it.
Scatterbrain opting to add his own docks as well. So he's going to go for the game of matching what Numadon does. And I'm sure those Desert Raiders are going to start making some havoc here soon as well.
Remember what we said about having a lot of food available? Yes. He is making the active choice of double stabling so that he can make as many Sapahis as he would possibly need. But what I've noticed is this is now the second game we've watched where Ottomans is not prioritizing those military schools. And it was always from players who are a little bit wild. So a Mechter being queued up. Oh, never mind. That was a misclick. You can see him rolling back. Oh, yes, there we go. Another Sapahi instead. He knows the value of these guys. He needs to get out on the map and start doing damage because he wants the time to continue and he wants to get the Ottoman sparkle that we know. You just require a military school to do so.
I definitely feel like not going military schools was kind of a detriment in the last match we saw on this map. I just feel like you got to at least have a couple of them. Even if it's not your focus, that's just so much value as we see these fishing boats getting harassed by units from Scatterbrained. I'm curious also what the visitor point was for Numadon. He didn't go for the imam. Oh, he went for the imams. Never mind. I see them. Going for the two imams there. So good healing. I like that. But man, I hope he does get some military schools. Definitely going to need those long term because last time against French, when we saw that matchup, it did not end well. Meanwhile, Scatterbrain really getting aggressive here on these docks.
Now, with the amount of Sapahi we have on the field, they are not going to be able to handle the horsemen from Scatterbrain. Because again, we talked about this, the fact that he got those 3 early villages, it just skyrockets him into the lead. And he's going to be able to outproduce this, at least for a while. And now Scatterbrain, he's also going on that second dock. He's ensuring that he keeps up with this economy because he needs to, and he knows it. But now, those Sapahis, they're quite annoying, and the spearman mix in between them is going to make this a little bit harder. That Desert Raider doesn't just get to run around for free, debuffing everyone.
Yeah, Desert Raiders are an interesting unit because one-on-one against a horseman, they actually do win. But then as you scale up, the horsemen start doing better, mostly because they have that Campbell on ease and they have a lot of high melee armor. But against Sapahi, one Desert Raider versus 2 Sapahi is a easy loss there if you're the Desert Raider. You know, the Imams getting a little banged up, but they stay alive. And there we see the Sapahi doing quick work of that.
And that must feel pretty good for Numadon here because he knows that's the tempo I was looking for. The ship survives just barely. And now he is starting to get those numbers that he hoped for because those fishing boats, they've dropped off enough food for that Sapahi production to look pretty decent. But Scatterbrained, he's got other things on his mind. And those horsemen might just be a little distraction. I think we're going to be getting a little bit of Camel Lancer play here pretty shortly because those things do not die, and when they start raiding, it doesn't stop.
Camel Lancers do have a little bit less health than knights, but man, when you have dervishes with them, they are tanky as can be when you get the healing added on top of that. Wheelbarrow coming in, and yeah, I expect Castle Age to happen any second here. He just needs about 50 more gold in the bank, and he'll be able to click up. Right now, these horsemen now, their job is to just keep distracting. And there we see the logistics coming in 2 minutes away. And the relics will be in play here too.
Problem is, with getting those relics, you're going to struggle if you have a bunch of Sipahi trolling the map and making sure that you don't get them for free. So with the gold he doesn't have in the bank, this starts to get a little tough. Because the units that are heading towards him, I was about to say, he needs to find a way to secure that gold, and he's already doing so. You have to make sure that you're not getting yourself into a position where those Sipahis are going to stop you from getting any income, and that's exactly what he's looking to do. As the Sipahis close in, they see the double tower. They don't want to take too much damage here. They have the Imams back there, but if you start losing Sipahis, this is where things get out of hand. Although, Scatterbrained, you can see the military count. This is not looking good. He's already just waiting for that logistics to kick in. But what then? He's going to get dove instantly. The camel lancers are going to take a while to get there. Horsemen now doing a little bit of work, but the food is also running out under the TC. So this is very limited edition and very dangerous gameplay at that.
That's why he's really glad he's got those fishing boats, even though they're going to get a little bit of harassment here. I'm not worried about Scatterbrained yet. Ayubids does this kind of thing all the time in my mind. So I feel like he just needs to hold. He does have those extra berries. He does have a little bit of the fishing coming in. He just needs to survive for about like a minute once he gets to Castle Age. He's got some good amount of gold now, and he's got plenty of food. So Scatterbrained has enough to basically go castle again. He just needs to make sure he's got the production buildings ready to go so he can pump out the units he needs. I think he'll be okay, though.
Now these docks are trying to... there's a lot of pressure on these, for Scatterbrained at least. And the military moving out this far also gave him a little bit of an opening here. Ooh, but losing these horsemen is pretty tough. He takes down a villager. And it feels good, right? But at the same time, that was your whole army. Now Camel Lancers instantly clicked up. I see Twitch chat was rooting there for just getting normal old Lancers. But no, we have Castle Age Ottomans also incoming soon.
Dervish is on the warpath looking for relics. Now, I think sending these out a little prematurely is dangerous. They're going to come really close to the mass. The Sipahi running right by them in the middle. They avoid it for the most part. That was close. Now they get found. Spears trying to chase after them. They can't outrun the spears. The Sipahi, however, could catch them. They do. The nice thing about going for the logistics wing, though, is with the dervishes, they do heal themselves. And when they grab the relic, that rate increases. So depending on how many units are there, they can take a lot of punishment before going down. But that's if they can avoid the spears, as we see one going down right there. That's a big loss for Scatterbrained.
And the fact that he got that at this stage before it actually got to bring anything home is pretty tough. Because now you've lost a significant portion of what your whole age up gave you. And we can see now the spearman upgrades coming on in for Scatterbrained. So it does mean he might do a little bit of a switcheroo here into spearman, as he's playing against what Numidan is very much just spearmen Sipahiing. So he needs to find a way to actually shut down the Sipahis. 6 spearmen instantly in queue. He is going to try and make this work. We do have those dervishes healing themselves pretty well, carrying a relic, which I mean, if I'm looking at that, I'm definitely feeling like that is very balanced and in a really good place right now. One Sipahi not being able to chase down a relic-wielding dervish, that guy's going to make it all the way home, and that Sipahi is going to tell the whole army of this struggle that he had faced. But the Camel Lancers, they are about to land. There's 11 of them. This is not something you can ignore.
I mean, you gotta have at least 2 Sipahi to do any real damage. Come on, Wham. You gotta at least 2. That's the real balance. 2 to keep things balanced. Camel Lancers.
3 to kill him. Oh my goodness.
It might be 3. Camel Lancers now doing some damage, and this is where Scatterbrained is doing great. Now, Numidan was in a really scary position posturing in front of the base, but he backed off, and Scatterbrained just needed, like I said, about a minute to secure things. And now he's going to be in a better and better spot. Of course, Numidan has matched that Castle Age and has some siege on the way. But if you're Scatterbrained, you're feeling pretty good right this minute.
Especially because you got a lot of your resources secured here. You've got the relics just running towards your base at the speed of Dervish. But Numidan, he's got the military school. So slowly, you have to ask yourself, what is going to be better? So is this going to be the initial fight that Scatterbrained is going to try to take, do a little bit of damage? Or is Numidan going to be the one that needs to make the play happen? Because both of these civilizations, Scatterbrained is a little bit ahead when we look at the villager count as well. And with the relics, this is going to feel great. But Numidan still has those military schools. When we look at the Vizier point, could we take a quick look at it? I believe the first one we saw was Imams, and the second one, oh, extra military school. Makes a lot of sense. So now he's waiting for that tempo to actually start paying off.
And this is where the food issue becomes more and more prevalent. That you see Scatterbrain scattering out for food. There's the confetti joke for you guys there. He's spreading out for the food, but when that food dries up, what does he do next? Thank you, Cal. Thank you. On it, as always. The farm position late in this game could be very, very detrimental for Ayyubids. So they need to do a lot of damage right now and maintain map control. That's the key here for Scatterbrained as Ayyubids.
And getting a pretty decent charge off there, but not getting any kills. Those Camelances are looking very healthy, but they also did not really get the value in all of that. So it feels like with this, Numidan is instantly just rotating, sending his military to try and find some damage himself. The Camelances have to react instantly. And we do see them coming in with those Sapahis, but the Camelances are looking to catch them out. Remember, they get to charge all the way from China, so those Camelances do not mind chasing after a few units. Camelances trying to find a way to push them into a suboptimal direction so they can try and corner. But now those Sapahis are keeping them busy, and it gives Numidan the time for this tempo to keep on building.
Things looking a little dangerous. There are 19 Janissaries, and those do shred through even camels. They do a great job. I kind of wish Scatterbrain would start eventually adding in some, and it's tricky because he's a very mobile military. At some point with those spears, maybe I'd like to see him making a couple of Manjanique to deal with some of the units that Numidan has that those Camel Lancers can't deal with. Something that could maybe snowball into a winning push eventually, because we've seen in this tournament even, you get like 5 of those Manjanique on the field, and suddenly they start raining down the hellfire, and there's just nothing anyone can do about it.
Especially if you have a pretty decent front line that does not have an answer right now, and that is going to be a bunch of spearmen here. Mangonels are the choice for Numidan, so with them only going for the Mangonels, he's preparing to fight against an army that stands back that he just can constantly harass. But we know that's not what Scatterbrain's army is made for. So usually we see a lot more value in Mangonels when there's a pretty big archer composition as well, and right now that's just going to be a lot of Camel Lancers trying to find their way into your economy, at least. We see that big yellow blob running towards the dock yet again. And the thing is, once they get into the base, this is going to be quite hard. But again, Scatterbrained army, it's scary, but at the same time, it's a lot smaller. So Numidan is the one who gets to split this up if he needs to. But he needs to be careful, because if those Camel Lancers take care of a significant portion of it, he's going to have a pretty tough time.
Yeah, and right now, it's being decapped as we speak, but Scatterbrain has had both of the sacred sites for some time, for over a minute now. That's just extra gold in his pocket that he's getting to pocket. So he's also got the 4-to-1 split on the relics. So in many ways, Scatterbrain is doing very well economically, getting a couple of wins here and there. But yeah, like you were saying, Numidan's got the numbers as far as military goes, and Scatterbrain maintained that. He also has 19 idle behind this. I'm curious as to what's going on there as far as all the idle time. I wonder if some villagers have run out of food or something. Some posturing going back and forth. Camel Lancers looking for a place to get in. Janissary is dangerous though. Maybe if the Camel Lancers get on top of them, there are a lot of them. They continue to go back and forth.
Those Mangonels just going straight for the tower over here, and villagers trying to keep this alive. Camel Lancers are quite scary here. They're trying to go to the back, but the spearmen are doing amazing work. And that very scary army just got deleted by the Janissaries, who were completely untouched. Mangonels now trying to do their best, just hitting here from the back. And Scatterbrain lost his momentum. Numidan is the man who's going to be pushing forward, and he is looking at ending him.
That was kind of a throw. Honestly, that was a complete throw. You have an army of spears and Janissaries. You got mangoes in the back that you could easily wrap around and hit, and you decide to throw your camels straight into the spears. As an Ayyubids guy, I'm dying inside. That was just such an unforced error from Scatterbrained. I'm not sure why he committed there. That was a ton of value lost.
Now, Numidan loves this. He's just sitting back, letting the military schools do the talking. The next Vizier point is on the way as well. So this is one of those comfortable positions that Ottoman gets in, and they can just transition to anything they feel like. We can go Imperial. We can just go for mass siege. We can push. We can end your career. And Numidan knows this. He is now just circling around, trying to find a little opening. Tell him exactly what he needs to do. Scatterbrained doing a mass migration with the villagers there. He needs to be careful. But these archers now, a little bit of a cheap answer to what the problem is. But the mangonels are already there, and they're ready to answer to that clump of archers just waiting to get hit.
And the answer for Scatterbrained is, again, Manjanique. If he had 4 or 5 Manjanique, everything that Numidan has just kind of falls apart, I think. I mean, he's got 28 Janissaries, so you cannot make any more cavalry units. You just can't. Like, between the crossbows behind it, they're just not doing any good. Your best bet is honestly a ranged mass with the Manjanique and then a bunch of spears of your own. Spears would be your play with Manjanique, and at this point, the Camel Lancers need to do exactly what we're seeing here. Just go raid. Don't take the fights. Just go and raid and get out of there.
Well, the Camel Lancers are doing their best at just staying alive here, but this army from Numidan is massive. Now, 32 archers. It's going to be very punishing if Numidan breaks up this army and the archers can pick off a few things, but it just doesn't feel like this is the type of mistake he's going to make. These Camel Lancers are mobile. They're trying to find a little bit of an opening here, and it looks like that wall over there could let them in, but once they're in, can they get out? Or just circling around to try and get to the mangonels, and they do get them. Pretty juicy pickup here. The Janissaries exposed, but there's so many of them. It doesn't even matter. We see the archers doing some work. Mangonel hitting those archers right on the head. Nice little kill there. And hey, we're guys just taking the fall. Mangonel doing his best at chasing after. The tower stands, and the Zabahis are here to clean up. Numidan, he's out for blood. It's very late in Sweden. This man wants to go to bed.
Rough fight after rough fight for Scatterbrained. And there's the Dervish. He could have used that there a long time ago. It's, man, his Camel... Again, Camel Lancers have less health than Knights. They really aren't the tanky boys people think. They hit like a truck, don't get me wrong, and that's where they excel. They just aren't great at standing and fighting, and as they just don't do very good doing that. So having the Camel in these helps and all, but having the Dervish to heal is what really makes them super powered. But when you're diving them into Janissaries and Spears like this, even not even getting both the mangonels, only getting one of them, it's just so rough. There's not been a lot going Scatterbrained's way the last 10 minutes.
Scatterbrained is giving Ottomans the type of position that they dream of. Getting those free units non-stop. Oh, the Camel Lancers, though, they're looking for a good charge here. And they get some pretty decent damage, but the Spearman numbers are just too healthy on the front lines. Janissaries focus firing them. The archers are doing their best to target these guys down. But we can see he was born for this. He's ready for this. All the Janissaries just standing here, cleaning up what they can. Now only 7 left after that, but looking at the numbers from Scatterbrained, it's at least a lot more than the Camel Lancers he has left. And the food income per minute is not looking too healthy for him either.
Yeah, this game is quickly going to be declining and over for Scatterbrained. Again, that fight right there with the Dervish helping, those camels were able to stand and fight a little bit better. They still, however, fall to their direct counter of spears plus Janissaries. I mean, that's just a suicidal ride when they try and go into that. Not much they can do. Scatterbrained's been kind of glued to this composition, but it's just not going to work anymore. He needs to try and change into something else, but by the time he does that, I'm a little bit worried that Numidan's going to have just such an overwhelming force that there's just not going to be enough time for him to get back into it.
And now that he's building the production building so far outside the base, it gives Numidan a new target. It's an open invite for him to just go around and start attacking these small pieces of economy he has scattered around this map. So, Scatterbrained, it's in the name. He's going to scatter all around, try to overwhelm you. But Numidan is not the kind of guy who gets overwhelmed. We now see him 8 minutes on the Sacred Side victory. And of course, that's a Numidan style of winning as well. So if he does hold something, it will definitely be behind the the Sacred Victory approaching. The problem is now the Manjaniques are being built, and Scatterbrained, he's probably going to try and take control of the bottom Sacred Side at least.
He needs about 3 more of these, but it may be a little late, but he's making the right choice now. I'd love to see him adding some more spears into this as well. They would help with the Sipahi to keep those Manjaniques safe, because now those are the saviors of your game. You have to keep those safe. If he loses these, it's basically game.
The problem is Numidan is floating a lot of resources here. The army value is in the favor of Numidan, but one good fight could make this a very difficult push for Numidan to stop. Now the Manjaniques hitting from afar, spewing fire everywhere, just trying to get rid of this tower. Mangonel's also taking a little bit of that fire damage, but looks like he wants to connect, and without a front line, these Mangonels are going, not going down. The front line has arrived. Mangonel's trying to get to the back line. We can see that army value just creeping down towards 0 as this fight is too much for Scatterbrained.
Spears, he needed spears to go with it. Spears, archers, and Manjanique would have done it for him here. Maybe even some Ghulams to mix in. Unfortunately, he just doesn't have a front line to hold on to this, and that will be the game. Man, disaster for Ayubits here after such a promising start. Numidan takes game number 3 within 25 minutes and 59 seconds, and we go on to a match point in Numidan's favor. Well played by Numidan to withstand the early woes against Abbasid and Scatterbrain. Man, I just feel like he threw that army away. That big one he had at the beginning, that just felt like an absolute throw. He's going to be kicking himself for that one, I'm sure.
Now, again, you have to consider that Numidan, he's a little bit more experienced than Scatterbrain when it comes to these tournament games and also playing these maps so accurately. Numidan has played this rodeo before. He knows how to take these advantageous fights. He beats some of the top players on these types of maps. So Scatterbrained definitely did a pretty decent job at the start to just get that AU-bit advantage and knowing how to do damage with it. Problem is just sustaining it without making a mistake, and Numidan knew exactly how to exploit that.
You can see in Castle Age where it finally went in favor there, a little bit of Scatterbrained. He was starting to build momentum. He needed to get those Manjaniques out a little earlier and start switching his comp, but this right here, instead of diving the Mangonels to the side, he dives into the heart of the spears with the Janissaries behind, just picking them off. This was a brutal engagement and not one you should stick around for. Should have pulled off this immediately and instead suffers the consequences. Look how many dead camels are down there in the stealth forest. Oh my word. So much destruction, and Numidan was just in the driver's seat ever after.
It's such a tough spot to come back from, especially considering those camels are so expensive with your limited resources you already have. Now, we do have front range coming on up. Now, Sokotin, do you know anything about this map, by the way? Because yesterday Oh, you do? Okay, tell me everything you know, because I learned a little bit yesterday, and I would love to learn more, so guide me, kind sir.
Well, if I can chill just a little bit for the upcoming King of the Rockies, this is their map they're debuting this year, and we're really excited for it over here in Rising Empires as well. This map is basically kind of a take on what it's like out in the front range of Colorado, and it's got a lot of gold up in them there hills, is kind of the idea of it. So not a lot of gold down below, but all the gold to be found up in the stealth forests. So a big part of this game, and I've noticed players have been trying to figure it out, is you got to be aware of when to head up into the hills, when to sneak up there, because it's all stealth forest mostly, with a couple of outposts you can take. Going up there and grabbing the gold up there is critical. Some players don't scout up there as much as they should. You should definitely be scouting on that map if you're playing up there. And yeah, it looks exactly the way Colorado looks from Denver, in case anyone's wondering.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of a play of this map yesterday, and I think there was only one match where we saw this map, and both of the players didn't really seem that they were too confident in what am I supposed to do with this top part. And I think basically exploring that and understanding exactly how this is going to work is probably going to be unveiled a little bit closer to people figuring out before the King of the Rockies. So I'm excited to see what these two can do, though. Neither of these players are going to be at King of the Rockies, right?
I don't believe so, not from my knowledge.
Us Europeans are a little bit far away from all the action over there. But I mean, when you get it here at EGC, you need to make sure you can play these maps. And of course, Scatterbrain chose this. So I would really love to see him come up with a proper strategy here exploit this, but he's got Delhi, and we've been seeing Delhi do some real damage. Delhi just overwhelms their opponents so easily, but Numidan, he's not letting himself get overwhelmed, so I'm a little bit worried here for Scatterbrained. Numidan is just showing a completely different side to himself.
Yeah, Numidan's been real scary this series, but there's two, from my recollection, there's two sacred sites here, one in the valley and then one at the very top of the hill, up in the top of the mountains of this one. And again, it's going to come down to scouting. You got to scout this map out. You got to know what's up there. There's a lot of different outposts that you can get extra vision through all the stealth forest. If you can just kind of see all those little gold veins stacked away up there. So you get 2 small gold veins down here in the valley. And then after that, you got to get up there in the hills to go be a prospector.
Now, looking at these openings as well. Oh, look at all that gold. Now, I'm distracted by the gold. That is a lot of gold. Now, you can even see that sneaky little deer pack over there. One of the deer, lonesome spawn there next to the hill. But Numidan now just going for same old, as we see the Chinese opening. Delhi, also nothing surprising. These two civilizations, they love their pretty standard opening. You know, they don't have any Dark Age shenanigans that we see, like from the others. But looking at the spawn, though, I can't see that that is going to be a very easy wall here for Numidan. Easy resources to secure. Well, on the other side, I feel like Scatterbrained is a lot more open, as his gold is not just one wall away from being safe.
Yeah, thankfully for him, China doesn't always get super duper aggressive early. He might be able to use that to his advantage. Usually it's Delhi who's in the driver's seat early. And I am curious because just given the way the walling could work, even up in the Rockies there's a nice little spot that kind of a nice little wood line that connects the top part on the north that Numidan could cut his whole half the map if he so desired. But it really is going to come down to, and mark my words on this, around 15 minutes in this game, the gold in the valley starts to run out, and then you're going to see them really migrate up into the hills. And that is where this game gets really, really interesting. Of course, with Delhi being able to take the sacred sites in Feudal Age, he'll have extra incentive to scout out up there in the hills.
Now, getting to that point of the game is going to require a lot of patience from Numidan in that case, from what we've seen so far. Do you think the gold is usually the driving force between the action? Delhi, they don't really care about that. So is this going to then be on China to be the one who moves out? But at the same time, China is also pretty good at maximizing the gold that they're given.
It is really interesting in that regard because you're right. Delhi doesn't care about the gold nearly as much, and China likewise not as a big a worry. I think the sacred site's going to be what really draws them up to the northwest part of this map. That and the food eventually. The extra deer pack up there is going to be nice for both players. I think there will be a lot of action down the south side of the map, but I think that the sacred site is the one thing that will draw both these players up there.
Now, the sacred site, I can imagine getting the control off of that is not as simple because of the vision situation. We've got a lot of stealth forest over there. And actually, we saw something similar last time we saw this map on EGC. Only the player on the left side went to capture one of those vision camps. And basically, now it's on Numidan. Numidan wants to know when Scatterbrained is going to be the one moving out. He wants to see when that scholar makes his way out of the safety of his base and tries to go for those sacred sites, because that's when he will go and attack. So we'll see what Numidan...
Oh, sorry. These outposts kind of remind me of like fire watch towers we have out here in the woods of the northwest out here. We've got people build towers and just sit a camper up there to watch for fires. And that's kind of what these remind me of up in the top of the mountains amongst all the stealth forest. And to your point, these are actually really important because there is so much stealth forest. I have seen while we were doing we did the qualifiers for King of the Rockies with this map. And one thing I noticed was that so many players could gain so much information with those activated. So having those really was the difference of winning and losing for a couple of the games.
Now, Dome of the Faith coming out with 4. He's about to hit that. Now, the question is Numidan, what is Numidan going to be doing? Because we do have a lot of villages still on food. And, of course, we know that the option is always there for pro scouting. Is this something that you guys have seen on this map as well? Pro scouting being used as much? Because, honestly, there's a lot of food on this map.
There
you want to
is.
be getting the deer. Yeah.
And there's a lot of deer on the map as well. There's a deer up in the north, which they may or may not be aware of. Some of these players haven't scouted the map as much or haven't previewed the map to know. But there's a pack up there is really nice to get down. There's also an extra packet in the middle. So they've kind of got like the little pack and the big pack, little pack and big pack. But there's also that pack. I'm looking like right down the middle between the two boar next to the sacred site. There's a pack of deer down there. Going pro scouts can be very worth it here on this map because of the excess of food, and taking that away from your opponent, of course, is always really good.
See that Numidan clicked up forestry, and I think he was as confused as I was in that moment. Now, he is floating quite a bit of gold here. It does usually spell out the one, the only pro scouts, and with the 2 scouts in queue, we know that's exactly what he's planning on doing. Well, Scatterbrained, he's getting that Ghazi Raider. And Numidan is already prepared for it because he knows that that's the one thing that's going to shut him down. Those Ghazi Raiders just getting overwhelming. So with the sheep that we see under Scatterbrain's TC, he's going to be fine, at least for a while. He's got, of course, he's going to be out on the berries, but if the pressure gets onto him, he's still going to be fine for quite a while. Numidan, on the other hand, could we go take a look under his base? I would love to see how much food there is for him. Yeah, those villagers, they've eaten the sheep. They need deer pretty quickly. Luckily for him, they're pretty close. I mean, the first pack definitely gonna skyrocket him all the way through to getting time for the rest of them. The problem is, with Scatterbrained having vision there just above his base, he's gonna see if he goes for that North Deer pack. And now, the Ghazi Raider pain train is arriving. Numidan is trying to make as many spears as he can, but you have to keep in mind, oh, and he's denying the ball pretty early on as well. This is a pretty dangerous move to make, and now, unfortunately for Numidan, that boar access is going to be completely cut off as the boar despawns when any Muslim civilization kills it.
The boar disappearing like Obi-Wan on the Death Star. Just poof, and it's gone. Nothing but maybe it's fur left behind. Not even here in this case. Blaming the 2 boar feels pretty bad, but again, you know that your opponent's going to try and take those deer. You want to limit to every little bit you can. Probably a pretty heads-up play by Scatterbrain, but we'll see. With pro scouts in the works, does Numidan even need them yet? He probably can make by with all the deer and then just go to a granary transition later if he wanted. But I say that, and there's not a ton of wood on this map. At least not in one place.
He is building an archery range already. The problem is Scatterbrained has a lot of units out here. He hasn't started capping those sacred sites as he's still waiting for that little bit of research coming on through, but it will be kicking in pretty shortly. Now, with those Ghazis, he can take control of these points too. The thing is, does he know how important they are going to be in this battle? Numidan still making horsemen, and he can use this now to try and do a little bit of damage to Scatterbrained or just keep him occupied. But he knows he needs those horses to be able to shut down the sacred sites when he starts to try and take them. We see a stream of green units going across the map. And honestly, after going pro scouts, I feel like this is quite a brave move considering you've invested so much into this already. But Scatterbrained, he's going castle.
Hasn't even touched the sacred sites, just a pure castle play as a deli. It's almost equally as gutsy, right? I mean, so often you see them play for the feudal age, and here he is just going, up, we're just going to play castle. Both civs looking to do something a little different than they normally do on other maps.
Although, when he sees this, he might be changing his mind. Because now we see a few more spearmen in queue, but he does have quite a few villagers there on gold, which is not something you usually see here from the Delhi player. But seeing that massive of an army, he needs to be careful. Ghazi Raiders, though, they do find a little opening here, and these villagers are not the wheelbarrow kind. They run pretty slow. Ghazi Raiders getting a beautiful surround here, but it's not enough to... Oh, there we go. Never mind. I jinxed him. Unfortunately, Numidan needs to reach out to me, so I can apologize to him for making that villager die with the caster curse.
And he almost got another one too, but it got in and out of the TC just in time. So what could have been 2 ends up being just 1. He pays a heavy price of Ghazi Raiders for it though. Meanwhile, Numidan on the warpath has a pretty sizable unit mass in feudal here. Looking to do some damage. He's kind of poking around, posturing around the base, knowing that the food is what's going to be running out for Scatterbrain. He's on the berries. He needs those berries, and he's going to try and interpose himself right there.
What I absolutely love about this is the tower is focus firing the archers, because the archers are the only thing that can handle these spears, and the spears are the only things that can handle them horses. So now this becomes a very tough play, and he realizes how important it's going to be to keep this tower alive. The archers getting rid of every spearman that dares cross them. The horses now, just the pure numbers of them, is making this a lot harder. A villager, second villager going down now. The scholars have arrived. They want to keep these alive so badly, but yet another one paying the price. Now they have to start burning this down yet again. It feels like Scatterbrained trying to go for that little bit of a creative play into castle. It may have just cost him the game and cost him his life in this tournament.
Yeah, Numadon aggressively standing in between Scatterbrain's way of food. And now Scatterbrain, I don't know if he even knows there's a deer pack way up in the mountains that's nice and safe if he wants to walk out that way. But at this point, it might not matter. Idling 12 right now, it is looking rough. Numadon definitely in the driver's seat. Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. They don't scout all the way. They don't look at every little nook and cranny. There is a lot up there. The deer packs are really worth it. If you want to sneak out there, the odds of your opponent finding it pretty slim, since no one seems to scout up that way.
Now the Imperial Palace is going to provide quite a nice boost here, with Numadon now going to be able to get all those veteran upgrades pretty quickly, because, you know, with good vision comes good responsibility. But what I love about the Imperial Palace is the fact that those horsemen are going to be even more valuable, because they are going to find any villager that dares get out. We do see a lot of the Ghazis still defending around these berries because, as you said, he's going to be out here on the food. And right now, Scatterbrain doesn't have any food. He's really, really starving here. And he seems to keep wanting to make units to stay alive, but the only thing he can afford right now are scholars.
This is why Pro Scouts is just so strong for a civilization like Chinese, because the food on the map, it's being taken by Numadon, and that's all that's left for Scatterbrain is those berry bushes, and those berry bushes just aren't going to be enough when he can't reach them. And there's no other resource for him to go find except for up in the mountains by the deer, which he is probably just now scouting and found. He's got the Pro Scouts himself, so now he's starting to get them in. He now knows where they are, but it's just going to be a day late and $1 short. He's just not going to have enough to contest this, as Numadon now an age up over Scatterbrain.
And it doesn't even feel like Numadon cares about them upgrades. He's just going for lances. He says, I've got power in them horses. And these horses are going to hit hard. They don't care about a little bit of TC fire either. This is going to be a really tough one for Scatterbrain to hold, especially with a total of 4 Ghazi Raiders and 5 scouts. Love that for the scouting department. But the scouts, they're bringing back the food, but they're not bringing the DPS as will be needed.
Yeah, this feels like a complete misplay, I think, from Scatterbrain, going for kind of the castle play. He never got to castle. He's just now put the House of Learning down. I think he really needed to go for those sacred sites, play the feudal game, try and get out on the map for food, because when you just don't have map control as Delhi, I mean, how are you going to have enough food to survive into Castlage to make something happen? As we see, he's rushing it up with 27. It's just not going to be enough. I don't know how he gets enough food to even produce anything like men-at-arms or lancers or anything that is going to give him value. In fact, he's going to get interrupted as he tries to get this thing up, and he's just got nowhere to go.
At this point, he was just desperately trying to get that up so that he can make a few Castle Age units himself. The upgrades would not even have mattered because there was just no time for them. But these horsemen, they're under the TC. The archers are here, the spearmen. This is just poor Scatterbrain's tournament life. And Numadon has put an end to it. So Scatterbrain, he had a very interesting style with trying to go for that Castle Age timing. But Numadon was ready to punish it. And now the Lancer has arrived, and like I said, the Lancer will just take TC fire all day. A few of those horsemen have fallen, but now we can see this is a hungry Delhi just hoping for better days.
Yeah, the rough game here for Scatterbrain. He's still trying to duke it out. He knows this is his last chance. He needs to try and keep winning to move on. Unfortunately for him, it just doesn't seem like things are going his way. Numadon feeling very confident, dropping a very aggressive Barbican because he can. And at this point, I'm looking at it. I don't know where the road to victory for Scatterbrain is anymore. He's just going to try and play it out and hope that maybe a miracle can happen.
Scatterbrain is not even able to afford any unit from Castle here. It's a tough one. Numidan now getting the rest of the map control. Barbican in the middle of the base, or the middle of the map. He's now going to be able to secure that sacred site. The relic has just been picked up here too. This is a very comfortable spot here for Numidan, and he is making this look convincing. Now, I'm really glad to see this from Numidan, because Numidan, historically, he's been a guy who can take down anyone. The problem is just, it's not consistent. So we want to see him more in tournaments like this so that he can show us the power. I remember when he almost qualified for the LAN, we were so excited for him because this would have been something that was very close to a top 8 performance. But now he has another shot of making it to that top 8 in this S tier event. And I love that. Villagers running around, just trying to stay alive. The TC Fire focused on that very, very chunky Lancer with +2 range defense.
All of Scatterbrain's hopes now rely upon Mr. Dumbo himself, the one elephant to rule them all, hopefully to win it all for him. I don't think it's going to be enough, but we can hope. As the elephant walking around the TC, trying to keep things safe, Scatterbrain trying to come up with some kind of a miraculous event to get him through this, as Numidan, ever methodical as he is, looking for a way to close us out.
No, he doesn't take any risks. Oof, yeah. And you've seen the elephants perform some miracles, but I think we're going to need more than one Dumbo, Sockerton.
Yeah, I think you're right, but I'm going to believe for Scatterbrain's sake that elephant can do it all.
The funny thing is, he holds on to this elephant dream. As you see, he's got a little bit of resources here, but he wants it to be converted into elephants. We did see a Lancer there queued up for a second. I'm expecting him to just shuffle around some resources so that he can afford yet another elephant and then hope for the best. Now, a few crossbows make it into the way of Numidan's army yet again, and the Lancers looking for their next victims and about to find them shortly. But the elephant, he's standing ready. He wants to counterfight this. No Lancers will be stomping on the villagers of mine, he says, but there is just so many of them. Elephant, though, he's intimidating enough.
Yeah, look at him go. Look at him go. What a brave elephant. You know, while we have a moment, how excited are you for the new civilization Delephants to come into the game? Because I know I'm pretty stoked for November 4th.
Oh, when I tried them out, my life, my eyes, everything opened. I feel like the New Delhi is going to be absolutely crazy. The fact that we're getting such complicated variants is wild to me. I don't know how they keep justifying calling them variants when they are so different. It just feels like they get a little sparkle of inspiration from the original civilization, and they are fantastic. So yes, I love them. We played them at Gamescom quite a bit, and it was absolutely wonderful to just experience all of those interesting mechanics that they have.
I'm really excited to get my hands on them come November 4th. It should be really exciting. We got 2 elephants on the field now, though, which is what brought that to mind. I'm just going to call that Civ Delephants because I cannot say the actual name. I do not know how to pronounce it. The American in me just cannot do it. But I'm going to call it Delephants. And I'm excited for him because elephants are fun, as Scatterbrain is showing off here. He's got the 2, just kind of keeping things tricky. And Numidan, ever meticulous, ever cautious, just kind of taking his time. Not in a rush, not in a hurry to close this game out.
And it feels like in the scenario, Scatterbrain might not realize how dire the situation is. And the same with Numidan. He is in a position where he's not sure if he can close it out. He doesn't realize how much damage he's done, but he's being safe about it and he wants to do it properly. We don't see him taking any risks too heavily. Another elephant in the queue now, and you see him just shuffling those resources to try and do this. Now archers being the next target. But the elephant has its surround, and all of the scholars are doing the best of their prayers to keep him alive. But it's not going to be enough. This army is massive, and Scatterbrain just cannot keep these alive. Oh, look at them. They're just trying to do all the prayers, but the elephants are so squishy when there is 50 units attacking them.
I was going to say, how many elephants would he need to actually make this competitive? It's obviously more than 3, as we're finding out.
Bigger than 3,
8,
less
10.
than 200.
Fair enough. Maybe 20 elephants would do it, but unfortunately 3 all to the wayside as Numidan takes it in this game, moves on, takes the points, and will send Scatterbrain unfortunately packing. There can be only one as ever, And we give our kudos to Numadon winning it in game number 4 with right under 20 minutes. You know, we were expecting these games to go on a very long time, and I've been very pleasantly surprised. This has been a very quick, fast, fun series. Not completely one-sided. We got to shout out Scatterbrain for his win on Holy Island, of course, but Numadon with some very impressive and dominant performances outside of that.
I am absolutely loving the performance from both of these guys. Scatterbrained, he came in swinging, he had his strategies ready. Numadon, he's also shown a different side to it, and I'm so happy to see a little bit of that. But guys, let's take a quick look at these groups, where they're standing, and what you can be expecting next week. So, as we can see over here, Marine Lord and B going to be over there on the side of the winners round, and Kiljardi is going to be facing off against the loser of those two. That's going to be a pretty fun group, I can imagine.
Yeah, I think Marine Lord and B obviously the favorites there, but Kiljardi with a chance to try and sneak in himself. That should be a lot of fun. I'm excited to see the outcome of that coming up. And the next group, Vortex and Puppy Paw. This is a pretty stacked group right here with Vortex, Puppy Paw, Demu, and Core. This one was Group B was a scary one. Demu has a chance to try and sneak in still with Vortex and Puppy Paw coming up here. Vortex, you know, I gotta say, he's been playing really, really well lately.
Vortex is a feisty one. That's the problem. Vortex is aggressive. He knows how to play the late game. He's just a well all-rounder. And I think Puppy Paw is a bit of that as well. But Puppy Paw recently taking up full-time employment, so the poor man does not get to practice like he used to. So this is going to be a pretty tough one for him. Let's go to Group C and see what these guys and what their standing looks like. We do see that Louis and I think the score there still a little bit flipped there, as Lucifron and Louis take the top of the group, and the winner match going to be Louis versus Lucifron. And honestly, I am so hyped for this. Mio Micah taking out CSO, pretty big upset, I would say here.
Yeah, Mio Micah's gonna have his work cut out for him though, with Louis and Lucifron at the top of this group. Louis has just been kind of a revelation this year, you know? He has been just incredible tournament after tournament. This has been the year of Louis in 2025.
Oh, for sure. And lastly, Wham versus Anatand. Oh, this is going to be a banger. Anatand, he reminds me of the kind of guy who could beat absolutely anyone, but he does get overwhelmed a bit. And Wham is the kind of player right now, his development has been insane. And I feel that Wham, he can make Anatand make mistakes. But honestly, I think this is going to be a nail-biting series. I'm really happy to be able to just watch it and enjoy it, because I think I would be way too nervous to say anything useful about this either.
Yeah, I remember watching Wham live last year at King of the Rockies, and he really beat Puppy Paw in an upset on that one. Everyone thought Puppy Paw had it in the bag. He came in, did an excellent job, and he's been consistently good since. Could this be his time to win it all again? Trying to take it here in Group C. That should be a fun series between him and Amatan.
And lastly, our big faces. Guys, thank you for watching. This has been a blast. First time I get to cast with Socketen. Socketen, you're really easy to cast with. You just know.
I'm glad to hear that.
You're wonderful. Twitch chat, you were wonderful as well. We got to listen to you, read the chat. I'm sure YouTube chat over there, they're just like, what about us? Thank you guys for joining and supporting EGC. It's just amazing to see how these tournaments, the viewer numbers, it's looking pretty good, especially that we're finally out of summer, guys. So keep on tuning in. Next week, we'll have a lot more of these actions going on, and I think a lot of nail biters, definitely.
Oh, most certainly. And Whammon, thank you so much. You've been an excellent friend to cast with today. I've had an absolute blast. It's been a fun day, some fun games, some incredible series. We had some chaos in the early ones, especially, and I'm always excited for what comes on in the coming weeks. So nobody go anywhere. Keep it on your calendars. We have more coming in the future days.
All right. Bye, guys.